Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In the next few days, Feng Yu found workers to build the house from a nearby town. After negotiating the price, the construction started quickly. With all the help, a brand new wooden house was built. The construction inside the house is also the same as that designed by Rinataki Sakanji wooden house. The moment the house was built, Feng Yu had a feeling. People in the previous life might have worked hard all their lives to have a house of their own, but they never thought that they would only spend more than a year in another world before they could complete it. Already, after the house was completely built, Feng Yu took Xiao Hai to the town and bought the necessary furniture and daily necessities for everyone. Quack Master, this is too much. Xiao Hai had a trace of bitterness on his face, feeling the large and small bags of furniture and supplies on his back, and couldn't help but complain. I really envy boss Xiao Bai. Xiao Hai looked at Xiao Bai sleeping soundly in Feng Yu's arms, and then thought about how he had gone out early and returned late, working extremely hard during this period, and suddenly felt bad. It's always me who suffers. Although he complained, he still did his job honestly and carried Feng Yu's luggage. Soon, after everything was ready, everyone entered the new house one after another, and Feng Yu lit the first fire belonging to the new house. Watching the fire extinguish in the wind at any time from the beginning to burning brightly at the end is like a weak child turning into an upright adult. Everyone's heart was filled with emotion. They chatted for a long time that night until dawn. For the first time, Nintaki Seigo took out the wine he had collected. Although at their point alcohol no longer had a paralyzing effect on them, they still drank it happily. Mixu and Nanako also drank a little, but only a little. They soon became extremely drunk and lay aside and fell asleep. Only Tanjiro and Nezuko didn't drink. Tanjiro was worried that if everyone was drunk and fell asleep, his sister would be in trouble if she walked out into the sun in a daze. Feng Yu and others did not force him to drink, but continued to tell what they were hiding in their hearts. Wait until the next morning. Tomioka Jiyu looked at Feng Yu and Nintaki Sakanji and said, Mr. Nintaki, Feng Yu-kun, it's time for me to leave here and return to the Demon Slayer Corps. There has been a lot of chatter these days, and it also makes me feel different. I feel very grateful. After Tomioka Jiyu knelt down and bowed, he picked up his Nichirin sword and walked out of the house, setting out on the road alone. The dawn sun shines on the earth. The morning dew on the leaves is still stained with dazzling white light. The early birds seemed to be bidding farewell to Tomioka Jiyu and kept calling in the mountains and forests. I don't know how long it will take to see us again. Nintaki Sakanji stood at the door and sighed as he looked at Tomioka Yoshiyuki's retreating back. Don't worry, Master Nintaki, once all the ghosts in this world are eliminated, we will eventually get together one day. We and the wooden house in Mount Sagi have long been Tomioka's home and family in his heart. Feng Yu said, Yang, may your military fortune be prosperous. Nintaki Sakanji murmured, his tone couldn't help but be a little heavy. After all, every mission is accompanied by unknown dangers. In this life, Lintakizo has seen too many lives and deaths recently. Every apprentice is like his child, each one is more important than the last. Every dawn is a new beginning. Master Lintaki, don't worry. Brother Yeong's strength has improved by an unknown amount. It is no longer a problem to deal with ordinary strings. Feng Yu saw that the original gray hair of Kanji Takaki Sakanji had taken on a new look, as if he had reactivated his life. His black hair was growing continuously, and the necklines on his neck had also been smoothed out a lot. Obviously, this is the effect of taking marrow cleansing pill. Feng Yu, can you give me a few more marrow cleansing pills? Said Kintaki Sakanji. Yes, Master Lintaki, you can have as many as you want. Feng Yu took out a small bag, which contained 10 marrow cleansing pills. Rentaki Sa recently received the marrow cleansing pill and said, My lord, under the influence of the marrow cleansing pill and the healing pill, his condition has improved. That's it as long as it helps. I was thinking about whether the marrow cleansing pill and the healing pill could help the Lord, but I never had the chance to speak. If it helps now, then bring these with you. Feng Yu smiled, then took out the marrow cleansing pill and the healing pill and put them in Nintaki Sakanji's hand. While Lintaki Zua was moved recently, he was also a little confused about where Feng Yu got the elixir from and how he could hold so many things even though he had no pockets. Feng Yu seemed to see the confusion on Lintaki Sakanji's face and just smiled and walked away without saying a word. Then the next step is to plan the practice. Feng Yu looked at Mei Ziu, who was playing with Xiao Bai. and knew that she had completely accepted this new home or this new identity. But every time I look at Makes-You, there is always a hint of fear in my heart, fearing that Makes-You will suddenly regain her memory. I hope you never think about the past. Feng Yu sighed and shook his head to disperse the gloom in his heart. After walking into the house and explaining things to Kanji Rinataki, he went to the place where Tanjiro practiced alone. Tanjiro, the final trial will be in 3 days, are you ready? Feng Yu said seriously. Senior brother Feng Yu, I'm ready. Tanjiro's face showed a determined expression. His eyes were firm, without any wavering or fear. On the contrary, there was a hint of excitement. Very good, then today I will test your current strength. Then he attacked Tanjiro after a while. Tanjiro collapsed on the ground in a miserable state. Yes, we have been able to achieve this. Feeling Tanjiro's performance just now and the torn clothes on his body, Feng Yu also expressed that he was very satisfied. After all, he had just faced off against Tanjiro at full output. Tanjiro, the final trial is not difficult, but what is difficult is the days to come. You have to become stronger so you can protect your sister. Got it, Tanjiro. Feng Yu said. I will definitely work hard. I will definitely not let down senior brother Feng Yu's cultivation of me. I will definitely protect Nezuko and everyone. Tanjiro gritted his teeth and shouted with all his strength. I hope so. 2 days later, Tanjiro said goodbye to everyone and embarked on the road to Fujiksi Mountain. Must come back. Brother Tanjiro, we are waiting for your return. Everyone's face was full of worry, especially Mixu and Nanako. They already knew the purpose of Tanjiro's trip, which was to stay in a mountain full of evil spirits for 7 days. This made Nanako, who had seen evil spirits, couldn't help but worry about the figure in her memory who worked hard every day and made herself covered in injuries. He didn't complain about being tired, and he had a heartwarming smile on his face after every training session. Nanako looked at Tanjiro walking away and clenched her fists involuntarily. Then, the next step is to practice the breathing of light. After bidding farewell to Tanjiro, except for Feng Yu, everyone else felt heavy, extremely worried about Tanjiro's safety. Feng Yu shook his head. After all, he was the only one who knew Tanjiro's strength very well. For this final trial, he was completely honing his skills. Those ghosts on Tengxi Mountain are monsters that give away experience. Besides, Tioni, the only boss of Novice Village, has been killed by him, so there is no way they can threaten his existence. Even if Tioni was still there with Tanjiro's current strength, he would probably be able to kill him easily. Master Lintaki, I will ask you to take care of Nanako and Mihide for a while. Feng Yu said, a little embarrassed. Ningtaki Sato looked at him for the first time as if he was used to it, nodded and asked, How many days do you plan to go out this time? No, Master Lintaki, this time I plan to perfect the next move of Breath of Light. After all, as a pillar of light in the Demon Slayer Corps, Breath of Light is incomplete. Feng Yu's face showed apology. Although water breathing is a basic breathing method alongside the 4 breathing methods of fire, wind, thunder, and rock, it is the most basic and easiest breathing method to learn. I have also deduced it to the extreme, but I feel that the breathing of light it suits me better, so I plan to perfect the remaining moves in the next time. Ningtaki Sakanji nodded, and then sighed again, vaguely guessing the future of his old bones. I am so exhausted. Soon after Feng Yu finished explaining to Mizu and Nanako, he arrived at the top of Mount Samajiri alone. Call. Then let's perfect my breathing method here. Xiaobai jumped far away and watched quietly, not daring to make too much noise. I saw Feng Yu slowly pulling out the Onakiri. Type 1 Moonlight / Type 2 Brilliance, Type 5. Flash of Light. There are only 5 moves at the moment, but they all have a small range, and they only focus on auxiliary moves. Then the next step is to start from the direction of attack ... defense. Avoidance speed. After determining the direction, Feng Yu recalled the introduction and moves of various breathing techniques in his previous life, and gently picked up the Onakiri in his hand. His own breathing adjusted to the frequency of light breathing, and Onakiri's blade began to glow with a pale yellow light. Boom, boom, boom. With the explosion of terrifying power centered on Feng Yu, the originally dense trees had become bare, leaving only smooth cuts and the trunks fell aside. On the other side, Tanjiro had followed the map to the foot of Fujimi Mountain and was shocked when he saw the vine flowers blooming all over the mountain. Tanjiro was not attracted by the shock in front of him. He followed everyone one after another, walked up the stairs step by step, and arrived at the square. The entire square was now filled with people coming to participate in the final trial. Just as Tanjiro looked around at the faces of those participating in the trial, Pop! A burst of applause came from a high platform in the distance, attracting everyone's attention. What caught his eye were two girls who looked very similar. One had white hair and the other had black hair. Both were holding a yellow lantern in their hands. It is the two brothers and sisters Yubayashiki Hinai. Thank you all for gathering here tonight to participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. In this vine-covered mountain, there are imprisoned evil spirits captured alive by the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. Surviving 7 days in this place is the qualification for the final selection. Then I wish you all a safe journey. The two brothers, Yubayashiki Hinai, bowed to everyone, and everyone knew that it was time to go up the mountain. Tanjiro took a deep breath and followed the others step by step towards the mountain. The further you go up the mountain, the more you can feel the cold and dark atmosphere as if there is no trace of life. Tanjiro ran quickly, but he did not relax his guard at all. One hand was always holding the scabbard of the Nichirin sword. Sudden. There was a rustling movement from deep in the darkness. Tanjiro stopped immediately. This smell is a ghost. And it's right there. Tanjiro immediately pulled out the Nichirin sword and got into a defensive position. There, will come from there. The smell is too strong, I can't tell where it is. The smell of the evil ghost was irritating his nose all the time, but he could not see the evil ghost. He could only hear the noise around him getting louder and louder. No, it's from the back. Tanjiro suddenly turned over and jumped far away, avoiding the evil ghost's attack. That was false. Only an evil ghost figure with a ferocious face, a long tongue exposed in the air, and constant thorns appeared from the smoke and dust. Human, delicious human. The evil spirit pounced on Tanjiro again. The demon is fast, but Tanjiro is even faster. Full concentration breath of water, one type water slash. Blue and white ripples appeared, instantly cutting off the evil ghost's head. Watching it continue to turn into ashes, Tanjiro bowed and continued running towards the east. Anyway, let's get through tonight first. When the sun rises in the morning, ghosts won't be able to come out and move around, so the body can have a good rest. So hurry up and head towards the direction where the sun rises. Tanjiro kept rushing, wanting to reach the easternmost location as soon as possible. However, some blind evil spirits eventually came out to block him on the way, but Tanjiro easily killed them all with his sword. If Feng Yu finds out that Tanjiro is still going east, and instead of fighting the hard-steel demon he chooses to live in cowardice, he will definitely be beaten severely. Feng Yu, I raised you to be so powerful, not to grow up in a vulgar way. That's all. Tanjiro relied on the strength of everyone in the distance to survive the 7-day final trial unharmed. Tanjiro was still in a state of confusion when he was choosing the jade steel in the square. He didn't expect that the evil ghost in the final trial was so weak. He could kill the evil ghost with just a single knife each time. It gave him the illusion that he himself had become stronger or that the ghost in the final trial was too weak. After selecting the jade steel, Tanjiro was also assigned his own eagle crow. There were obviously many more people who passed the trial this time. Perhaps it was because Tanjiro, a powerful trialist, drew his sword to help them when he saw that they were in danger. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, a raven with a blue scarf around its neck flew in front of Yubayashiki Yayaya. That's it. There are actually 13 people who survived. It's really outstanding. I have more children. I don't know what kind of swordsman they will become. When everyone saw Tanjiro returning to Sajiri Mountain, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Tanjiro, you are finally back. It's good to be back. Everyone was there, but Feng Yu was missing. After Tanjiro asked, he found out that Feng Yu was practicing breathing techniques in the back mountain. He didn't bother him and just waited in the wooden house for the arrival of his own Nichirin sword. Fleeting. 1 month passed quickly. This also means that Feng Yu has been on the top of Mount Sagi for a month. At this time, his hair is a little messy. The entire top of the mountain has been devastated by him. Everywhere is bare, deep pits can be seen everywhere, and not even a single weed can be seen. Tilda. After a month, I finally perfected all the moves behind Breath of Light. It's just that the last move is a bit difficult. Breath of Light 1 type Moonlight Slash. Swing out a very fast light yellow sword energy from the blade. Breath of Light 2 types Glory. A strong light emits from the blade with a burning effect. Breath of Light 3 forms Guidance of Light. Sensing moves Spiritual Link with Light. Similar to Piggy's Beast Breath 7 forms Space Perception. Breath of Light 4 type Salvation emits a little bit of fluorescence from the blade, which can relieve mental interference attacks on the body. Breath of Light 5 forms Flash of Light. Similar to Agatsuma Zenitsu's Thunder Breath move, but faster, but without the lightning damage of Thunder Breath. Breath of Light 6 forms Light and Shadow accompanying. 8 clones of Light are differentiated. Each clone has its own peak attack of strength. Breath of Light 7 types Mystery Flash. Reaching the ultimate speed, you can dodge enemy attacks at the speed of light. Breath of Light 8 forms Annihilation. Gather huge energy, clasp your hands together, and sweep forward with all your strength, causing a devastating blow to enemies on the path. Breath of Light 9 forms Holy Light Field. Using the move will form a field, which will greatly increase one's own strength. At the same time, enemies in the field will suffer burning damage. Breath of Light 10 type Light Storm. Swing the knife in your hand quickly, a light blade will be formed on the blade, and at the same time, a huge light blade storm will be formed at extremely fast speeds. It has a strong suction ability. Enemies in the storm will suffer countless blows. Blade Attack. Breath of Light 11 form Light Wings Continuous Slash, swing the sword quickly, and at the same time swing out countless light blades to attack the enemy. Breath of Light 12 forms Auxiliary Light Full Jade Box Light. It is the finishing touch for other sword forms. Using this move will cover the blade with a layer of light yellow gleaming light, increasing the damage of the sword form. Breath of Light 13 Patterns Mystery Dawn, the final form of Breath of Light. The conditions for its performance are relatively high. It requires another person who knows the Breath of Light. It can be cast together with the 4 patterns of salvation to form a huge ball of light. Like the sun at dawn, and has the same effect as sunlight, a large area damage move. The complete 13 moves of Breath of Light were finally perfected by Feng Yu, but the last move requires the cooperation of 2 Breath of Light to perform. This is a bit difficult for Feng Yu. After all, he is the only one who can breathe light and no one else can. Then someone will fight with me later. Isn't that the ultimate killer? Feng Yu fantasized about the scenes of ancient wars in his mind. He directly used another magnifying move that could breathe light, and Wu Mei's men were all reduced to ashes. At that time, he could probably point a knife at Wuhan and say, "Wuxian, what do you think of life? Come and bask in the sun with me. It's time to go down the mountain. I don't know what happened to them during this time." Feng Yu jumped into the waterfall, washed his whole body and tidied up his appearance, then returned to the wooden house. "I'm back," Feng Yu shouted. Xiaobai poked his head out from the door and then ran towards Feng Yu happily. "Master, did you succeed?" Xiaobai asked. Although Xiaobai was with Feng Yu at the beginning, he was really bored and couldn't help, so he went down the mountain alone. He only went up to the top of the mountain to deliver food and meals to Feng Yu every day. Well, it worked. Feng Yu said with a smile, bent down and hugged Xiaobai into his arms. Feeling the weight in his hands, Feng Yu couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Xiaobai, have you been eating alone and not exercising recently? You seem to have gained weight." Xiaobai. Degrees was discovered. At this time, Meixu in the house heard the noise and came out of the house, happily holding Feng Yu's hand. "Brother Feng Yu, you are finally back. Come in quickly and try the delicious food I made." Meixu pulled Feng Yu into the house with a sullen look on her face. Seeing this, Xiaobai couldn't help but start to pull up her hips, instinctively wanting to escape from Feng Yu's arms. "What's wrong, Xiaobai?" Meixu looked at Xiaobai with a smile and said, "Ah, the weather is so nice today. Master, I remembered something else. I have to go exercise with Xiaobai, so I won't accompany you." After saying that, Xiaobai broke away from Feng Yu's arms. As if he was slow, a big terror would come to him. When Feng Yu saw this, he shook his head helplessly, saying that these days, his novices have become alienated from him. Just looking at the expectation on Meixu's face, Feng Yu felt much relieved and followed her into the house. But he soon regretted it. "As soon as you enter the house, a smell rushed straight to my forehead, ahem." Feng Yu was caught off guard and choked. "What is this?" Feng Yu felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Clang, clang, clangs. "Brother Feng Yu, this is the meal I cooked for you, try it quickly." Meixu pulled Feng Yu to the dining area and sat down, and began to use a spoon to fill Feng Yu with the black stuff in the pot. Feng Yu swallowed hard, not sure if it was saliva or stomach acid. The black stuff in the pot was still bubbling under the influence of the underground fire, but in Feng Yu's eyes, after the bubbles exploded, there were streams of black smoke. "Brother Feng Yu, eat quickly." Meixu handed the bowl to Feng Yu and looked at him expectantly. "Ghoul." A trace of cold sweat broke out on Feng Yu's forehead. Could it be the legendary dark cuisine? No wonder Xiaobai ran so fast just now, it turns out that's the reason. "Xiaobai, you are trying to trick me, your master. My stomach is not made of iron." Feng Yu resisted the turmoil in his stomach and took a shaky bite. "Is it delicious, brother Feng Yu? This is my new dish." Mixu said with a smile, "Wow, delicious." Feng Yu felt that his throat was burning, his stomach juices were rolling, and he felt like he wanted to spit it out. He turned around quickly, covered his mouth with his hand, and swallowed while suppressing nausea. At the same time, he quickly took out a detoxifying pill and put it into his mouth. Haha, Mixu, where is Master Lintaki? I have something to do with him, so I'm leaving first. Before Mixu could say anything, Feng Yu quickly got up and ran out of the house. Call. This is really scarier than me killing ghosts. Feng Yu breathed in the fresh air outside the house. It's terrible, it's terrible. Could it be that Ziobai was there every day before? Feng Yu shook his head and held a moment of silence for Ziobai in his heart. Then he quickly came to the wooden house where Nintaki Sakonji was staying. Back, said Kintaki Sakonji. But when Feng Yu heard these words, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his heart. Feng Yu nodded and then began to learn about what happened this month with Lin Taki Sakan. This is a letter Tanjiro wrote to you, please read it. Lin Taki Sakonji stood up and took out a letter from the cabinet and handed it to Feng Yu. Only then did Feng Yu notice that the wooden house had become deserted. Miduzi and Tanjiro had already left here to complete the mission of the Demon Slayer Corps. Feng Yu opened the envelope, and everything written in the letter was about the joy Tanjiro shared with Feng Yu and his gratitude. Feng Yu nodded, feeling a little relieved. At the same time, he couldn't help but start to look forward to what kind of journey Tanjiro, who was influenced by his Kachu, would have. Now only Nintaki Sakonji lives here alone in the whole wooden house. Mihide and Nanako usually sleep in the newly built wooden house. Now that your breath of light has been perfected, have you ever thought about finding a stepson to pass it on? Kintaki Sakonji said calmly. Well, stepson. Feng Yu knew that this was the Demon Slayer Corps way of talking about his successor, and he was not that kind of stepson. The missions of the Demon Slayer Corps are extremely dangerous. No one knows which mission they will encounter irresistible danger. I hope you can pass on your breathing skills and let more swordsmen learn. Lintaki Sakonji filled a bowl of hot soup and handed it to Feng Yu. Feng Yu looked at the soup in his hand and was lost in thought. Master Lintaki, don't worry, I will pass on the breath of light. Feng Yu smiled and took a sip of the hot soup. For a moment, it was completely in contrast to what Mei Xiu had just given him. Tasty. Feng Yu laughed loudly and then continued to pull the bowl in his hand. The face under the mask of Ningataki Sakonji also showed a smile, and his mind couldn't help but recall the scene when Fenga came to Sajiri Mountain alone on a snowy day. I sighed in my heart. Time flies so fast. Soon the sun changed and set, and Nanako, who was training alone elsewhere, returned to the wooden house. Master. Nanako shouted happily when she saw Feng Yu. Feng Yu smiled and nodded. How's your recent training going? Master, I have basically mastered the 10 moves of water breathing that you taught me. When will you teach me the next moves? Since Brother Tanjiro left, I have been training by myself. Nanako walked over and pulled Feng Yu's sleeve and said. Feng Yu nodded and saw through the world-clear vision that Nanako has been working hard to practice the water-breathing technique for the past month. At this time, she has been able to master the direction of water breathing skillfully, but she is not very familiar with the changes in moves and breathing frequency. Tomorrow, Feng Yu said. Nanako nodded and then went back to the wooden house to enjoy the dinner that Lintaki Sakonji had prepared for her. Looking up, the starry sky tonight is so clear. The stars in the sky are dotted like a beautiful ancient painting. Under such a beautiful sky, there is endless terror and murderous intent. How many innocent people will lose their lives tonight, and how many Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen will shine? Feng Yu murmured. On the second day, Nanako, please show me the results of your training this month. Feng Yu said seriously. Nanako nodded in agreement and then pulled out an ordinary Nichirin sword and began to display all the 10 breathing techniques taught by Feng Yu over and over again. Feng Yu looked at it very seriously. Although the shape is correct, the breathing rate is not good enough, the total concentration of breathing needs to be improved, and the strength is not enough. As he had improved his water breathing to a superb level, he could immediately see what Nanako's shortcomings were at this time. Other shortcomings can be gradually mastered through continuous practice, but this power. Feng Yu looked at Nanako's small arms and understood that this was because Nanako was still young. At the same time, her own talent lay in speed and reflexes rather than strength. The Nichirin sword in her hand still weighs a little to her. Nanako's speed is very fast, and the combination of the third type of water breathing and the flow dance brings her speed to the extreme. Soon Nanako finished her demonstration and looked at Feng Yu expectantly, hoping to get his approval. It's pretty good. It's already exceeded my expectations. Then the next ones will be the Breath of Waters Pattern 11. Calm Waves and Pattern 12, Huge Waves. The Shi-type Fengpinglanjing was created by Brother Yeong. It uses itself to form an absolutely defensive field. In this field, any attack will be resisted. However, even so, as long as the enemy's strength can crush you, it can still be easily cracked, so don't be careless when using this move. The Shitu style, the sky-shaking wave, was created by your master and me. It is completely opposite to the Shi1 style. Although it also forms a domain circle, it is the ultimate attack. One defense and one attack can be regarded as making up for the lack of water. It's the shortcomings of breathing. Feng Yu said slowly. Nanako kept nodding with a look of anticipation on her face. Then let me demonstrate these two moves for you. Feng Yu pulled out the Onakiri. Full concentration breath of water shape of 11 and one calm and calm. The blue-white field instantly covered Nanako. In her eyes, Feng Yu was standing on a horizontal plane. All her movements seemed to be restrained by an invisible thing. She was like a canary in a cage. No matter how hard you try, you can't break this cage. The next step is the Type 12, earth-shaking waves. As Feng Yu's breathing rate and moves changed, the scene Nanako saw also changed instantly. The calm water surface just now turned into an endless ocean. At the same time, a huge wave higher than the sky was moving in an irresistible way. The momentum surged towards him. A feeling of fear arose in Nanako's heart, and she wanted to escape, but within the realm she was like fish on a chopping board, allowing herself to be slaughtered. Okay, this is the 11-1 type and the 11-20 type. Feng Yu put the Onakiri into the scabbard and said to Nanako, who was still looking shocked. The moment Feng Yu put away the knife, Nanako sat directly on the ground, her legs still shaking. Although my legs were shaking, the expression on my face was crazy and exciting. So strong. Nanako said excitedly, Master, I must learn these two moves. Nanako's green eyes instantly glowed like firewood. It doesn't feel like I'm scared, but why do I have a bad premonition? Feng Yu murmured as he looked at Nanako's appearance. Then, without thinking too much, he began to explain the core and forms of the two moves to Nanako over and over again, and at the same time he continued to demonstrate them. But after a whole day, Nanako had not even mastered the basics. Helplessly, he could only say that he would continue to train her water breathing in the next period of time. Nanako also fell asleep early this night. It was obvious that she was tired from the day's training. About 10 years old, I was a little girl in my previous life. I guess I have just entered the first or second grade of elementary school, and I am still at the stage where I don't understand anything. Feng Yu shook his head, seeming to feel sorry for Nanako. But he forgot that his body was only 16 years old and not yet an adult. Feng Yu jumped onto a branch and lay on it, looking at the shining stars and the full moon. Brother Feng Yu, are you asleep? Just as Feng Yu was looking at it, Mei Xiu's voice sounded from under the tree. What's wrong? Feng Yu jumped in front of Mei Xiu and asked gently. Brother Feng Yu, can you tell me about your mother and father? I wanted to ask you before, but you have been busy and have no time. Mei Xiu said, holding the hem of her clothes with both hands. Father's mother. Feng Yu was silent. Were they also killed by evil spirits like Nanako's mother? Mei Xiu said with red eyes. Feng Yu nodded, did not speak, just looked at her silently. Mei Xiu shed tears and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, I often dream about a scene, a gentle woman and man telling me something, but I can't see his face clearly, but at the end of every dream there are screams and redness. The blood on the floor. They are our father and mother, right, brother Feng Yu? At this time, Mei Xiu was crying. Feng Yu wiped her tears with his hand without saying anything but said gently, although they are gone, you still have me and I will stay with you. However, Mei Xiu pushed away his hand and said, I also want to train like Nanako and avenge my father and mother with my own hands. No, it's too dangerous. Feng Yu refused directly. I can take care of the revenge, you don't have to do it. Feng Yu said with a frown, why not? Nanako can do it, why can't I? Mei Xiu suddenly shouted, I won't do it if I say no, this is too dangerous. I will never allow you to do such a thing. Feng Yu shouted angrily and then punched a tree nearby. The tree collapsed under his powerful strength. Mei Xiu was frightened. She didn't expect Feng Yu to be angry. I don't want to deal with you anymore. Mei Xiu covered her mouth, tears in her eyes were still flowing down. She ran quickly back to the wooden house and then closed the door heavily. When he calmed down, Feng Yu's face was filled with a bitter expression. I just want to protect you. The quarrel between the two quickly woke up everyone, but no one stepped forward to persuade them. Even Xiao Bai and Xiao Hai just watched silently. They had known about Mei Xiu's idea of becoming a demon slayer swordsman for half a month. Although they had tried to persuade her, it was Feng Yu who brought her back, and Feng Yu also claimed that Mei Xiu was his sister, so it was hard for them to make up their mind. Especially for Nintaki Sakonji, Mihide came to him many times and begged him to teach her breathing techniques. But Nintaki Sakonji always tried to excuse her by saying that he had no right to make decisions. Sister Mixu, are you okay? Nanako walked to Mixu's side and said, ooh. Nanako, why don't you go and plead with brother Feng Yu and ask him to agree to practice breathing techniques with you? Mihide grabbed Nanako's hands and prayed. Sister Mixu, maybe the master is thinking about your safety. Nanako couldn't help but sigh when she saw Mixu looking like this. In her opinion, Feng Yu didn't let her learn breathing techniques, probably to protect Meizu's safety. After all, she was her sister, and killing evil spirits was extremely dangerous. Nanako couldn't help but think of the appearance of evil spirits, and there was a trace of fear deep in her heart, but more of it is hatred. Nanako, you know, I have a recurring dream every night. I dream about my parents lying in a pool of blood. It feels really painful and painful. I want to do something, but there is nothing I can do. Every day I see you getting stronger little by little, but I can only look at you helplessly, doing nothing all day long, wasting time. My heart is very painful and tormenting. Meixu said with red eyes, and at the same time her hand holding Nanako became stronger and stronger. Nanako thought about how Meixu would wake up in the middle of the night for the past month, and then she realized why. Sister Meixu, please stop crying now, okay? Tomorrow I will go to the master to plead with you and let him teach you martial arts, so that you can avenge your parents in the future. Nanako said with a smile, really Nanako, thank you, thank you. Meixu said gratefully. Well, it's okay, let's go to bed now so that we can be energetic when we wake up tomorrow. Nanako gently patted Mixu's back with her hand and said softly. Zummed. The conversation between the two was heard by Feng Yu outside and the bitterness on his face deepened. After a while. With Nanako's comfort, Mixu gradually calmed down and fell asleep. Seeing that she was asleep, Nanako lay down beside her with her tired body. Lying on the bed, Nanako couldn't help but think of the past, and tears welled up in her eyes along with sleepiness. Mother, I miss you so much. This night was destined to be irritable for Feng Yu. The past events were vivid in her mind, and the honesty and simplicity of Mei Xiu's father and the amiability of her mother were deeply imprinted in her mind. At the moment when Meixiu's parents were killed, Feng Yu only wanted to protect her, and did not think about letting Meixiu become a ghost-slaying swordsman. But now it's a bit beyond my expectation. In the distance, Ninotaki Sakonji looked at Feng Yu, who kept walking around and shook his head. He also knew the specific things about Mihide from Tomioka Jiu. He was still concerned about whether this girl could become a demon slayer swordsman. It depends on Feng Yu's decision. Second morning. Feng Yu had already stood outside waiting for Mei Xiu's arrival. Master Feng Yu, good mornings. Nanako smiled and greeted Feng Yu, but the incongruous expression on her face still revealed her inner nervousness. Master seems to be in a bad mood today. Sure enough, he is still affected by the fact that Sister Meixu wants to become a demon slayer swordsman. Nanako stood aside obediently, taking a peek from time to time. Feng Yu stood expressionless, like an angry parent, waiting for the child who made a mistake to take the initiative to admit his mistake. A squeak sound. The door was opened and Meixu walked out. Do you still want to become a demon slayer swordsman? Feng Yu stared at her tightly and said, Yes, I want to become a demon slayer swordsman. Meixu shouted, meeting Feng Yu's eyes without showing any signs of weakness. After Feng Yu was silent for a while, seeing that Mei Xiu's determination had not wavered, he sighed. Zio Hai, come on down and take us somewhere. Zio Hai fell from the sky and looked at Feng Yu in confusion. Master, where are you going? Zio Hai asked, Go to the burial place of Maisu's parents. Zio Hai nodded, then his body quickly grew in size and he waited quietly. Meixu's eyes were moist and she clenched her fists. Obviously hearing that she was going to her parents' gravesite had a great impact on her emotions. After all, she had never heard Feng Yu mention her parents since she woke up and lost her memory. Matter. Are you really going to take me there? Meixu asked cautiously with a bit of disbelief on her face. Feng Yu nodded, then turned to Nanako and said, I may not be able to continue teaching you water breathing today. You should practice according to the previous training. Nanako didn't dare to say anything more, so she nodded. Then he watched Feng Yu and Mei Xiu jump onto Zio Hai's back and disappear into the horizon. Zio Hai's flight was very fast this time, and he arrived at the small village full of ruins in less than a day. As soon as she landed, the blank space in her dream suddenly appeared, and Meixu began to feel uneasy in her heart. Meixu followed Feng Yu closely, stepping carefully on the ruins. The feeling of familiarity became stronger and stronger. Although after more than a month the ruins were covered with weeds, Meixu was sure that this was the place where she lived with her parents in her dream. Soon, Meixu then followed Feng Yu to the two tombs. This is it. Feng Yu said calmly, "Father's mother." Meixu fell to her knees on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Feng Yu stood quietly behind him and watched silent. "Uncle and aunt, long time no see." Feng Yu murmured. At this time, a gust of wind blew in the distance, seeming to be caressing the faces of Meixu and Feng Yu. After the worship, Feng Yu led Meixiu back the same way. The two of them were silent along the way. Meixiu sat on Xiao Hai's back and looked at the scenery below with a sad face. Feng Yu was looking into the distance with a lot of thoughts in his heart. Another night has passed. By the time the two returned to Samajiri Mountain, the sky in the east had turned fish-white, and wisps of sunlight illuminated the entire land. "I promise you." Feng Yu looked at Meixiu and sighed. There was a trace of surprise on Meixiu's face. Just when she was about to say something, she heard Feng Yu say, "But you can only go out with me when you go on missions in the future." Meixiu's face showed an expression of joy. Although she didn't expect Feng Yu to restrict her freedom, as long as she could become as strong as Nanako and avenge her parents, everything would not be a problem. "I see." Meixiu yelled, her face cleared away from the previous haze, and she looked radiant. Feng Yu felt that his Tianling Gai was a little painful, and he couldn't help but use his fingers to press it to relieve it. "Okay, now that the matter has been decided, we must go all out to do it." Nintaki Seigo pushed open the door of the cabin for the first time and said to the two of them. The two nodded at the same time and then followed into the wooden house. Soon, Nanako also entered the wooden house. After eating together, Feng Yu also asked Meixiu to take the marrow cleansing pill to strengthen her foundation just like he did to Nanako before. Afterwards, Nintaki Sakin took care of Mihide for the first time, while he continued to teach Nanako the water-breathing technique. The movements are too dry and hard. The softness without water has changed. Feng Yu commented on Nanako's movements and breathing frequency when she used water breathing. The essence of water breathing is to imagine oneself as water, to understand the flow of water and the diversity of water. Looking at Nanako's appearance, Feng Yu couldn't stand it anymore. At the same time, the figure of Tanjiro came to mind. Should we train Nanako like Tanjiro? Feng Yu couldn't help but touch his chin. Nanako was practicing hard when he suddenly felt a chill. The same was true for Tanjiro, who was far away from home. Suddenly a chill came to his heart. "Hack you." Tanjiro couldn't help but sneeze, and the yellow-haired young man beside him was so frightened by Tanjiro's sudden sneeze that he flew up. "Ah, Tanjiro, you scared me, it's too scary, too scary." "Haha, I'm so sorry Zenitsu, my sudden sneeze scared you." Tanjiro touched his itchy nose and apologized sheepishly. "Tan tilde jai tilde lang tilde." Zenitsu's face was ashen, obviously frightened. "Okay Zenitsu, I'm going to the east. If you're so scared, why don't you come with me? I'll protect you." An honest smile appeared on Tanjiro's face. "Duh, I don't want to go to such a dangerous place. I will die Tanjiro, I will die. I'd better hurry up and find a girl to be my wife." At this time a girl's voice suddenly reached Zenitsu's ears. "Ah, will you be my wife?" Zenitsu quickly approached the girl, took her hand and spoke softly. "No, go away." The girl slapped Zenitsu directly on the face, and red palm prints soon appeared on his face. After pushing Zenitsu away, he angrily walked away, cursing as he walked. Tanjiro reluctantly walked over and helped up the sad Zenitsu who was sitting on the ground and began to comfort him. Other side. Feng Yu really couldn't stand the uncoordinated and hard movements Nanako trained, so he took Nanako to the old place. Back Mountain Waterfall. Looking at this waterfall, Feng Yu couldn't help but sigh, this waterfall is really an old-timer. Witnessing the process of generations of water-breathing masters from weak to strong. "Master, what are we doing here?" Nanako looked at the rushing water and couldn't help but feel nervous and asked cautiously, "We must be training here." A smile appeared on Feng Yu's face, but this smile made Nanako feel a little scared, and she took a few steps back. "Why are you backing up? Come on, do you see that stone? That's your Uncle Tanjiro's throne. He can practice water breathing to such an extent because he sits on that stone and trains every day. Look at the circle of moss on the stone. Tanjiro wiped it clean for you." Feng Yu said without blushing or heart beating. Nanako swallowed her throat and said tremblingly, "Master, have you ever sat on that rock before?" "Of course, I think back then." Feng Yu was about to say something when he suddenly realized, and said with a dark face, "So when do you want to wait until you go up?" "As hot as go now." Nanako didn't dare to stay longer and quickly jumped onto the stone. As soon as he reached the stone, cold water washed over his body. Nanako couldn't stand still and was directly knocked into the pool by the current. Purr. Nanako drank several times of water before struggling to surface. Then he cast a pitiful look at Feng Yu asking for help. "If you can't bear this little hardship, then don't even think about avenging your mother." Feng Yu said with a serious face. Nanako also knew that this was no joke. She gritted her teeth and sat on the stone against the fierce water falling from the sky. I can definitely do it, I can definitely do it. Nanako closed her eyes and gritted her teeth as she kept shouting, as if this would give her greater strength. It's just that her little body quickly became exhausted despite the marrow cleansing pill and many days of training. He was washed into the pool again by the current. This time Nanako didn't make a sound, she just climbed up the stone silently and then sat on it again. Adjust your breathing, recall how the breath of water works, and feel the flow of water. Feng Yu shouted. But at this time Nanako already felt that her body had been hollowed out. Without any strength, fatigue and weakness appeared in her mind. Crash! The sound of water flowing covered Feng Yu's voice. Even if Nanako heard Feng Yu's voice, she probably wouldn't have the strength to continue at this time. Feng Yu saw Nanako, whose face was pale and seemed to be about to fall into the water at any time, but her little body continued to persist. Feng Yu jumped onto the stone, picked up Nanako and came to the shore. He took out a healing pill and put it in Nanako's mouth. Soon Nanako's face began to turn rosy, the fatigue in her body disappeared and she was full of energy. Well done. Feng Yu looked at Nanako and said, but I actually passed out. Nanako lowered her head and did not dare to look at Feng Yu. You are still young, and your physical strength has not yet reached its optimal stage. Being able to do this is beyond my budget. Originally, I thought that I might have to pull you ashore after you were washed down by the current for the first time. I never thought that you would go up again with your own perseverance, so I was a little surprised. Feng Yu comforted. Okay, it's getting late today. Let's go back first and continue training tomorrow. Nanako nodded and followed Feng Yu back to the wooden house. Another 2 months have passed and the seasons have changed from warm summer to cool autumn. At this time, white velvet snowflakes have begun to float on Soggy Mountain, and the top of the mountain is even more white. There are gradually fewer insects, birds, and wild animals in the mountains. The withered yellow leaves fall to the ground one by one, allowing nature to corrode them. Finally, it turns into a handful of soil, dedicating its last value to the new life in the coming year. Just like echoing the poem from the previous life. Liuhong is not a heartless thing, it turns into spring mud to protect flowers. In the past 2 months, Nanako and Mixiu have also been making continuous progress. Originally, Feng Yu thought that Mei Xiu was just showing off her temper and would give up when the training became unbearable. But Feng Yu saw the shadow of Nanako in her body, and she did not give up or get discouraged. After being baptized by the marrow cleansing pill, Mixiu quickly laid the foundation and waited for Feng Yu to teach her the breathing method. Nanako has also become accustomed to training under waterfalls and has a deeper grasp of water breathing. Everyone is making progress, and Feng Yu is no exception. The accumulation of light breathing training over time gave him a deeper understanding of the breathing method he created. It's not in vain that he trains alone in the forest every night after everyone goes to sleep. Mixiu's next training direction will be breathing techniques, while Nanako will focus on breathing and water breathing training. Hazy night. Heavy fog rises in MT. Sajiri. Feng Yu stood on a big tree, looking at the hut in the forest with a little light and murmured. Other side. Tanjiro and Agatsuma Zenitsu gathered again and came to the hut in the forest. Just like the original work, they encountered the 6th part of Kaienxiaxian Gyugui Zayankai. I also met Piggy Hashibira Inasuk here. With the combined efforts of everyone, Hikikai was finally killed by the sword, and the boy with thin blood was saved. Then the plot went on as usual, but this time Tanjiro became stronger and suffered no physical injuries. It's as serious as the original. Kid, please answer quickly, is Zaya Sheng's vampire technique. Very powerful. Hibiki's head, which was lying in a pool of blood, looked at Tanjiro and said, It's awesome, but killing humans is unforgivable. Tanjiro said, That's it. Hibiki savored Tanjiro's words carefully. Suddenly, Tanjiro seemed to remember something and took out a blood draw device from his sleeve. I almost forgot to draw his blood. Tanjiro directly inserted the blood drawer into Hirokai's body, and the blood was quickly collected. It's amazing. I didn't expect that blood would actually be collected after inserting it. Tanjiro picked up the blood collection device that had collected blood and said in surprise. Sudden, a cat meow interrupted Tanjiro's surprise, and Yushiru's Chachoan suddenly appeared next to Tanjiro. Hey, cat, are you going to send the blood to Miss Tamio? Tanjiro touched Chachoan's chin, then put the blood collection device filled with blood into the small bag in the small wooden box on Chachoan's back, pulled up the chain, and closed the wooden box. Soon, Chachoan walked forward and disappeared into the air in a burst of blood mist. Awesome, I heard that this is Yushiru's vampire technique. When a cat meows, it will appear next to you, and if it meows again, it will disappear. It turns out it is true. Tanjiro was extremely surprised, but soon remembered that he had more important things. Tanjiro stood up and left the room, leaving only Hibiki's head, which was still turning to ashes. It turns out that there are still people who will cherish what Xia Sheng writes. Memories from my lifetime are constantly emerging at this time. The works I worked hard to write were ruthlessly trampled on by others, called garbage, and trampled under their feet. That boy is such a gentle person. Xiankai's tears continued to shed, but the speed of turning into ashes had spread to his eyes. He wanted to take another look at his articles scattered on the ground, but unfortunately he could no longer see them. Xia Sheng's blood ghost skills and drum skills are all recognized. Tanjiro ran out of the house with his 2 children, but what he saw was a scene that made him extremely angry. I saw Zenitsu with a bruised nose and eyes, protecting the wooden box containing Nezuko. Saw Tanjiro coming out. Zenitsu said with difficulty, "Tanjiro, because you said this is more important than your life, I will protect it for you. *** hole, you soft-footed shrimp, get out of here and let me kill the monster in the box. If you continue to hinder me, I will stab you and the box with a knife." Inosuke said fiercely, while the 2 swords in his hands were already aimed at Zenitsu. Zenitsu was covered in wounds and bright red blood flowed from his forehead, but he hugged the wooden box tightly and used his body to block Inosuke's attack. Inosuke raised the knife in his hand and was about to stab Zenitsu. "Stop!" Tanjiro shouted. The boar hood turned to look at Tanjiro as Inosuke turned his head, and at the same time, the long knife in his hand stopped in midair. Tanjiro's body flew out directly and attacked Inosuke. "Stop it." Then the famous scene occurred. Tanjiro directly knocked Inosuke away with a headbutt. Click. There was a sound of bones breaking, and Inosuke flew several meters away. "Aren't you a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Don't you understand why Zenitsu didn't take action against you? It's because it's taboo for team members to draw swords against each other. You ignored the taboo and unilaterally hurt the team members. Isn't it funny? You are really despicable, Pole." Tanjiro shouted angrily, "Ahums ha ha ha." Inosuke was lying on the ground and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that Tanjiro's blow had caused very high damage, but he didn't care. On the contrary, his face was full of excitement under the boar hood. "I see, I'm really sorry, then let's fight with your bare hands." Inosuke stood up and said excitedly to Tanjiro, "No, it's not. You misunderstood me. Team members can't fight with each other." Tanjiro quickly explained, but Inosuke didn't listen at all. He jumped up like a carp and attacked Tanjiro directly. Inosuke's attack was very fast, but Tanjiro was trained by Feng Yu and was much stronger than in the original work, so he easily dodged Inosuke's attack. Wait, it doesn't mean that it's okay to use bare hands." But Inosuke didn't stop at all and continued to attack. "Listen to me." Tanjiro jumped up and landed a knee kick on Inosuke's back. The powerful force pushed Inosuke to the ground. Inosuke kept struggling but couldn't resist at all. **hole, let me go." Inosuke shouted, "Listen to me." Tanjiro pressed Inosuke hard and shouted. Suddenly, Inosuke bent his waist and exerted force, kicking his legs directly onto Tanjiro's back, breaking free from the restraints. Then, relying on the flexibility of his body, he hit Tanjiro and kept retreating. Tanjiro obviously didn't fight with Inosuke seriously, and after a while he was beaten by Inosuke until his head started to bleed. This guy is so nimble and terrifying, and his attack is so low, like a wild boar. Tanjiro secretly said, "Ahaha." Inosuke couldn't help but laugh when he saw Tanjiro being beaten back by him. Then he kicked Tanjiro to the chest, then jumped forward, showing a classic scene, and directly hit the lower body. "Stop, you will only make the injured bone worse." Tanjiro quickly stopped him, but Inosuke didn't care at all and attacked him directly. Tanjiro kept passively defending, but seeing Inosuke attacking him without caring about his own body, he couldn't bear it any longer. "Pa." Tanjiro grabbed Inosuke's hands firmly. "I said calm down." With another headbutt, Inosuke stepped back continuously, and the wild boar hood fell off at this time, revealing his stunning beauty. As Inosuke's hood fell to the ground, everyone marveled at his appearance, especially Zenitsu, who exploded, "Female, female." His face. Zenitsu was beyond satisfied. "What's the matter with you? Do you have any objection to my face?" Inosuke said with blood on his face. "What a hateful guy. His whole body is made of muscles, but he has the face of a girl." Zenitsu said while staring at Inosuke's face. "Why do you keep staring at my face?" Inosuke roared, scaring Zenitsu away and hiding behind several children. No, I'm not looking at you." At this time, Tanjiro shouted, "I have no problem with your face. It's small, exquisite, and exquisite. Shut up, you be asterisk 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 D. I'm going to kill you, come to a duel if you can. Inazuk yelled at Tanjiro. No, I won't do anything to you again. Tanjiro directly stated that he would never attack Inazuk again, but Inazuk kept asking Tanjiro to headbutt him again. Hurry up and hit me. Don't want. Zenitsu and the others stood aside and watched the bickering between Tanjiro and Inazuk. Ahahaha, let me tell you my name. My name is Hashibira Inazuk. Remember it. Inazuk smiled. How the words are written. Tanjiro shouted. They? Word. Inazuk was asked. I can't read or write, but my name is written on my thong. Then he wanted to show it to Tanjiro, but he suddenly froze, fell straight to the ground, foamed at the mouth and passed out. Ah, people are dead, people are dead. Zenitsu suddenly shouted. No, he's not dead. He probably suffered a concussion and was hit by my head. Tanjiro explained. Seeing Inazuk fall to the ground unconscious, Zenitsu directly said that Tanjiro's head was too hard. The two head strikes only broke the skin and shed a little blood. Brother's head is really hard, can I touch it? The rescued little girl said with a smile, sure. Tanjiro leaned down and let the girl touch his head. It's amazing. The girl kept praising Tanjiro's head for being so hard. Other side, Feng Yu didn't know that fate had caused Tanjiro and the others to meet again. At this time, he was standing in front of Makesyu and looking at her seriously. After these 2 months of training, Makesyu's face has lost its original childish and delicate look. Instead, her eyes are bright and energetic, and she has become heroic. You should also know from Nanako that I know 2 breathing methods. One is water breathing and the other is my own light breathing. Nanako chose water breathing. What about you? Feng Yu asked. Brother Feng Yu, which breathing method do you think is suitable for me? Mixu asked. Feng Yu shook his head and said, I can only demonstrate to you the differences between the 2 breathing methods. The final choice is yours. Mixu nodded in understanding. Then I saw Feng Yu pull out his Onakiri and start to demonstrate water breathing and light breathing for Meizu. After all the demonstrations were completed, the word shock was written all over Meizu's face. Have you thought about which breathing method you want to learn? Feng Yu said with a smile. Meizu lowered her head in confusion, thinking about which breathing method to choose. Brother Feng Yu, can I learn both breathing methods like you? As soon as Meizu said these words, Feng Yu was shocked. Is this the legendary way that only children make choices? Do I want them all? Feng Yu looked at Meizu and said knowingly. On the surface, he shook his head and vetoed. No, each person can only master one breathing method. If there are too many, it will go in the opposite direction and harm yourself. Then haven't you mastered 2 breathing methods? Meizu looked at Feng Yu with a strange look and said, I'm different. Feng Yu couldn't find an excuse to explain to her and then said, you can only choose one the same as Nanako. Okay, then I'll choose Breath of Light. I think it suits me better. Meizu hesitated for a moment, then made up her mind. Are you sure? Feng Yu asked again, yeah, I'm sure. Meizu's eyes were very firm, and she seemed to have really made up her mind to choose the breathing of light as her breathing method. After seeing that Meizu really chose Breath of Light, Feng Yu had a smile on his face. Then I will teach you the breathing of light next. First of all, breathing of light focuses on any light in this world. It is invisible but has color. It is everywhere, such as sunlight, moonlight, and the light of the soul. Light is our friend. When practicing the breath of light, you need to understand that light falls in a straight line on the earth. It is not soft and diverse like the breath of water. The breath of light has a total of 13 moves. Next, I will focus on showing you the moves one by one. Our enemies are evil ghosts hiding in the darkness, and the breath of light is more like the existence of sunlight. When using the breath of light against the enemy, there will be a burning effect of sunlight. Full concentration breath of light, 1 type moonlight slash. Onakiri began to change with Feng Yu's breathing, and the light yellow light blade swung out from the blade, directly cutting a stone in half. Breath of light 2 types glory to the world. Dazzling white light emanated from Onakiri's body. In this cool autumn, Meizu felt the warmth coming from the white light, which was even warmer than when the sun in the sky shone on her body. Then Feng Yu continued to demonstrate the remaining sword moves for Meizu. Watching Feng Yu's demonstration of breathing of light again, Meizu was shocked again, and her open mouth couldn't be closed for a long time. Complete collection, the final form of breath of light, the 13 patterns mysteries dawn. The conditions for the final form to be used are relatively high. It requires another person who can breathe light, and it is used together with the 4 types of salvation to form a huge ball of light like the dawn sun, and has the same effect as the sun's rays. Area damage moves. So I can't demonstrate it to you yet. Feng Yu said slowly, so awesome. Makes you looked at Feng Yu in surprise. At this moment, Feng Yu instantly became taller in her eyes. Feng Yu in the sun is like a warrior fighting against the backlight. Makes Yu's mind has already imagined the scene of Feng Yu killing evil spirits. At the same time, I began to look forward to what my future would be like. I will definitely become as powerful as brother Feng Yu. Makes Yu secretly swore in her heart and clenched her fists involuntarily. In the following days, Feng Yu entered the apprenticeship mode again, but Feng Yu had already made a plan for Miss Yu's training method. Unlike Nanako, she did not need to go to the waterfall to train, but came to the top of Mt. Samajiri and faced the east, of huge boulders sitting cross-legged. Of course, this training will only take place after Makes-Yu has initially mastered the basics of light breathing. Another month has passed. The breath of light training base designed for Makes-Yu finally came into use. I saw beautiful scenery every day at this time, resting at sunset and rising at sunrise. Mixu's talent is not as good as Nanako, and it took her a month to initially master the breath of light. Of course, there may also be a reason why light breathing is more difficult to control than water breathing. The two breathing methods have different training methods. Breathing of water has been passed down for a long time, and there are special training methods, but breathing of light is different, and everything is still in a state of exploration. In a month, a lot of things happened, especially the news from Tamyo. She also found out a little bit about the special power of this special ghost, Torei Tanimori. The research Tamyo came up with is that the power in Torei Tanimori can enhance the power of ghosts. The blood Tamyo extracted from him was injected into herself, and she clearly felt her strength increase without any side effects. Tamyo was also shocked when he got this result, and hurriedly contacted Feng Yu to tell him the shocking news. If you want to know that the only way for ghosts to improve their strength is to eat people and practice on their own, the only way to improve their strength is with Kibutsuji Muzan's blood. Now there is another way to increase strength. If Wu Mei knew about it, all the ghosts would be moved by it. Eating people will lead to a sense of saturation. Even if you practice for a long time, the effect is not remarkable, let alone Muzan's blood. 12 Kazuki is okay, and the other ghosts have no chance of seeing Muzan or getting it. The reward of bloodless blood. Not to mention that even if you get the Wuhan blood, you may not be able to enjoy it, and you may even burst yourself in the end. I also came to Tamyo's place once during Feng Yu, and saw the submissive Torei Tanimori looking at Tamyo with admiration. No matter how much research Tamyo did on him, he couldn't resist the love in his heart. Of course, Yushiru was furious with his teeth. If eyes could kill ghosts, Torei Tanimori would have been killed countless times. If Tamyo hadn't allowed Yushiru to hurt Tanimori Torei, he might have been allowed to bask in the sun long ago. Feng Yu looked at Torei Tanimori's blood and couldn't see anything strange at all. He could only tell Tamyo to keep an eye on Torei Tanimori and don't let him run away. At the same time, a request was also issued. That is, if Torei Tanimori wants to escape, he should be killed directly to avoid future troubles. Of course, Tamyo also knows what to do. After all, she is the one who wants to kill Wuhan the most, and she will not let go of any way to improve Wuhan's strength. Afterwards, they exchanged some pleasantries and mentioned that Tanjiro was also helping Tamyo collect ghost blood. Feng Yu lamented that the correction power of this world does exist. After all, his intrusion has disrupted the original plot, but now Tanjiro and Tamyo still meet. After Tamyo's narration and the encounter with Tanjiro, we also learned that Tanjiro actually came here on a mission to kill a troubled ghost, and thus met Tamyo. It was also at that time that I learned about the relationship between Tanjiro and Feng Yu. Feng Yu stood at the highest point of the Misty Mountain, looking at the sky of this world, and he felt as if there was a pair of eyes watching him in the dark. If there is really a correction power, then why did so many members of the Demon Slayer Corps die in the last battle? This is completely different from the plot. The cold wind was biting and slapped Feng Yu's cheek mercilessly. At this time, congratulations on completing the mission. Do you want to receive the reward? The long-lost system prompt sounds. When Feng Yu took a look, it turned out that the task of recruiting disciples had been completed at this moment. Character Nakagawa Fuyu. Number of swings, 11,658,709. Breathing method, water breathing, trance-like transformation, light breathing. Martial arts. Swordsmanship dasheng, physical strengthening technique dasheng, Fempieyuan dasheng, golden body strengthening technique dasheng, 5 tiger fist dasheng, mental power secret technique superior. Physique immortal physique. Beds. Ziobai awakened, Ziohei awakened. Mission 1, kill the king of ghosts, Oniwashi Mubai. Introduction: Ghost King Kibutsuji is the beginning of everything in this world. Kill him to end this source of evil. Rewards. Number of knife swings * 1000 W. Designated world travel * 1. Mysterious gift package * 1. Status unfinished. Chain mission: kill evil spirits. Introduction. After sunset, endless evil ghosts start hunting. You are a human, go and kill all the evil ghosts. Reward, unknown, depends on the percentage of completion. The higher the completion, the higher the reward. Status 5%. Status unfinished. Mission 1: defeat the Demon Slayer Core Pillar. Introduction: challenge the pillars of the Demon Slayer Core and gain their recognition. Each time you defeat one, you will receive different rewards. Reward obtained based on completion. Status 30%. Task 2: recruit 2 disciples. Introduction: now that you have achieved the top level of strength in the world, it's time for you to experience what it's like to be a teacher, accept 2 disciples, and learn the breathing method. Reward: number of knife swings * 300 W, number of epiphanies * 1, and method to activate stripes. Status completed. Feng Yu looked at the refreshed attribute panel and fell silent. The stripes. Receive. Feng Yu muttered silently. Congratulations on getting the number of sword swings * 300 W, the number of epiphanies * 1, and the method to open the pattern. A new mission. Change the world. Introduction: the world has an irresistible power of correction. No matter how powerful you are, there will always be an invisible force that returns it to its normal course. You need to disrupt the world's power of correction. Task rewards, obtained based on completion. Status unfinished. A new mission has been released. The task list on the panel also changed at the same moment. If the correction power is really so powerful, doesn't it mean that Purgatory and Juro will die just like that? Kachu Shinobu will die too. Feng Yu's heart beat very fast. The system means that I can change the plot and disrupt the correction power of the world. So does rescuing Purgatory and Juro count as disrupting world correction? Feng Yu recalled the appearance of Kachu Shinobu and Purgatory and Juro in his mind, and he couldn't help but secretly make up his mind. No matter what, let's improve our strength first. Feng Yu looked at the method to unlock the reward pattern of the mission. Turn on markings. The foundation of the body exceeds the limit and can be synthesized. Synthetic could it be? Only then did Feng Yu look at the synthesis function that had been left in the corner. The same type of skills have been detected. Do you want to combine them? I saw that the Kung Fu strengthening technique, Feng Pio Yu Yan, golden body strengthening technique, and 5 tiger fist were embedded into a synthetic through hole at the same time. Oh yes. The quality of the synthesized item is detected to be too high. The synthesis requires 1,000 times of sword swings. There are still more than 14 million swings. Bring it on. Feng Yu clicked the synthesis button. I saw that the skill on the through hole directly turned into a beam of light, converging towards the center point. Congratulations on the successful synthesis. You have obtained innate markings * 1. I saw strange marks appearing on both sides of Feng Yu's neck at the same time, extending to the middle of his forehead, with 1 blue and 1 yellow markings interlaced with each other. An unprecedented power surged out, and Feng Yu couldn't help but pull out the Onakiri and then gently swung the knife towards the boulder in the distance. Boom. The boulder was cut in half perfectly, and the cut was extremely smooth. Feng Yu tried his current strength again, and after confirming that his strength had improved a lot, he thought about it, and the 2 markings on his face disappeared at the same time, revealing his original appearance. I remember that in the entire Demon Slayer world, only Enishi Tsukuni has innate markings. Feng Yu recalls the previous life Demon Slayer world's pattern introduction. There are 3 types of markings. One is congenital markings, which, as the name suggests, are present at birth. The second is inherited markings, which are also the markings of the protagonist Tanjiro. They were present the moment he learned the breathing technique, but they are hidden in the body. The third type is the markings opened by the last pillars of Demon Slayer world, also called acquired markings, which means markings opened through acquired efforts. Of the 3 types of markings, only congenital markings are the most powerful. When you turn on markings, you will not be restricted by the condition that you will not live to be 25 years old. Feng Yu vaguely guessed that innate markings may be the most perfect markings. Inherited markings and acquired markings have some flaws, that is, it requires vitality to activate them. Use your vitality in exchange for short-term strength. Meixiu, who was practicing the breath of light on the side, was shocked by Feng Yu's weirdness. She witnessed with her own eyes the process of Feng Yu opening his patterns and testing his strength. What a terrible power. A trace of fear flashed through Makesuyu's heart. This power was like the power of ghosts and gods in legends. She could level an entire mountain with a wave of her hand. Is it the reason for the two streaks that appeared on Brother Feng Yu's face just now? Makesyu said knowingly, and at the same time her eyes secretly glanced at Feng Yu from time to time. Feng Yu, however, focused on the stripes. Some people in previous lives also said that stripes are a contagious virus. As long as someone turns it on, there will be a steady stream of striped swordsmen around him. On the other side, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke followed the crow to the famous Spider Mountain. It is also the territory of the ghosts who have no misfortune to be favored, Zia Xianxi, and tired. As soon as Tanjiro approached Spider Mountain, he smelled a stench belonging to ghosts. Tanjiro and Inosuke turned their heads sharply at the same time to look at Spider Mountain shrouded in darkness. What happened? Tell me quickly. Zenitsu asked quickly when he saw something was wrong between the two of them. What does this smell like? Tanjiro ran directly towards Spider Mountain, and Inosuke followed closely, leaving Zenitsu alone. Tanjiro, wait a minute, you hate me, don't leave me alone. The fear in his heart made Zenitsu dare not stay alone, and he ran into the mountains with Tanjiro. But soon they stopped. Because at this moment, there was a man wearing a Demon Slayer Corps uniform lying on the road in front of them. He's wearing a team uniform, what happened? Tanjiro shouted. The team members who fell on the ground saw the three Tanjiro with frightened eyes in their eyes. They stretched out their hands and begged, "Help, save me." But soon an invisible force pulled him directly into the forest. Help. Even I am stuck. The man's body keeps flying upside down. Tanjiro and the other three had no idea what was going on and could only watch the man's figure disappear into the forest. Ah, it's so scary, I'm going to die. Tanjiro, let's leave quickly. Zenitsu's face was extremely frightened, and cold sweat continued to break out on his forehead. Sudden. Tanjiro smelled the smell of blood. I'm going to save him, Tanjiro said with firm eyes. But Inosuke stood directly in front of him and said arrogantly, I'll go first, just follow me while trembling. Inosuke. Tanjiro was a little surprised. But Zenitsu in the back was completely paralyzed on the ground at this time, and his body was shaking constantly because of fear. Yoshi, I'm going to F*******ku. Inosuke ran straight towards the forest, with Tanjiro following closely behind. Once again, Zenitsu was left alone, shivering in place. It's just that the ghosts in the forest are already waiting for them in the dark. Quack, Master Feng Yu, it's urgent, it's urgent. Zio-Hai flapped his wings and shouted. Feng Yu's thoughts were interrupted and he looked at Zio-Hai in confusion and said, What happened? Lord Feng Yu, 12 Kazuki is suspected to have appeared in Spider Mountain. I ask for your support to kill the ghost inside. Zio-Hai said, Spider Mountain, isn't that Tired's territory? Is Tanjiro there too? Feng Yu asked after muttering for a while. Yes, Master, Tanjiro has also gone to Spider Mountain. Please go to Spider Mountain as soon as possible. There was a trace of anxiety on Zio-Hai's face. Feng Yu nodded, then jumped on Zio-Hai's back and headed to Spider Mountain. The situation is so urgent, it seems that many people have died. Feng Yu looked ahead and fell into silence. Tanjiro's strength is very different from the original work. Normally, there is no problem in dealing with the ghosts in Spider Mountain. He is just afraid that something unexpected will happen. Thinking of the power of world correction, Feng Yu felt a little headache. Spider Mountain. At this time, Tanjiro has teamed up with Inosuke to kill Spider Mother, and at the same time freed the Demon Slayer Corps members who were controlled by Spider Mother. Zenitsu and Tanjiro got lost and came to the hunting area of the Spider Brother. Ah, it's so scary, I'm going to die. When Zenitsu saw the Spider Brother falling from the sky, he was frightened and ran away. But the Spider Brother had a smile on his face, looking at Zenitsu who was running away and then tripped Zenitsu with a spider thread. Do you think you can run away? Ha 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 ha, you have already been poisoned by my spider poison. In 30 minutes, you will become my slave and crawl on the ground. Zenitsu looked at the palm of his hand, and indeed there was a large purple area and abscesses also appeared. Hehe, have you seen this clock? As long as you go here, your whole body will start to be paralyzed. If you go here again, you will be dizzy and vomit. There will be severe pain here. The body will shrink, lose consciousness, and finally turn into me. Slave. Brother Spider pointed at the pointer in his hand and kept mocking. Ah. Zenitsu shouted, and at this time, someone who had turned into a spider crawled to Zenitsu's side, frightening him and climbing directly to the tree trunk in the distance. What's there to be afraid of? After you turn into a spider and lose consciousness, you don't have to be afraid anymore, he. The Spider Brother was still laughing at Zenitsu. I don't want to become a spider. I don't want to become an ugly monster like you. You must be something that no one wants. Get out of here. Zenitsu shouted while hugging the tree. HMPH, you want me to give you more poison? Brother Spider said angrily. But at this moment, Zenitsu heard his master's words. In Zenitsu's memory, he climbed up a tree like this and refused to train. Underneath was his master Naruhashi Kiwashima. It was just the inner fear that prevented Zenitsu from looking at the spider brother. He just took a peek and was extremely scared. At the same time, the human being who had turned into a spider was slowly climbing up the tree. Da-ah. Zenitsu covered his face in fear and grabbed his hair, but he was soon shocked, because that handful of hair actually fell out. Recalling what happened during the time period that Spider Brother just mentioned, Zenitsu couldn't help but look at Spider Brother. It doesn't matter if you look at it. In Zenitsu's eyes, the Spider Brother's human head, spider body and blood-red eyes scared him into a coma. Brother Spider saw Zenitsu sleeping and couldn't help but wonder if he was here to kill ghosts. If your head falls to the ground, you will be dead. It's really hard to understand. The sleepy Zenitsu fell straight down. Sudden, Zenitsu's breathing changed after he fell asleep. Full episode Breath of Thunder shape of one thunderbolt flash. Zenitsu closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then turned over and landed on the tree trunk. Using the trunk of his feet as a jumping point, he jumped in front of Brother Spider. Spot poisonous phlegm. The Spider Brother spat out a mouthful of purple venom at Zenitsu. But Zenitsu turned his body slightly and avoided the venom attack. I saw that the venom fell on the tree trunk and a big hole was instantly corroded. He actually twisted his body in the air and avoided the attack. Compared with just now, he seemed to be moving like a different person. Spider Brother showed a surprised expression on his face. Zenitsu landed on the ground and began to hold the handle of the knife again. Full episode Breath of Thunder shape of one thunderbolt flash. Catch him! The Spider Brother shouted and ordered the people who became spider slaves to attack Zenitsu, while he continued to attack Zenitsu with venom. Zenitsu's moves require charging, but due to the interference of the spider slave, his moves were interrupted and he could only keep jumping to dodge attacks. Brother Spider soon discovered something strange about Zenitsu. He has been keeping the same moves since just now, hehe, you can't go wrong this guy. Only knows one moves. Brother Spider laughed crazily. In his eyes, Zenitsu was already a dead man. Hehe, this guy is really good at bluffing people. He is so weak and can still be a ghost hunter. At this time, your body can't move because of the poison. Sure enough, Zenitsu's hand holding the knife was trembling, as if stiff. What the Spider Brother didn't know was that Zenitsu was already recalling the conversation between him and Narubashi Kiwashima when they were training. Practice to the extreme and become a blade stronger than anyone else. Zenitsu moved his body and directly avoided the attack of the spider slave and the poisonous phlegm of the Spider Brother. At this time, Zenitsu remembered what his senior brother Yue said to him, but the toxins in his body made his body become weaker and weaker. Inject me with more venom quickly. The Spider Brother shouted, and the spider slaves swarmed forward, shot a mouthpart from their mouths and attacked Zenitsu. But Zenitsu dodged it again. But this time he dodged, but it made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Zenitsu was half kneeling on the ground, supporting his body with the knife in his hand. Countless spider slaves continue to flock to Zenitsu, until the entire body is covered. The Spider Brother hung upside down in the air and let out a loud laugh. But before he could be happy for a long time, Zenitsu, who was covered by the spider slave, erupted with a powerful aura and knocked away the spider slave crawling on him. The aura on Zenitsu's body continued to grow stronger, and streaks of lightning appeared around him. What's going on, that guy? The air is shaking. The strong airflow directly knocked the Spider Brother down from the air. Zenitsu immediately raised his head. His eyes had already become blank. Breath of Thunder shape of one thunderbolt flash 6 chain. The soil under Zenitsu's feet was instantly shattered by the powerful momentum and floated into the air. Brother Spider was directly shocked by this powerful force and looked at Zenitsu in horror. The lightning was getting stronger. Seeing that the situation was not good, Brother Spider directly controlled the spider silk to escape back into the air. At the same time, he continued to spit poisonous phlegm at Zenitsu. Zizzy. Zenitsu's body turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly dodged it. People disappear. The Spider Brother only saw a yellow lightning moving continuously on the ground and couldn't see Zenitsu's body clearly at all. There's danger. The Spider Brother felt a bad premonition and jumped back to the spider hut on the branch, avoiding Zenitsu's attack. But soon, Zenitsu jumped directly on the spider silk hanging in the air and attacked the Spider Brother at a faster speed. I saw that his figure had turned into a streak of yellow lightning, and he stepped directly on the spider silk to perform 6 consecutive jumps. No. Brother Spider only saw a bolt of lightning rushing towards him. Bangs! Under the full moons. Zenitsu broke through the spider hut and jumped away, still holding the sword in his hand, but the head of the spider brother had been separated from the body. The spider brother's head continued to fall to the ground in the air, and the blood from the fracture fell into the air, forming a beautiful arc. Have I been beheaded by that guy? The spider brother's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at Zenitsu, who was also falling. As I was by that guy. Bangs! The spider brother's body and head fell on the ground, while Zenitsu landed on the spider house. How could something like that happen, a guy who was unable to move due to poison? Brother Spider yelled unwillingly, but it soon turned into ashes. Only the pocket watch he had held in his hand fell to the ground, spinning continuously, make a diddy sound. Zenitsu slowly opened his eyes. At this time he could no longer move and blood was still pouring out of his mouth. He stared blankly at the full moon in the sky. I had a dream. It was a happy dream. In the dream I was strong and I had the ability to protect the weak and those who were in trouble. I was always ready helping people. Grandpa, thanks to you I can become so strong. It's just now I'm dying, Grandpa, goodbye. Zenitsu felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. Quack! A crow's cry directly attracted Zenitsu's attention. I saw a golden little black slowly falling down. A figure also jumped next to Zenitsu at this time, then took out a pill from his arms and put it into his mouth. Zenitsu didn't have the strength to resist, and he couldn't even see clearly the appearance of the person coming, just under the influence of elixir. The poison in Zenitsu's body was disappearing, but the feeling of weakness still lingered around his body. Then the man took out another pill and put it into Zenitsu's mouth. At the same time, he also said, "Unexpectedly, I actually cut off Kachu Shinobu." Feng Yu looked at Zenitsu with a strange look. I didn't expect that we would end up together, Tanjiro. Feng Yu could feel the situation in the entire Spider Mountain. But what puzzled Feng Yu was that with Tanjiro's strength at this time, he could not take down the Spider Father for a while. Tanjiro and Hashibira Inosuke joined forces to resist the Spider Father's attack. The Spider Father has a tall body of several meters, and every blow he hits them both carries terrifying power. Tanjiro and Inosuke didn't dare to resist, but the Nichirin swords in their hands couldn't cut into the Spider's father's body no matter how hard they slashed. Its body is like an extremely hard piece of iron, and every attack that falls on him will make a ding, dong, 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 dong sound. Something's wrong, something's very wrong. Feng Yu looked at Spider's father's body and couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. There seems to be a familiar power on it. At this time, Zenitsu recovered his mental and physical strength after taking the healing and detoxifying pills. He finally saw Feng Yu's appearance clearly. Senior, who are you? Zenitsu saw that Feng Yu was also wearing a Demon Slayer Corps uniform, and knew in his heart that he was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but he didn't know his name. Gah, boys, you don't even know the great Lord Light Pillars. Without waiting for Feng Yu to speak, Zio Hai looked at Zenitsu with contempt and said, "Ah, what a big crow, it's so scary, it can even speak human language. I will be killed." As soon as Zenitsu saw Zio Hai's huge body, he screamed in fright and teleported to hide behind Feng Yu, his body trembling continuously. "Ha ha ha, you are such a useless kid. You are so cowardly that you can become a ghost hunter and kill the ghost here. Boy, did that ghost commit suicide. Otherwise, looking at you like this, you'd probably be scared to death if you saw a ghost." Zio Hai said disdainfully. Feng Yu didn't speak, he just kept thinking about what the special power of Spider's father was. It feels very familiar, but I can't remember where I saw it. At this time, a group of Kachus suddenly appeared in the sky. Feng Yu took a look and saw that the pink and white figure appeared. It was Kachu Shinobu. She rushed here just like in the original work, but at this time Zenitsu had been treated with poison by Feng Yu and his injuries were also healed. Moses, Mr. Feng Yu, long time no see. Kachu Shinobu greeted Feng Yu with a gentle smile. Well, long time no see, Miss Kachu Shinobu. Feng Yu nodded and said, Hey. What a beautiful girl." As soon as Zenitsu saw Kachu Shinobu, his eyes began to light up and his nose began to bleed. "Miss, can you be my girlfriend?" Zenitsu suddenly ran over and knelt down in front of Kachu Shinobu, gently took her hand and said, "Don't." Feng Yu just wanted to stop him. But Zenitsu's body suddenly flew backwards. Help, if I fall from such a height I will die." Zenitsu kept shouting in the air. Feng Yu looked at Zenitsu and couldn't help but shake his head. He also admired Zenitsu's courage in his heart. He even dared to touch Kachu Shinobu's hand. What a naughty child. Kachu Shinobu still had the same smile on her face, but her tone was a little more serious. It was obvious that she was irritated by Zenitsu touching her hand. Okay, then leave these children to me. Kachu Shinobu looked at the group of people on the ground who had become spider slaves and said, Feng Yu didn't say anything, just let Kachu Shinobu jump down and then fed him the antidote one by one. By the way, the power in Torei Tanimori. Feng Yu was startled, and then he remembered what kind of power the spider's father had at this moment. No wonder it's so familiar, it turns out to be like this. Feng Yu couldn't help but look up at the sky and frowned. Did you do this in order to achieve balance after the members of the Demon Slayer Corps obtained the marrow cleansing pill and became stronger? Other side. Tanjiro and Inosuke are still avoiding Spider Father. Attack! Bangs! Spider's father punched the ground directly, and instantly a large pit appeared on the spot, and the water from the creek continued to flow into the pit. Inosuke. Tanjiro shouted, because Inosuke's body was already injured, and now Tanjiro was afraid of what would happen to him due to such high-intensity physical activity. Inosuke didn't answer, he just kept dodging the attacks, but the strengthened Spider Father is not a vegetarian. At this time, both speed and strength have improved a lot compared to the original work. And Inosuke has not taken the marrow cleansing pill from the Demon Slayer Corps, so his overall strength is similar to the original. I saw the Spider Father grabbing Inosuke, and then using his fingers hard. Inosuke only felt a terrible force squeezing his body. The bones in his body were constantly breaking, blood flowed from his mouth, and finally flowed down the wild boar hood to his body. Inosuke's eyes became more and more confused. But he faintly heard a woman's voice which was very gentle, but he couldn't see the appearance clearly. Inosuke. Complete collection breath of water 26 patterns changing flow dance big waves. Tanjiro relied on the flexible movement of the three types to quickly reach the Spider Father's side, and then used the strongest attack of the 10-2 type's earth-shaking wave. Under the absolute attack field, a huge wave as high as the sky was attacking the Spider Father. Crack. Tanjiro's knife directly cut off Inosuke's arm held by the Spider Father, and Inosuke fell to the ground next to the stream with his arm. The blood suddenly dyed the creek red. The Spider Father took a few steps back because of his broken arm. Inosuke, are you okay? Tanjiro came to Inosuke's side, helped him up, then took out the cure Feng Yu gave him and stuffed it into Inosuke's mouth. After Inosuke took the healing pill, he started coughing. The wild boar hood fell to the ground and the blood was coughed out. After coughing up the congestion, Inosuke's face looked much better. Tanjiro, I thought I was dead. Inosuke shouted as if nothing was wrong, but with blood all over his body, only he knew that he had walked away from hell. Tanjiro, I think I saw my mother. Inosuke shouted excitedly. She is a beautiful woman. Tanjiro nodded and said solemnly. Inosuke, we have to find a way to kill him. I suspect that guy is 12 Kazuki. Then Nezuko poked her head out of the wooden box on Tanjiro's back, took out a marrow cleansing pill and put it in Tanjiro's hand. Nezuko, you. Tanjiro was surprised. Nezuko smiled and nodded, then returned to the wooden box. Inosuke, eat this quickly, this will make you stronger. Tanjiro anxiously put the marrow cleansing pill into Inosuke's hand. Inosuke was confused, but he still ate it, soon. Inosuke's body began to feel hot, and then turned red visibly to the naked eye. The originally fair muscle complexion now turned red, as if some rich woman's happy wax had been dripped on it. Ugh! Inosuke shouted. Power, such strong power. Inosuke's nostrils spurted out a burst of hot air like a steam train. Attentive Tanjiro discovered that the muscles on Inosuke's body had become stronger, and the power contained in him became stronger. Tanjiro, stand behind me, I feel endless power now, I want to kill him. Inosuke walked up to Tanjiro, stopped him and said, Inosuke, he is too strong, let's work together to kill him. Tanjiro said anxiously. Just watch from the side first. Breath of the beast, two fangs and sharp blades. Inosuke crossed his swords and slashed at the spider's father. Roar. When the spider father saw Inosuke actively attacking him, he opened his mouth wide and roared, revealing his mouth full of fangs. It's so noisy, monster. Inosuke shouted, with a crazy smile on his face under the boar hood. Inosuke's speed was more than twice as fast as before. The spider father's spider eyes looked at the incoming Inosuke and couldn't help but put his arms on his chest in defense. Ding ding. Inosuke's two swords struck directly at Spider's father's arm, but they were still as indestructible as if they were struck at a block of iron. Roar. Spider's father's face was angry. He originally thought that the little wild boar in front of him would be very powerful and would cut off his own arm just like Tanjiro, who knew it was just a bluff. He couldn't even break his own defense and dared to attack him alone. The spider father was extremely angry at this time and felt that Inosuke had lied to him. The spider father was angry, but Inosuke was confused. This was different from what he thought. Why can't I cut it in? Tanjiro can do it. Inosuke was dumbfounded. The wild boar hood remained motionless like a cute little wild boar. His eyes widened and he stared desperately at the terrifying face of the spider father. What a tragedy, things are really going wrong this time. I should have listened to Tanjiro. Roar! The spider father reacted and punched Inosuke directly. Crack! Inosuke only felt the bones of his body breaking, and then his body continued to fly upside down under the impact of powerful force. Bang! Inosuke flew dozens of meters away, hit a big tree, and lay on the ground covered in blood. He didn't know whether he was dead or unconscious. Inosuke. Tanjiro shouted, full concentration breath of water 2 types water wheel. Tanjiro took advantage of Inosuke's flying attack and rushed forward with a water wheel slash. Brush! Tanjiro's Nichirin sword cut into Spider's father's arm but did not cut it off. Damn, its defense is too strong. Tanjiro's face was extremely anxious. On the one hand, he couldn't see the ghost's body, and on the other hand, he was very worried about Inosuke's condition. Inosuke, you must hold on. What Tanjiro didn't know was that a figure quietly came to Inosuke's side. It's different from the original plot. Feng Yu looked at Inosuke and murmured. Because of his own arrival, Tomioka Yoshiyuki's mission was originally assigned to him, but he was replaced by him, and Inosuke was not alone in dealing with the spider father. There is no interference from Tanjiro over there. Everything at this moment does not follow the direction of the original work. Is there no correction power in this world? Is everything just a coincidence? Feng Yu felt the entire spider mountain and saw Lei teaching Sister Spider a lesson. Feng Yu shook his head and looked at Inosuke, who was lying on the ground. He took out a healing pill from his arms and fed it to Inosuke, then jumped to the top of the tree and watched the battle between Tanjiro and the spider father. Although Tanjiro's strength has become stronger, it has also lacked training, so that it is now difficult to kill even the spider father. However, we can also take advantage of this opportunity to inspire Tanjiro's protagonist's destiny. But it seems a bit too leisurely there. Feng Yu set his sights on Tanjiro, and the smile on his face kept rising. Tanjiro, who was fighting the spider father, suddenly felt a chill on his back and was shocked inside. He thought that Spider's father would use some big move to attack him, but after looking around, he didn't find anything strange. Tired here. Please don't do this. Sister Spider covered her face, her fingers were bleeding continuously. She cried and knelt in front of her tired body, begging for mercy. But Lei just looked at her indifferently, playing with the spider web in his hand. Hey young man, what about domestic violence? Feng Yu fell from the sky and said with a smile. Who are you and what's so funny about this? There was no expression on his tired face, as if treating Sister Spider like this was something not worth mentioning. This is not a family relationship at all. Do you want to see true family love? Feng Yu said, true family affection, tell me where is it? A trace of expectation appeared on Tired's face, and at the same time the spider web in his hand stretched, and he planned to attack Feng Yu. No, have you seen the boy over there carrying the box? The real family love is in that wooden box. If you want to know, hurry up and find out for yourself now. Feng Yu smiled, not caring about Tired's movements at all. If you dare to lie to me, I will cut you into pieces. Lei said in a bad tone, and the extremely sharp spider silk stretched in his hand. I saw Tired's body walking directly in the direction of Tanjiro. The spider threads under his feet were constantly connected. Tired walking on the spider threads like a leisurely stroll in the courtyard, walking leisurely. No matter that Sister Spider was still nailing on the spot. No, don't leave me here. As soon as Sister Spider saw Tired, she walked away, leaving herself and Feng Yu in place, the fear in her heart growing. You seem to be afraid of me, little sister. Feng Yu smiled and walked towards Sister Spider. You, don't come over. Sister Spider looked at Feng Yu with horror on her face. He just used Spider Cocoon to attack Feng Yu, but Feng Yu easily dodged it. Little sister, a sneak attack is not a good thing. Feng Yu walked past her gently, leaned over and spoke in her ear. Please, please let me go. It's just that Sister Spider's body has been turning into ashes. On Tanjiro's side, he was still attacking Spider Father. As the battle lasted longer and longer, Tanjiro gradually began to gain the upper hand, continuously hurting Spider's father. Full collection, breath of water, 21 types big waves. Boom! Half of Spider's father's body was cut off directly by Tanjiro. Damn it, don't hurt my family. The spider father shouted in pain, and then that half of his body healed instantly. At the same time, black gas continued to emit from his body, and then he became taller and his skin began to fall off. This powerful sense of oppression. Tanjiro watched in horror as the spider father shed its skin. Roar! After the molting was successful, black barbs and scales sprouted from the father's body, and he became taller. A strong sense of oppression hit Tanjiro directly. How so? Tanjiro opened his mouth wide, feeling the powerful power in the spider father's body and froze in place. After the spider father shed his skin, he reached a height of 5 meters. Tanjiro was like a dwarf in front of him. A strong body, a strong sense of oppression. The solemn expression on Tanjiro's face became darker and darker, and the cold sweat on his forehead continued to flow. What a powerful sense of oppression. Tanjiro held the Nichirin sword tightly with both hands, as if this could bring him a sense of security. Roar. Don't hurt my family. After the spider father's transformation was completed, he roared and attacked Tanjiro directly. As the spider father ran, Tanjiro felt the ground shaking. The spider father swung his fist and was about to fall on Tanjiro. At this time, Tanjiro reacted from the shock. Full concentration breath of water 3 types flow dance. Tanjiro used a sliding shovel to avoid the terrifying attack that could have smashed him to pieces. He hid behind the spider father. Then jump up. Full concentration breath of water shape of 4 tide of strike. Bite. Tanjiro's knife directly saw the spider's father's neck, but it did not hurt him at all and was directly blocked by his strong defense. Roar. Damn humans. Spider's father reacted and punched Tanjiro with his backhand. Spider father's attack speed is very fast, and Tanjiro is still so close to him. Not good. Time seemed to have stopped, and the fist bigger than his head came straight towards him. Full concentration breath of water shape of land twisting vortex. Tanjiro's body twisted directly, and the huge whirlpool of blue and white water resisted the spider father's fist. But soon Tanjiro's body flew backwards and fell under a big tree. Vomit. Tanjiro spat out a mouthful of blood. It hurts, it hurts. Feeling that several bones in his body were broken, Tanjiro quickly adjusted his breathing method to block the ruptured blood vessels in his body to stop the bleeding. Then he quickly took out a healing pill and ate it. At this time, the spider father rushed over again and wanted to continue attacking Tanjiro. A spark-colored figure appeared immediately, opening his arms and blocking Tanjiro. Get ready for Father Spider to attack, Nezuko. Tanjiro shouted that the person standing in front of him was his sister, Nezuko. At this moment, Nezuko felt Tanjiro's injury and ran out to help Tanjiro regardless of the danger. Hurry up, Nezuko, this guy is too strong, you will get hurt. Tanjiro shouted at Nezuko and tried to get up and pull her away, but as soon as his body moved, a sharp pain swept through his entire body. Ah. It hurts, it hurts. The blood vessel that had just been stopped was now broken again. In desperation, Tanjiro could only readjust his breathing to stop the bleeding. The ground was shaking, and the giant tree in front of him was collapsing. Spider's father used a giant tree in his hand to easily remove the obstacles in front of him. Don't hurt my brothers. Nezuko's eyes were red flames were burning all over her body, and she looked at the spider father angrily. At this time, her body had grown to a state of about 17 years old, with petite ghost horns growing on her forehead and weeping willow-like lines all over her limbs. In the original work, Nezuko's attack power and speed will be greatly increased in this state, and her regeneration ability is far beyond that of ordinary ghosts, but she can still barely maintain her sanity. Although the physical exertion is large, it is not too strenuous. Bang. Nezuko directly charged up and struggled with the spider father. Although Nezuko's body has become larger, her speed is very fast, and she can easily avoid the attack of her spider father. Although Spider Father's strength and defense have improved, his speed has not improved, which also gives Nezuko a chance to fight back. After Nezuko evaded the Spider Father's attack, she used her own vampire technique, Explosive Blood. The blood flowing out of Nezuko covered her claws and kept attacking the back of the Spider Father. At the same time, it continuously exploded and produced high-temperature flames that burned the Spider Father. Nezuko's vampire technique has the special characteristic of burning only what you want to burn. It has the effect of destroying the opponent's vampire technique or poison, and can also severely burn the ghost and make it temporarily unable to regenerate. Spider's father was teased by Nezuko. Although Nezuko did not cause him any serious injuries, the constant pain from his back made him even more excited and angry. Roar. The terrifying momentum directly shook Nezuko away. She grabbed Nezuko and flew into the air. The spider father directly grabbed her ankle and then swung Nezuko away like a cannonball. Nezuko. Tanjiro yelled angrily and regardless of the injuries that had not yet healed. He directly used water breath, 3 forms, and flowing dance to catch Nezuko, who was flying upside down. Tanjiro was seen running towards Nezuko like a stream of water. It's just that the spider father's power is so powerful that Tanjiro simply can't keep up with Nezuko's flying speed. No! Tanjiro saw that Nezuko was about to hit a big tree and couldn't help shouting, "Aha, Kentaro, I'm back again." Inosuke, wearing a boar hood, jumped out and caught Nezuko. Bang! Although Inosuke caught Nezuko, the impact was so strong that the two of them were knocked down under the tree at once. Hateful. Inosuke shouted, then stood up, picked up the 2 swords in his hands, and shouted at the spider father. "Damn monster, I'm here to kill you." Inosuke's body was already covered in dirt and blood, and his originally fair and delicate skin had now turned black, resembling a small black wild boar. "Inosuke, it's great that you're okay." A smile appeared on Tanjiro's face, and the stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell. Although Tanjiro wondered why Inosuke's injuries improved and his strength became stronger, there was no time for him to think about it now. After all, the spider father had already rushed up. "Inosuke, that monster is very slow. This is our advantage. You hold him back and I'll chop off his head," Tanjiro said to Inosuke. Inosuke lost his pride this time and followed Tanjiro's advice. Soon the two of them separated and ran around the spider father. This prevented the spider father's attack from falling on the two of them at all. At the same time, Nezuko also joined the battle, and the 3 of them besieged the spider father together. Inosuke and Nezuko attract the spider father's attack, while Tanjiro is responsible for giving the spider father the final blow. Wait. Tanjiro keeps looking for the fatal blow from the spider father, waiting for the line of death to appear. Roar. The spider father was angered and roared, then he hit the ground with both fists. Boom, boom, boom. The ground sank visibly to the naked eye, followed by shock waves layer by layer, spreading in all directions. The cooperation between the 3 Tanjiro was very successful, but what they didn't know was that the white figure in the sky was watching them. That white figure is exactly where Zixian is tired. He has been watching here for a long time. He saw Nezuko as a ghost helping humans Tanjiro, and he also saw Tanjiro going to save Nezuko regardless of his own injuries. The cooperation between the 3 of them at this time was also noticed by him. My brother, who is a human, has my sister, who is a ghost, and there is such a bond. This is the family I want. I have to get her. Black flames seemed to ignite in Tired's eyes, but soon his brows furrowed. I told you not to disturb me. Lei turned around with a gloomy face and said to Feng Yu, "Ha ha ha, if you want to go find the 2 brothers and sisters, you should at least wait until they finish fighting before going down. Otherwise, if you continue like this, you will be bullying them." "I won't allow it," Feng Yu said with a smile, feeling tired spider silk under his feet. "Aren't you afraid that I'll cut you into pieces?" There was a fierce look in Tired's eyes, and the spiderweb in his hand exuded a sharp silver light under the moonlight. "Ha ha ha, what's the point of fighting and killing? You might as well discuss your family with me," Feng Yu said with a smile while picking up Onigiri in his hand. Under the moonlight, the 2 people stood in the sky. The atmosphere was solemn, as if a war was about to break out. The 3 people below didn't even notice that there were 2 people standing in the sky in the distance, watching them. Now. Tanjiro yelled because he finally saw the death line on the spider father's body. After hearing Tanjiro's words, Nezuko and Inosuke launched a fierce attack together. Die, monster. Inosuke inserted his 2 knives directly into the spider father's neck, while Nezuko burst out with a powerful flame and kicked the spider father in the head. The moment they touched each other, blood-red flames filled the spider father's head and burned continuously. Roar. The spider's father's eyes were burned by the flames and his vision was blocked, and he could not see anything clearly. Suddenly there was a strong burning smell floating in the air. Inosuke's attack was from the front and Nezuko's attack was from the side. The 2 of them harassed the spider's father. Tanjiro jumped up behind him, and a huge blue-white wave fell from the sky and landed on the spider's father's neck. Complete collection breath of water shape of Shido big waves. Whoosh! Tanjiro's knife cut off half of spider's father's neck. Roar! The spider father roared in pain, but because his eyes were injured, and Nezuko's vampire technique has the ability to inhibit ghosts from healing themselves. The spider father was like a blind man, waving his arms around in an attempt to knock Tanjiro and others away. "Kentaro, let me help you." Inosuke saw that Tanjiro's sword couldn't cut in, so he jumped directly to Tanjiro's side and helped Tanjiro swing the Nichirin sword with all his strength. Die, monster! Inosuke yelled and followed Tanjiro to exert force, and the distance the Nichirin sword slashed increased a little more. At this time, seeing this, Nezuko threw out a stream of blood, which landed on Tanjiro's Nichirin sword. The fiery red flame instantly covered the entire Nichirin sword. This is... Tanjiro was overjoyed because as the flames covered it, the Nichirin sword continued to heat up, and the blade was red, exuding terrifying power. Above the sky, Feng Yu, who was constantly dodging tired attacks, noticed something new in the battle on Tanjiro's side. Is that He Dao? Feng Yu looked at the flaming Sun Lun Dao, and couldn't help but think of the appearance of the He Dao in the original work. Ah, monster, go to hell! Tanjiro and Inosuke yelled and pushed together, and finally the Nichirin sword in their hands moved again. I saw the fiery red sword light passing by. Tanjiro and Inosuke landed at the same time under the moonlight. The spider's father's head fell to the ground, and the blood spurting out seemed to dye the sky red. Boom! The spider's father's body collapsed because his head was severed. The moment he fell, a big hole was made in the ground as if the earth was shaking. Don't hurt my family. Father Spider gave his final cry before turning into ashes. Upon seeing this, Tanjiro and others finally collapsed and sat on the ground, gasping for air. The wounds on the body have already scabbed over and everyone is in a mess. Nezuko also consumed a lot of energy because of the vampire technique she just used. But soon, she took out a kit from her arms, took out a healing pill and put it into her mouth. At the same time, one was given to each of Tanjiro and Inosuke. This time, it's really too dangerous. Tanjiro said while touching Nezuko's head, but Inosuke stood there in a daze, motionless in the boar hood. Inosuke. Tanjiro saw this and asked quickly, familiar smell. Inosuke murmured, then moved in front of Tanjiro, staring at him closely. Kentaro, was this what you gave me to eat in my dream? Inosuke stared at him closely. Tanjiro was frightened by Inosuke and had to say quickly, yes, Inosuke, this is the pill I gave you before. After Inosuke was silent for a moment, he sat on the ground again. Just when Tanjiro was about to say something else, his nose smelled a strong smell. At this time, Tanjiro's eyes widened. Inosuke also noticed something strange. He instantly picked up the Nichirin sword with both hands and looked around cautiously. Nezuko, hide behind me. Tanjiro pulled Nezuko behind him, picked up the Nichirin sword in his hand, and looked around cautiously like Inosuke. Can you be my family? Above the sky, a slightly childish voice sounded. I saw Tired slowly falling in front of Tanjiro and the others, looking at Nezuko behind Tanjiro expressionlessly. Ghost! Tanjiro looked at the harmless, tired person in front of him in horror, because he found that the smell on tired person's body was stronger than any ghost he had ever seen. No, there is something in his eyes. He is 12 Kazuki. Tanjiro was shocked and turned to look at Inosuke. I saw Inosuke's body shaking. Kentaro, that guy is so scary. Inosuke said tremblingly, Inosuke, that guy is 12 Kazuki. Tanjiro said, it's just that Inosuke doesn't know what 12 Kazuki means at all. He only knows that the strong sense of oppression on his body makes his beast warning constantly warn him, telling him to run away. That girl, come and become my family, I want your bond so much. A greedy look appeared in Tired's eyes, staring at Nezuko. Nezuko, his target is you, I'm here to hold him back, you can run away later. Tanjiro firmly protected Nezuko behind him, but he never thought that such an action would make Yuri's desire to be bound by them even stronger. I was just tired and didn't get angry, I just quietly admired Tanjiro and Nezuko. That unabashed greed made Tanjiro immediately angry. You guy, I will never give up Nezuko to you. Tanjiro shouted angrily. At this time, Inosuke on the side saw Tanjiro standing in front of him and finally came to his senses, slapping his head with both hands. *** hole, I actually had such an idea. Inosuke knows it well. Kentaro, let's kill this guy with the sword together. Tanjiro glanced at Inosuke and then turned to look at Nezuko. He seemed to have made up his mind. He clenched the knife in his hand instantly and stared at Yui resolutely. A smile appeared on his tired face, not caring about Inosuke and Tanjiro's attacking movements. What a pity. Lei said slowly, and at the same time spider silk appeared in his hand. Inosuke, here we come. Bang! The white spider silk was instantly controlled by tired fingers to attack Tanjiro. After the spider silk passed by, it was cut flat. The powerful force directly cut a large tree into 2 sections, and the smooth cuts showed the sharpness of the spider silk. Tanjiro pushed Nezuko away, and he and Inosuke divided into 2 groups to attack Terui together. But tired, he just looked at the 2 of them indifferently. The spider silk in his hands seemed to be alive, always forcing Tanjiro and the two to not attack even half a step, and could only keep dodging. Not long after, the two began to pant. "Little brother, let me discuss something with you, that sister of yours. Give your sister to me and leave it to me obediently." Tired also stopped attacking at this time, stretched out his hand towards Tanjiro and said, "Kentaro, we can't get close to him like this." Inosuke yelled with an angry expression on his face, but soon without giving him a chance to breathe, a spider thread attacked instantly, and Inosuke could only start to dodge the attack again. Noisy. Tired of looking at Inosuke, his eyes started to look evil. Go to hell. I saw Lei attacking Inosuke directly with the spider web-like steel wire. The speed was so fast that Inosuke was stunned. The silver-white spider web was so close in front of his eyes. At this distance, it was impossible for Inosuke to avoid it. The spider web attacks with a force that destroys everything. Time seemed to have stopped. Inosuke's hands were trembling. "I'm going to die." "Inosuke!" Tanjiro shouted. Full concentration, breath of water, 3 types flow dance. Tanjiro's figure instantly appeared in front of Inosuke. Breath of water, shape of Shi, calm and calm. The absolute defense field of breath of water unfolded, and the spider silk was blocked. However, although it was blocked, the powerful force was still attacking the blue and white field. Tanjiro gritted his teeth. Only he knew how powerful and terrifying the power of this spider silk was. "Inosuke, leave quickly." I saw that the blue-white field was constantly cracking under the erosion of the silver-white spider webs. Crack. The cracks in the realm are getting bigger and bigger, and only Tanjiro can hear that the realm is about to be broken. Inosuke didn't have time to recover and was pushed away by Tanjiro. The spider web that could cut a person into pieces was about to fall on Tanjiro. At this time, a figure with long hair, wearing a pink kimono and a black hayori stood in front of Tanjiro. "No!" Tanjiro shouted, but it was too late. The spider thread fell directly on Nezuko. Whoosh. Countless blood spurted out from Nezuko's body. Tanjiro was protected and intact behind Nezuko. The blood floated out from the air and splashed onto Tanjiro's face. The fatigue of controlling the spider silk with 5 fingers was also shocked. He couldn't help but put away his attack, his eyes widened, and his whole body began to tremble non-stop. "Nezuko." Tanjiro quickly caught Nezuko, who was about to fall to the ground, then picked her up and ran into the forest to hide under a big tree. "Nezuko, Nezuko. You protected your brother, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Tears began to overflow from Tanjiro's eyes and the worry was evident on his face. "Fufufu, your such bond, really, makes me so happy." With an extremely greedy desire on his tired face, he started to walk slowly towards Tanjiro without paying attention to Inosuke beside him. "The wound is so deep, my wrist is almost broken. Get well soon, get well soon." Tanjiro carefully joined Nezuko's wrists together due to injuries. "Aha." Nezuko let out a painful groan. "Wrong." An idea suddenly flashed in Tanjiro's mind, and he felt like rummaging through his arms quickly. Finally, he found a kit, took out a healing elixir and fed it to Nezuko. Under the healing power of the elixir and the ghost itself, Nezuko's wounds began to heal continuously. "That's great, it's useful. Thank you, senior brother Feng Yu." Tanjiro saw a happy expression on his face when he saw that Nezuko's wounds were constantly healing. Brother and sister ... brother and sister. This is the real brother and sister. Although Lei was confused as to what the pills Tanjiro fed Nezuko were, he saw Tanjiro's extremely worried expression on Nezuko. "Obviously my sister is already a ghost, but she can still do this. What an enviable bond." Lei was so happy at this moment that he even forgot about being harassed by that annoying guy before. On the contrary, he started to thank him from the bottom of his heart for letting him see what a real family looks like. "That guy didn't lie to me, this is the real family. I want it so bad." Lei felt that his heart was beating constantly, his chest was rising and falling, and his mood was getting higher and higher. "Little brother, come out first and let's talk." After calming down, he still planned to greet Tanjiro in a polite manner. Tanjiro didn't respond to him. At this time, he only saw the injured Nezuko and couldn't listen to Tired's words at all. "I am really touched. Seeing your bond, I understand the meaning of a true family. This makes my body tremble constantly. I think there are no words in the world to describe this feeling. But you still have to be killed by me, feel very sad. If it evolves into this ending, but there is only one way to avoid such an ending, that sister of yours, give her to me and I will spare your life." Lei stretched out a hand again and invited. "I don't understand what you're talking about," Tanjiro said while hugging Nezuko tightly. "I want your sister to become my sister starting today." Lei said calmly, how could I agree to such a thing, and Nezuko is not an object. She has her own thoughts and consciousness, she will not become your sister. Tanjiro said in a hoarse voice, don't worry, you don't have to worry about this, I am better than you at maintaining the bond. That is the bond of fear, and I will teach her the consequences of resisting. There was a hint of disdain on his tired face. There's a limit to joking. Tanjiro shouted angrily. Using fear to bind cannot be regarded as a family bond at all. If you cannot adjust your misunderstanding of the bond, you will not be able to get what you want. You are so noisy. Don't speak so loudly, okay? You and I really don't get along. There was a hint of impatience on his tired face. Tanjiro gently touched Nezuko's head and stood up silently. The Nichirin sword in his hand looked so dazzling under the moonlight. Tanjiro walked out of the forest with determined eyes and stood in front of Tired. I will not hand Nezuko over to you. But Tiredly said it calmly, not taking Tanjiro seriously at all. Okay, it doesn't matter, I'll kill you and then take her away. Perhaps without Nezuko, Tanjiro would have died by tired hands. I'll chop your head off first. Tanjiro shouted, it's so powerful, if you can do it, try it. A crazy smile appeared on his tired face, and he couldn't help but cover half of his face with one hand. If you have the ability to defeat me, 12 Kazuki. Lei lifted up his hair that covered half of his face, revealing his other eye. The font of Xia Xianwu is clearly written on those eyes. Family, the father has the responsibility of a father, the mother has the responsibility of a mother. The parents protect the children, and the older siblings protect the younger siblings. No matter what happens, risking your life to protect it, this is the responsibility of the family. I think that people who don't understand their responsibilities have no need to live. How are you and what are your responsibilities? Your duty is to leave your sister to me and then disappear. If you can't even do this, then you will only die because you can't defeat me. Tired eyes looked at Tanjiro coldly. 12 Kazuki, what a powerful ability. This kid is indeed the real 12 Kazuki, his strings are so terrifying. What should I do? Tanjiro knew it, holding the Nichirin sword tightly with both hands, the blood on his face had dried. What an annoying look, sparkling, so stupid. Do you still want to beat me? Looking at Tanjiro's eyes, Lei couldn't help but feel angry. The spider silk in his hand shot out from the fifth command and attacked Tanjiro. Coming! Tanjiro was prepared for defense, but the spider silk passed directly past him, flew behind him, tied Nezuko directly and pulled her out. Nezuko. Tanjiro shouted. Bite! Tanjiro jumped up and the Nichirin sword struck the spider silk, making a crisp sound. So hard. Nezuko was caught before his eyes and fell into Lei's arms. I took your sister away. Are you aware of your responsibilities? Lei Wu shook the silver-white spider silk between his fingers and said calmly to Tanjiro. Let her go. Tanjiro shouted and rushed forward. I said as long as you don't resist, I can spare your life. Although Nezuko in Lei's arms recovered from her injuries, she was imprisoned by Lei's powerful power and could not break free at all. The ghost claw in Nezuko's hand grew longer, blood flowed out, fiery red flames ignited, and she directly scratched Tired's cheek with one claw. Terui didn't react, he just flicked the spider silk in his hand and attacked Tanjiro. So fast. Tanjiro lowered his head sharply and avoided the attack, but the tip of his ear was still touched. Blood continued to flow out, but Tanjiro saw a scene that made him even more angry. Nezuko is missing. Tanjiro looked up and saw that Nezuko was no longer in his tired arms. Sudden. Above the sky, a little blood dripped down and landed on Tanjiro's face. Ah. Tanjiro looked up and was stunned. Above the moonlight, the spider threads from all directions were wrapped around Nezuko's body. Every entanglement had a bottomless wound, and the blood from the wound dripped to the ground as if it was free. Nezuko. Tanjiro shouted with his eyes widened. Nezuko's expression was extremely painful, but Tired on the other side said indifferently, It's so noisy, but I won't die this way. She is a ghost, but I still have to educate her well and let her continue to bleed for the time being. The wound on Tired's face caused by Nezuko's attack healed instantly, and was not affected by Nezuko's vampire technique at all. If you still don't obey, just leave it like this until sunrise and let her bake it a little bit. Tired looked at Tanjiro calmly, let me go Nezuko. Tanjiro rushed forward, but countless spider threads appeared on his tired fingertips, constantly attacking him. Let me go Nezuko. Tanjiro quickly dodged the spider silk attack, but there was still a spider silk with black smoke coming from the side. Full concentration breath of water shape of 11 and one common calm. The blue field expanded, blocking the attack. Bite. The blue-white field broke open. And at the same time, the Nichirin sword in Tanjiro's hand was broken directly. How could this happen? The Nichirin sword is broken. Tanjiro's forehead was bleeding continuously. If he hadn't turned his head in time just now, his head would have fallen to the ground. I'm sorry, Master Rentaki, Mr. Steel moaned. Nichirin sword ... It's all my fault that my sword broke because of my lack of skill. Tanjiro looked at the Nichirin sword with only a blade left in his hand, and said with understanding. Now the only knife in your hand that can kill me is broken, how else can you kill me? Tyre immediately threw out countless spider webs and rushed towards Tanjiro, only causing him to fall down but not killing him. Tired and leisurely, he walked up to Tanjiro and kicked Tanjiro in the chest. The powerful force caused him to be kicked away. It's just that their fight was seen by Feng Yu in the sky. Tanjiro won't be ruined. I still want to wait for the breath of the sun to appear. Nezuko saw that Tanjiro was injured and kept struggling. But the more he struggled, the tighter the spider threads became and the deeper the wound became. No, Nezuko. When Tanjiro saw Nezuko's breath stopped, he endured the severe pain and rushed forward. Full concentration, the breath of water, the pattern of picking up the flow of life. Oh, how ridiculous. Tired of throwing out countless spider webs to attack Tanjiro, but there wasn't even a trace of expression change on his face. I can definitely do it, I can definitely do it. Dang dang dangs. Tanjiro cut off all the spider threads in front of him. Yes, that's it. As long as you get close to him, you can kill him. Tanjiro couldn't help but become nervous when he saw Tyre getting closer and closer to him. Haha, you really p*** me off. Go to hell, vampire technique, engraved prison. I saw blood flowing out of my tired hands, and countless spider threads turned into blood red and woven into a web wrapping Tanjiro. Feng Yu in the sky is ready to rescue Tanjiro at any time. But soon, the blood-red spider web was cut directly by a burst of red flames, and Tanjiro's body rushed out instantly. God of Fire Kagura round dance. Tanjiro's broken blade was glowing with fiery red flames, and he kept cutting off the spider silk that attacked him. Even though his body was cut and bruised by the spider silk, Tanjiro did not stop. He only had one goal in his heart, that just cut off tired neck. Even if both sides suffer, I will kill you. He just kept retreating tiredly, and the bloody spider threads gathered around him kept gathering, and they were about to cut Tanjiro into several pieces. Sudden, Kintaro, I'm comings. Inosuke suddenly rushed out and stood directly in front of Tanjiro. Breath of the beast fang of Wu crazy fang split. Ding the dings ding. The gathering blood-colored spider threads were resisted by Inosuke, but the blood on his body had dyed his body red. Bangs! Tanjiro's knife hit Tired's neck. Ah, this is the bond between me and my family. Kiang! A flash of fiery red flashed, and a white head flew into the sky and landed on the ground, and its tired body collapsed. Inosuke and Tanjiro also fell to the ground at the same time, but blood began to pour out of Inosuke's body. After Tired's head was chopped off, the spider threads binding Nezuko disappeared. Her body began to fall straight to the ground. Inosuke, Nezuko. Tanjiro slowly opened his eyes, but the tearing pain coming from his chest made his vision gradually blurred. Inosuke. Tanjiro used all his strength to crawl towards Inosuke's body bit by bit, but every time he moved, the severe pain made him groan. As Tanjiro dragged his body, a long trail of blood was drawn out on the ground. Finally, relying on his last strength, Tanjiro crawled to Inosuke's side and put his finger to the nose under the boar's hood. It's okay, I just fainted. Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief, but the pool of blood under Inosuke's body made him feel faintly afraid. Nezuko. Tanjiro's gaze shifted to Nezuko in the distance. At this time, Nezuko was also motionless, as if she had lost her breath. Is my breathing too disordered? Tanjiro said with difficulty, sudden. The ringing in my ears is so severe. Tanjiro covered his head and spit out a mouthful of blood. He completely fell to the ground, lying on his back, gasping for air. Severe pain is everywhere in my body. I have to hurry up. Get back to normals, I have to keep fighting. Tanjiro took out the only healing pill left in his body from his arms. Sudden, a strong smell of blood poured into his nose. The smell of blood has become stronger. By the way, I didn't smell the smell of turning into ashes. Could it be? Whoosh. The healing pill in Tanjiro's hand was snatched away by a piece of spider silk. Is this what made your injuries heal? Tired body manipulated the spider silk to pick up the healing elixir and said, MJU4NDA20C3 Autumn Furrend MWMDCZ OJK equals. Soon my tired body and head returned to their original positions perfectly. How could this happen? I have obviously cut off his head. Tanjiro looked tired in disbelief. Do you think you've defeated me? It's so pitiful. Did you get happiness by relying on sad delusions? I cut off my head with my own threads. Before you chop my head off. Tired and cold, he looked at Tanjiro, who kept crawling forward. Enough is enough. I'm going to kill you and your sister and that wild boar over there. I haven't been this angry in a long time. Lei slowly stretched out his blood-red hands and a spider web formed instantly. Vampire art, killing eyes. A blood-red circle appeared around Tanjiro, surrounding him. The blood-colored spider threads are flying continuously, the soil is flying and the surroundings are filled with dust and mist. Don't be impatient, don't lose your breath. Tanjiro didn't dare to move for a moment. He was lying on the spot adjusting his breathing. But every time he took a breath, the tearing feeling of his body would sweep through his body. Damn it, all the healing pills are in Nezuko, the only one. I saw a blood-red spider web forming in the sky, falling straight in the direction of Tanjiro. Full concentration breath of light shape of Wu flash of light. Silvery white light flashed through, and the blood-red cobwebs in the sky instantly dissipated. It seems like someone is coming. Before Tanjiro fell into coma, he saw a familiar figure and murmured. The dust and smoke dispersed. Feng Yu's figure appeared. Feng Yu gently bent down and stuffed the healing pill into Tanjiro's mouth. Have a good rest, you did a good job, just leave the rest to me. Feng Yu said softly. Then he looked at Lei and the smile on his face gradually brightened. First of all, I want to thank you for bringing back the breathing method that your boss fears most. Secondly, you made them so miserable, which makes me a little angry. It's you be *****D again. I made you run away not long ago, but I didn't expect you to show up again. You insult me again and again. Go to hell's bug. Vampire technique carving system rotation. Countless blood-red spider threads appeared, spinning continuously to form a giant swirling cocoon, attacking directly towards Feng Yu. Full concentration breath of water shape of 11 and 1 calm and calm. The rough blue and white water waves appeared, and Feng Yu stood there quietly. The tired giant bloody cocoon passed directly through Feng Yu's body, but as soon as it touched Feng Yu's threads, all of them broke. How could this happen? That kid is obviously not that strong even when he uses this move. Lei was shocked that his strongest vampire technique had no effect on Feng Yu. Are you done yelling? Then it's my turn. Breath of water shape of she two big waves. Feng Yu's figure passed by Lei in an instant, and then Lei's head fell to the ground. What a terrible move. Lei looked at Feng Yu standing in the distance, with a hint of fear in his eyes. From the moment Tired's head fell to the ground, there seemed to be no movement in the entire Spider Mountain. Members of the hidden organization, led by Kachu Shinobu, continued to clean the battlefield. Those who were not dead were found one by one, put on stretchers and treated quickly. Zenitsu followed Kachu Shinobu, looking at her fearfully. Kill, kill, I must kill those brothers and sisters. The tired head kept shouting. At the same time, memories that had been buried deep in my mind began to emerge. It was a snowy day. He was born with a weak body and had never run. Even walking was painful. I am a weak person, born this way. I have never run. Even walking is painful. Until that day when Master Wuhan appeared. He said he was here to save me. My parents have not been happy at all since I became a ghost, because after gaining a strong body, I cannot touch the sun and have to eat people to survive. I heard a great story before. The story of a father who died to save his son from drowning in the river. I thought this was a wonderful bond. I thought that the father who died in the river fulfilled his father's duty. It's just why my father wants to kill me. My mother would just cry on the sidelines and do nothing. She also didn't protect me who was about to be killed. I killed them. I thought the bond between us wasn't real. I recalled that my parents were lying in a pool of blood. My mother's body was still shaking, and she kept saying sorry words. I'm sorry, I couldn't give you a strong body, I'm sorry. As soon as she said those words, my mother stopped breathing, she was dead. Because of my anger, I failed to understand what my father meant. He planned to bear the responsibility for the murder I committed, and go to hell with me. At that moment, I suddenly understood. What is a real bond, but I cut it off with my own hands. Because I can't stand what I did. Even if I realize my mistakes, I still have to pretend not to know. The tired, headless corpse kept walking towards Tanjiro, but it turned into ashes faster. Every day, I miss them so much. Even if I create a false family, I still can't stop feeling empty. I am becoming stronger and stronger, but no one protects me and protects me. At the same time, the memory of being a human being gradually disappears. It's becoming increasingly unclear what I want to do. The tired body fell beside Tanjiro, but no matter how he stretched out his hands, He could no longer grasp the family and bonds he had always longed for. I kept trying to reach out, but couldn't touch anything. At this time, Tanjiro, who was sleeping, seemed to sense something, and he couldn't help but raise his hand and put it on tired body. Such warm hands like sunshine. I remembered, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Please forgive me, but I should go to hell for killing so many people, and I won't be with my father and mother. Let's go to the same place. The tears continued to flow out and finally turned into ashes and floated into the air. No, let's go together. A pair of familiar and warm hands placed on the back of Lei Si, who was sitting on the ground, and said softly, "Even hell's tired." Lei's father and mother stayed with Lei, and then the three of them disappeared into the world together. Feng Yu saw Tired Soul and his parents through the transparent world, and he didn't know what to say. Tired's head and body finally turned into ashes, leaving only a piece of white clothes falling to the ground. Feng Yu walked gently to Inazuk and stuffed the healing pill into his mouth. Then he came to Nezuko and asked her to take the healing pill as before. At this time, Nezuko's injuries had completely recovered, but she was still in a coma. Although Tanjiro also fell into a deep sleep, tears were still flowing from his eyes. The hand that was stretched out on Yu's back was now firmly grasping the white Hagoromo. As if feeling tired sadness, Tanjiro instinctively wanted to firmly grasp Tired's soul. The clothes are nice. Feng Yu pushed Tanjiro's hand away, picked up the tired clothes and kept praising him. This quality, tusk, it's really a good material. The material of Lei's clothes is probably made of his own spider silk. Holding it in your hand, you can feel that this clothes has a lot of defensive capabilities. Demon Slayer's clothes are really different. First it was the Demon Slayer core uniform, then the tired clothes. If these materials were placed in the previous life, they would not be the top fashion. Sudden, countless purple Kachu shadows appeared in the sky. Sure enough, it's still here. The feather fabric with the Kachu wing pattern spreads out in the air like a dancing Kachu, but the speed is many times faster. The slender blade and the sharp hook in his hand were attacking Nezuko directly. Bite. Feng Yu blocked Kachu Shinobu's attack. Kachu Shinobu turned over and flew several meters away from the air, looking at Feng Yu with a smile on his face. Why do you want to hinder me, Feng Yu-kun? Kachu Shinobu held the knife in his hand, his eyes never leaving Nezuko's body. That's a ghost. As pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, we want to kill all the ghosts in the world. What's going on? Kachu Shinobu's tone of voice became more and more serious, and Feng Yu could feel the anger, disappointment, and confusion in her heart. Feng Yu-kun, you are not recognized by everyone. You have even violated the purpose of our Demon Slayer Corps. Kachu Shinobu slowly raised the knife in his hand and said to Feng Yu-kun, please get out of the way. Hey, what a headache. Feng Yu looked at Kachu Shinobu and shook his head, but he got the onakiri in his hand. Senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro's voice came from behind Feng Yu, and he was seen covering his head and looking at Feng Yu in confusion. That is, Tanjiro looked at Kachu Shinobu. Then he quickly ran to Nezuko and held her in his arms. Listen, Tanjiro, from now on, hold your sister and run as fast as possible. Do you still remember what I told you at the beginning? You have to become stronger and stronger. Strong enough to withstand anyone who would harm your sister. Now is the time to fulfill this sentence. Feng Yu said seriously, protect my sister. Tanjiro had doubts on his face, but after seeing Kachu Shinobu's appearance and thinking of his sister, he instantly understood what Feng Yu meant. Autumn Bean Sack. Beautiful sister, although she is a ghost, but she is my sister, she has never eaten anyone. So, Tanjiro said while hugging Nezuko tightly, I see, but ghosts are very dangerous. Although she is very pitiful and she is your sister, so, I will make her not feel any pain, using the gentlest method help you kill her. Kachu Shinobu said softly while raising the thin knife in his hand. Tanjiro, if you don't leave quickly, how long will you wait? Feng Yu cursed angrily. Tanjiro hugged his sister and ran back quickly, but the injuries on his body had not fully healed. Every step he took, he felt severe pain. Feng Yu-kun, you have violated the team rules. The smile on Kachu Shinobu's face disappeared and he attacked Feng Yu directly. I haven't competed with Mr. Feng Yu for a long time, and I don't know what level your strength has reached now. Other side, Tanjiro was still running. Although the pain on his body made him extremely uncomfortable, he still gritted his teeth and did not give up. On the contrary, he continued to adjust his breathing. It's just that what he doesn't know is... There was a figure chasing after him, constantly jumping in the forest. It's so uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. It's impossible for me not to quit the Demon Slayer Corps. Even though I'm my biological sister, a ghost hunter with a ghost by his side is not recognized by everyone. Tanjiro said with a confused look on his face. Feng Yu-kun, are you serious? Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but said when he saw that his attack was blocked again. I can't help it. I can't let you come forward. After all, I promised a certain person. Feng Yu shook his head helplessly. Kachu Shinobu, although I know there is another person chasing Tanjiro, but he is also the most suitable. Feng Yujun, how do you know that I am not alone? Kachu Shinobu looked surprised and couldn't help but cover his mouth and said, Don't worry about how I know it. In short, I won't let you pass. Feng Yu's Anakiri was firmly inserted into the soil and stood upright, with both hands on the handle of the knife. Like a great master, one man could block it and no one could open it. It's so awesome, Feng Yu-kun. Kachu Shinobu praised. She could feel the pressure coming from Feng Yu at this time, and she also understood that she was no match for him. Diamo, what I'm best at is speed, Mr. Feng Yu. Kachu Shinobu jumped up, past Feng Yu directly and chased in the direction of Tanjiro. You underestimate me too much, Kachu Shinobu. I told you that you can't make it if you can't make it. Feng Yu's figure disappeared immediately and appeared in front of Kachu Shinobu in an instant, blocking her way. Feng Yu-kun, are you sure you want to do this? Kachu Shinobu said in a bad tone. Feng Yu nodded and sat in front of Kachu Shinobu. Kachu Shinobu changed directions several more times, but Feng Yu always appeared in front of her and stopped her. After several more raids, Kachu Shinobu gave up completely. In her eyes, Feng Yu in front of her was simply a scoundrel. No matter which direction you sprint from, you will always be blocked by him. Feng Yujun, I didn't expect that your speed has become so powerful. It seems that after not seeing you for a few months, your strength has improved a lot. Kachu Shinobu gritted his teeth and said with a smile. The veins on his forehead were bulging. It was obvious that he was angry. Feng Yu nodded without thinking, but in Kachu Shinobu's eyes, this performance was more like showing off. The fists in his hands clenched involuntarily. Just thinking of Feng Yu's strength, Kachu Shinobu simply sat cross-legged on the branch, and there was no trace of the nervousness on his face that he was worried about Tanjiro's escape. On the other side, Tanjiro, who was running away frantically with Nezuko in his arms, did not realize that the man behind him was wearing a Demon Slayer Corps uniform. The uniform was often worn with a white cape with a dark pink bow tie. The figure wearing a knee-length black pleated skirt and white boots has already caught up with him. Nezuko. Tanjiro, who was running quickly, found that Nezuko had woken up and was looking at him with her big, flashing pink eyes. Great, Nezuko, you finally woke up. A smile appeared on Tanjiro's face, and the stone in his heart fell, but a powerful force pressed directly on his back, and he fell to the ground without any time to defend himself. Nezuko and his arms fell to the ground and rolled several meters away. Nezuko. Tanjiro shouted, trying to get up and grab Nezuko, but the weight on his back prevented him from moving. A figure flashed over his head, and at the same time there was a light touch on his back. The huge word Annihilation is clearly printed on the back of that figure. Demon Slayer Corps clothes. Tanjiro suddenly came to his senses and then shouted, Nezuko, run as fast as you can. Tanjiro wanted to scream at the top of his lungs, telling Nezuko to run away because he knew that the person in front of him was definitely here to kill Nezuko. Nezuko slowly opened her eyes and looked at Tanjiro, but soon, Kanao jumped directly in front of Nezuko. The Nichirin sword in my hand is about to fall. Sudden, Kanao's body was pulled backwards by a force, and he finally sat heavily on Tanjiro's body, seeing Nezuko still in a daze. Tanjiro quickly shouted, Hurry up, run quickly, run with all your strength. Hearing Tanjiro's words, Nezuko quickly got up and ran away. But soon, Kanao, who was sitting on his back, hit him on the back of the head with his heel. Tanjiro also fainted and fell unconscious. Therefore, Kanao quickly chased after Nezuko. Soon, Nezuko was chased by Kanao, who has been training for many years. The Nichirin sword in his hand slashed straight towards Nezuko's neck. Just when she was about to hit Nezuko, her body shrunk and she avoided Kanao's attack. This surprised Kanao. Looking at Nezuko's small body, he couldn't help but said in his heart, the body has become a child. But soon, Kanao continued to chase after her expressionlessly, waving the Nichirin sword in his hand to chop at Nezuko. It's just that Nezuko's body has become smaller and her dodge skills seem to be fully activated. Kanao's attacks can't touch a hair on her. You only run away but don't attack me. What's going on? Kanao looked at Nezuko's running figure and fell into deep thought. Nezuko's fiery red hair kept flying in the air, burning like a ball of flame. I don't need to think too much, just follow the instructions and kill this ghost. Kanao is still chasing Nezuko, but he has already made up his mind. Other side. Kachu Shinobu and Feng Yu were on the branches of a big tree, and the faint silver light from the full moon in the sky shone on their faces. Feng Yu-kun, you violated team rules by protecting ghosts because you hindered the task of killing ghosts, and I attacked you to drive away ghosts, so my attack is considered a legitimate act. Kachu Shinobu said with a smile. Feng Yu looked at her without saying anything. Kachu Shinobu saw that Feng Yu didn't speak, so he was silent for a while and continued. Feng Yu-kun, can you teach me how to quickly improve my strength? Kachu Shinobu looked at Feng Yu with a look of expectation in his eyes. At this time, Kachu Shinobu has also regarded Feng Yu as a new Demon Slayer Corps member whose strength far exceeds his own. To be honest, Mr. Feng Yu, you really feel like you are not from this world, because you are very mysterious and your talent is very powerful. If I hadn't checked your background and place of birth, I really doubt that you are not from this world. Kachu Shinobu said calmly. But when Feng Yu heard Kachu Shinobu's words, his heart couldn't help but ripples appeared. Am I so obvious? Feng Yu asked himself in his heart. Elixirs that do not belong to this world will increase their strength by a lot every once in a while. In the past, I might have been able to tell what stage your strength was at, but now I can't tell. All I can feel is my intuition. You can easily defeat me. Kachu Shinobu looked into the distance with a smile and said, It would be great if I had your talent and strength so that I can avenge my sister. Kachu Shinobu looked at the full moon in the sky, his eyes were slightly red, and there was a trace of silver in the corners of his eyes. Feeling the sadness in Kachu Shinobu's heart, Feng Yu sighed slightly in his heart. He also wants to teach Kachu Shinobu to open the stripes or the transparent world, but no matter which one it is, the conditions for opening it are extremely difficult. This is difficult, very difficult. Feng Yu said while looking at Kachu Shinobu. Is it true, Mr. Feng Yu, are you planning to teach me? Kachu Shinobu was immediately ecstatic. Feng Yu nodded and then said, I'm not sure if I can help you reach that state, but I can pass on my experience to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Feng Yu, then I won't be angry with you for hindering me just now. At this time, the crows in the distance suddenly began to shout, Send the order, send the order. Capture Tanjiro and Nezuko and bring them back to the headquarters immediately. Take the two of them back to the headquarters immediately. All members of the Demon Slayer Corps on Spider Mountain stopped what they were doing and looked up at the crows circling in the sky. Tanjiro and the ghost Nezuko take them back to the headquarters immediately after they are captured. Tanjiro is wearing an Ikematsu-style Hayori, has a wound on her forehead, and has a bamboo tube pressed against her mouth. Take Nezuko back immediately. Kanao looked at the whirling crows, approached Nezuko and said, Are you Nezuko? Kachu Shinobu started to jump off the branch, and Feng Yu followed closely after seeing this, and began to return to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. On the other side, members of the Demon Slayer Corps also began to discover Nezuko and Tanjiro. That's all. Nezuko and Tanjiro were brought back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. With the departure of Feng Yu and Kachu Shinobu, the hidden members of the Demon Slayer Corps also began to clean up the rear, cleaning the battlefield and searching for the wounded. Finally, one of them found Inosuke who had been left on the ground by Fuyu. Is it human? One of the Yin members picked up a wooden stick and carefully poked Inosuke's boar hood. This guy is wearing a team uniform. This is put on, he is a human being. The boar's hood was flipped open, revealing Inosuke's face. This guy is covered in blood, he is probably seriously injured. Take him back quickly. The Yin members saw that Inosuke's body was covered in blood and dirt, and mistakenly thought that Inosuke was seriously injured. So I picked up Inosuke and walked back. He did not realize that Inosuke was sleeping soundly at this time, and the injuries on his body had already been healed by the healing pill. Other side. Zenitsu followed the Yin members and began to treat poisoned and injured Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen. After Tanjiro and Nezuko were taken away, Kanao also came here to direct everyone's work. Under her guidance, everyone does their work in an orderly manner. So awesome. And who are they? They are cleaning up the aftermath so quickly and reliably, and that girl seems to be the girl who participated in the final selection. Her hair accessories are very similar to those of women who rolled up the wounded in layers. Zenitsu's mind recalled the figure of Kachu Shinobu. Is this person going to be sent to us too? The hidden member said while holding the man who turned into a spider with only one head left. Yes, send all the injured to us. I will hunt the ghosts that appear nearby. You can work with peace of mind. Kanao saw that her command was no longer needed at the scene, so she started patrolling the surrounding area with her Nichirin sword. Out of curiosity about Kanao, Zenitsu also followed her and started patrolling with her. Night fades. Light once again covers the earth. All Demon Slayer Corps members who were out on missions received the news and rushed to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to gather. Feng Yu was no exception. Together with Kachu Shinobu, led by the hidden members, they came to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, waiting for everyone to arrive. Soon, people came one after another. Counting Feng Yu, only the Feng Pillar Shinazugawa Sanya has not yet arrived, and the rest have all arrived. Tomioka Ju saw Feng Yu also nodded and stood next to him waiting. Soon, Tanjiro and the box containing Nezuko were carried up by the hidden members and placed in front of everyone. The wind is sunny, and the fragrance of wisteria flowers is floating in the air. Tanjiro, who was still sleeping, faintly heard someone calling him. Get up, get up, get up, do you hear me? You guys, hey. How long are you going to sleep? Why don't you get up quickly? Godu, who was called Hidden Pillar by netizens in his previous life, said angrily. Why don't you get up quickly? Tanjiro frowned and then opened his eyes sharply. What? I heard that there is a Demon Slayer Corps member with a ghost. I expected him to be a gorgeous and ruthless character, but why is he just an ordinary guy? Sound Pillar Yusui Tenjin said, slightly disappointed. Okay, the next step is to judge this young man with a ghost. Enju Xingshulang shouted. He has been protecting his sister who turned into a ghost. The love between brother and sister is so touching. What a strong child. Kanroji Mitsuri blushed and said. Feng Yu didn't speak at the side, just looked at them quietly. Who are they? Because Tanjiro's hands were tied, he could only look up at the crowd, but he was quickly pinned to the ground by Godu beside him. There's no room for you to talk here, idiot, especially in front of Zhu. Zhu has the same status as senior brother Feng Yu, but this is where. Tanjiro looked at everyone in shock, and was extremely shocked in his heart, because he heard from Ningtaki Sakanji's mouth what Kohashi represents in the Demon Slayer Corps and what kind of powerful power he possesses. Senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro turned his attention to Feng Yu. Feng Yu looked at him and nodded, signaling him not to speak. This is the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. You will now be put on trial, Kamado Tanjiro. Kachu Shinobu said, before the trial begins, let me explain the crime you committed. Before Kachu Shinobu could finish speaking, he was interrupted by another voice. There is no need for a trial. The behavior of protecting ghosts is obviously a violation of team rules. We can handle it with just a few of us and behead him together with the ghosts. Purgatory and Juro shouted. Then let me chop off their heads and let the blood splatter gorgeously. I will do this. There is no most gorgeous thing, only more gorgeous. Yusui Tenjin looked at Tanjiro proudly and said, That's enough, no one of you can touch them without the leader's orders. Feng Yu couldn't stand listening anymore and said directly, then came to Tanjiro and looked at the pillars head-on. Feng Yu-jun. Kachu Shinobu covered his mouth as if he couldn't believe that Feng Yu could be so strong. Seeing Feng Yu standing up, Purgatory Xingjiang didn't have any facial expression. Tusk, it's really not gorgeous. Yusui Tenjin turned away and said, Hey, Mr. Feng Yu is so domineering and handsome. Kanroji Mitsuri looked at Feng Yu shyly, while Bijou and Bei Minjiu zingaming on the side had their hands folded and kept coiling the beads in their hands. The snake pillar on the tree, Ihei Zyabane, squinted at Feng Yu, and the white snake pill around his neck kept spitting out the letter. The whole courtyard suddenly became quiet. Lord Light Pillars. Godu saw Feng Yu approaching and couldn't help but said respectfully. Tanjiro saw Feng Yu approaching and quickly asked, Senior brother Feng Yu, where is Nezuko? Where is Nezuko? Following Feng Yu's line of sight, Tanjiro saw the familiar wooden box placed on the corridor where the sun could not reach it. Don't worry, your sister Nezuko is fine. On the contrary, you are the one who is in trouble. Feng Yu said, not to mention your crime of harboring ghosts, I don't know how you will deal with it. Now you are protecting him as a sinner. Nakagawa Feng Yu, how should I deal with you? What responsibilities should I make you bear? And what kind of suffering should I make you suffer? Everyone is talking. Ihei Zyabane on the tree pointed at Feng Yu and said, Oh. Do you want me to suffer? If you have the strength, you are always welcome. Feng Yu replied coldly, and at the same time met Iguro Zyabani's gaze. It's all my fault that I've caused senior brother Feng Yu to suffer. Tanjiro looked at Feng Yu guiltily. Mr. Ihei is still the same, as stubborn and entangled as a snake. It's so cool to be so persistent. Kanroji Mitsuri said with admiration, but Mr. Feng Yu is so handsome. Standing so far away by yourself and protecting someone so domineeringly is so handsome. Kanroji Mitsuri's eyes are almost filled with pink stars. Oh, it's okay. Anyway, Mr. Feng Yu also came here and he didn't cause any great harm. Let's leave the trial to the later. At this time, Kachu Shinobu spoke. Everyone followed Kachu Shinobu's words and looked at Feng Yu. Then Kachu Shinobu continued, I have something very important to ask my little brother. Little brother, you are a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but you have a ghost by your side. Regarding this matter, I want to hear your explanation. Of course, your behavior has violated the team rules of the Demon Slayer Corps. You should know that, right? After Kachu Shinobu finished speaking, everyone looked at Tanjiro again. Kamado Tanjiro, why do you, as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, bring a demon with you? Jingle. Yusui Tenjin put his hand on his Sun Lun knife, and it immediately made a crisp sound. Does this still need an explanation? Kachu Shinobu ignored it, just continued to look at Tanjiro and said, "Can you please tell me the reason?" Tanjiro looked at everyone, and after thinking for a moment, he suddenly became excited. My sister. Tanjiro's throat began to feel thirsty, causing him to cough violently. It's okay, just drink some water first. Kachu Shinobu took out a gourd filled with water and fed it to Tanjiro. Because your jaw was injured, drink slowly. I added anesthetic drugs to the water to relieve your pain. After seeing Tanjiro finish drinking, Kachu Shinobu said, "But the injury will not be restored, so you don't have to be brave." So Kamado Tanjiro, can you tell me the reason? Tanjiro lowered his head and then said, "The ghost is my sister. When I went out, my home was attacked by a ghost, and when I came home, all my family members were dead. Although Nezuko has turned into a ghost, she has never eaten a human being. She has never eaten one so far, and it will be the same in the future. She will never hurt anyone." Tanjiro shouted firmly, "Your sister is a ghost, so I can't believe anything you say." "I won't believe you." Aguro Kobanai pointed at Tanjiro and said. Hearing this, Feng Yu frowned slightly and said slowly, "You don't need to believe it, just Tomioka Jiu and I believe it." Feng Yu looked at Tomioka Jiu, who saw this and nodded in approval. "Let me tell you this, I knew Nezuko was talking about ghosts a year ago, but I didn't kill her because I saw in her strong will not to eat people, and her love for Tanjiro. A feeling between family members. Besides, Nezuko doesn't need to eat people to maintain her body's energy needs." Feng Yu then took out a marrow-cleansing pill from his arms and said to everyone, "Did you see this? Nezuko eats this pill in my hand to maintain the energy needed by ghosts. Don't eat people at all. So you don't need to believe that she doesn't eat people, I just believe it." Feng Yu walked in front of Tanjiro and said quietly, "Hole, you actually used such a precious elixir to feed a despicable ghost." Yusui Tenjin cursed angrily. As a pillar, he has also heard about the effects of the marrow cleansing pill, and also knows that the marrow cleansing pills currently developed by the Demon Slayer Corps are low-grade and cannot improve much power at all. But when he saw the marrow cleansing pill that Feng Yu took out, he knew that it was a top-quality pill that could help Zhu greatly increase his strength. However, he heard that Feng Yu actually said that he should use this pill to feed Nezuko, the ghost. He couldn't help but feel angry, feeling that Feng Yu was wasting his resources. "I can give my things to whoever I want, and it's not your turn to take care of my affairs." Feng Yu glanced at Yusui Tenjin, who quickly stopped talking. He just clenched his fists tightly and looked at Feng Yu with a look that hated iron. After all, even he was not assigned the best marrow cleansing pill. "Please listen to me. I became a ghost slayer swordsman in order to treat Nezuko. It has been more than a year since Nezuko became a ghost. During this period, Nezuko has not eaten anyone." Tanjiro continued to explain. Only this time no one spoke, just waiting quietly for what Tanjiro would say next. The sun's rays from the sky fall on the courtyard, with the blue sky, white clouds and birds flying freely hovering in the sky. "What's the name of that bird?" Kasumashira Takedo Muikairo looked up at the sky and murmured, "Well, I have a question. It's impossible that the Lord doesn't know about this matter. Is it really okay for us to handle it without authorization?" At this time, Kanroji Mitsuri said with a blushing face, but her extremely low deep V made it difficult for Feng Yu not to care about that touch of white at just one glance. The other pillars also fell silent after hearing what Millie said. "Otherwise, let's wait before the Lord comes." But Tanjiro shouted, My sister will fight with me to protect mankind." So, when Kachu Shinobu saw Tanji like this, his heart was touched and he froze. Hey, things seem to be getting interesting." Shinazugawa Shia held the wooden box containing Nezuko with one hand and said disdainfully. Feng Yu and Tomioka Jiu turned their eyebrows to look at Shinazugawa Sanya at the same time. "Is he the idiot with the ghost? What are your intentions?" Shinazugawa's eyes were wide open and bloodshot. He was wearing an open-chested white team uniform and a Hayori with the word kill on it behind him. "Shinazugawa-sama, please don't do this, it will bother me very much. Please put the box down." The hidden member who was originally guarding Nezuko ran out and stopped him anxiously. "Mr. Shinazugawa has more scars on his body, so cool." Kanroji Mitsuri praised secretly, just at this time. The expression on Kachu Shinobu's face disappeared, and he slowly faced Shinazugawa and said, "Mr. Shinazugawa, please don't act so recklessly." But Shinazugawa continued indifferently. "Kid, what did you just say? Become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps as a ghost and fight to protect mankind? That kind of thing is absolutely impossible, you idiot." Shinazugawa shouted, and then quickly pulled out his green Nichirin sword from his waist and stabbed it into the box. Blood-red blood flowed from the cracks in the box and dripped onto the clean floor. Nezuko in the box let out a groan of pain. Just when Feng Yu was about to take action, Tanjiro, who was beside him, rushed forward and shouted, "I will never forgive the guy who hurt my sister, no matter you are a pillar or something." Then Tanjiro felt his tied hands loosen, and when he turned around, he realized that it was Feng Yu who was holding the Nichirin sword in his hand and untying the rope. "Senior brother Feng Yu." Tanjiro is overjoyed. "Well, go ahead, if anything happens I'll help you stop it." Feng Yu nodded, knowing that Tanjiro would definitely rush forward. Sure enough, Tanjiro rushed forward directly. "No, my lord will be here soon." Tomioka Jiu behind him shouted, trying to stop Tanjiro's behavior, but he couldn't listen at all now, because Shinazugawa in front of him began to pull out the Nichirin sword inserted into the box provocatively. The bright red blood spilled from the air, and endless anger emerged in Tanjiro's heart. "You be *****D. Tanjiro shouted, "Ha ha ha, come on." Shinazugawa saw Tanjiro rushing towards him and slashed him with his sword. However, Tanjiro's strength at this time was not average and he easily dodged the attack. Then came another classic scene. A headbutt fell from the sky and hit Shinazugawa on the head, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became quiet. Tanjiro held the box in his arms, leaving Shinazugawa lying on the ground trembling with stars in his eyes. Pfft. Kanroji Mitsuri couldn't help laughing. She seemed to feel embarrassed. She lowered her head, covered her face, and said shyly, "I'm sorry, degrees. Iguro Kobanai on the tree couldn't help but look at Tanjiro in a different light. This guy, even though Tomioka Jiu's intervention caused Shinazugawa's carelessness, the kid still knocked down Shinazugawa. Since you can't distinguish between good ghosts and evil ghosts, I think you might as well stop being a pillar." Tanjiro shouted at Shinazugawa. Feng Yu on the other side was also holding back a smile. "No, this Tanjiro deserves to be the head pillar." Feng Yu looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and calmed down his emotions. Sudden, Feng Yu was embarrassed to find that Kachu Shinobu was looking at him with a strange expression. "You guy." Shinazugawa's nose and mouth were bleeding. He picked up the fallen Nichirin sword again and looked down at Tanjiro. "At this time, my lord is here. Your lord is here." The two sisters, Yubayashiki Hinai, shouted. Everyone turned around and looked at the open sliding wooden door. I saw Ayashiki's figure slowly walking out and saying at the same time, "They are all here, my lovely swordsmen." Led by the two sisters, Yubuya Shiki came to the corridor where the sun shone. Looking up, the white eyes and the bright red scars on his face were so prominent under the sun. "Good morning, everyone. The weather is really nice today. The sky is very blue. I am very pleased to be able to welcome this biannual youth meeting," Yubayashiki said with a smile. Tanjiro opened his mouth wide and looked at Yubuya Shiki in front of him in shock. "Is he injured?" "No, he seems to be sick. Is he the lord?" Tanjiro knew it well, but he was quickly pushed to the ground by a huge force. The action was so fast I couldn't react at all, damn it. There was a hint of struggle on Tanjiro's face. The moment Yubayashiki came out, everyone half knelt on the ground to show respect. Of course Feng Yu is no exception. "It's great that your lord is in good health. I sincerely wish you all the best in the future." Shinazugawa said respectfully, "Thank you, Sanya." Yubayashiki nodded in thanks. "Thanks to the healing pill provided by Feng Yu, my body is no longer plagued by the curse." "Oligado, Feng Yu," Yubayashiki said to Feng Yu. Except for Tomioka Jiu and Kachu Shinobu, the other pillars all looked at Feng Yu with strange eyes. Feng Yu shook his head helplessly, a certain white-haired figure already appearing in his mind. "My lord, I really want your thanks." Kanroji Mitsuri lowered his head in understanding. "With all due respect, before the Hashira conference, I wonder if you could please explain Kamato Tanjiro's role in bringing a demon to become a demon slayer swordsman." Shinazugawa said, "This guy obviously lacks intelligence and rationality, but he speaks clearly and logically." Tanjiro, who was pinned to the ground, was surprised by Shinazugawa. "You're right, I'm sorry to surprise you. I recognize what happened to Tanjiro and Nezuko, and I hope everyone can recognize and accept them. Yubayashiki Yeiya said. Even if it is your lord's request, it is still difficult for me to understand and convince the public. Minjiu Zingaming put his hands together, and the red beads in his hands collided loudly. I also support and oppose it gorgeously. I can't accept Demon Slayer core members with ghosts. Yusui Tenjin also echoed, but some people disagree and some agree. I will comply with all your lord's requests. Kenroji Mitsuri said with admiration, but Muakairo Takatu next to him said indifferently, actually I can do it. Anyway, I will forget it soon. Fengyu, Tomioka Jiu and Kachu Shinobu did not speak, but quietly looked at other pillars to express their opinions. Can't be trusted, and what I hate most is ghosts. Aguro Kobanai pointed his finger at Tanjiro to express his objection. Sudden, although I respect my lord from the bottom of my heart, I really can't understand your idea and I fully oppose it. At this time, Tanjiro was asked various questions about Kibutsuji by the pillars surrounding him. Everyone fell silent because Yubuyashiki Yeiya made a silent gesture. I saw Yubayashiki Hina opening the envelope and saying, "This letter was written by my predecessor, Sui Hashira Takisakanji, and I read out part of the content." Yubayashiki Yaza didn't say anything, but just ordered Yubayashiki Hina beside him to take out the letter. Good guy, when did I promise to commit seppuku? After hearing this, Tanjiro couldn't help but look at Feng Yu and Tomioka Jiu, and the emotion in his eyes was self-evident. Feng Yu looked up at the sky. Feng Yu frowned, slightly puzzled. After all, during his trip to Asakusa, he had brought Tamyo to another place, but Tanjiro still encountered Muhen. You are right. Anjuro on the side also said, Shinazugawa is right, it will be too late to kill her after she eats people, and the killed people cannot be resurrected. Just quickly, Nezuko has not eaten anyone for more than a year. This is an indisputable fact. For Nezuko, 4 people even risked their lives. If we want to completely deny it, the negating party must also pay a higher price. What's going on? Why did Tanjiro still meet Kibutsuji? After Yubayashiki Hina finished reading, Feng Yu's cheeks were twitching continuously. Yubayashiki Yeiya said, besides, there is something I want to tell my swordsman. Tanjiro met Kibutsuji Muzan. Then, my lord. Then he told how Tanjiro met Muzan. Could it be the corrective force again? Are you all ready? Then Shinazugawa Sanya also said, the Demon Slayer Corps is the one who implements the will of demon slaying. Please severely punish the 2 violators such as Nakagawa Fuha. However, Shinazugawa was dissatisfied and said, so what if I commit seppuku? If you want to die, just go ahead and die. This is not a guarantee at all. Yanju Purgatory Xingjiang said loudly, tears keep falling. Tanjiro looked at Feng Yu with pleading eyes. How could this happen? Even Hashira has never been in contact with Kibutsuji Muzan, this kid. What abilities does Kibutsuji have? What does he look like and where is his location? My lord, please allow Tanjiro to act with the ghost sister. Nezuko has strong mental strength. She still maintains human rationality. Even when she is hungry, she will not eat people. She spent her whole life like this more than a year and a half. Although it is a situation that is difficult to accept at the moment, it is a fact that is absolutely true. If Nezuko attacks humans, Kamado Tanjiro, as well as Nintaki Sakanji, Tomioka Jiu, and Nakagawa Fuha will commit seppuku. To show responsibility. This immediately shocked everyone, including Feng Yu. Before Shinazugawa could finish speaking, Yubayashiki Yeiya continued. It is true that there is no guarantee that she will not attack humans, nor can it be proven, but it is also impossible to prove that she will attack humans. Senior brother Feng Yu, save me. Yubayashiki Yeiya said. Thank you, everyone. Yusui Tenjin asked in surprise. Only then did Feng Yu realize that Tanjiro had gone to Asakusa after all, but although there was no Tamyo plot, he still fought against Muzan's men. In the end, Ayashiki Yeiya also speculated that the reason why Muzan sent his men to kill Tanjiro might be because of Nezuko's special characteristics. I want to silence Nezuko and avoid future troubles forever. Only Feng Yu on the side knew in his heart that the reason Muzan really wanted to kill Tanjiro was because of the pattern earrings on his ears. Shinazugawa on the side said with a gloomy face. I don't understand, my lord. If she were a human being, it would be okay to keep her alive, but she is a ghost, a real ghost. And she is what our Demon Slayer Corps has been fighting against and hunting. Ghost. When I think about what kind of mentality we, the Demon Slayer Corps, have been fighting with and how many sacrifices we have made, I really can't accept it. Then Shinazugawa Sane directly pulled out his Nichirin sword and cut his wrist. Blood immediately flowed to the ground, and a bright red color suddenly appeared on the white and clean cobblestones. All the pillars didn't understand why Shinazugawa did this, and they all looked at him with surprised expressions. What is he going to do? What is he going to do? The courtyard is stained with blood. Kanroji Mitsuri was puzzled. Shinazugawa raised his wrist and shouted, "My lord, let me prove to you how ugly ghosts are." Seeing Shinazugawa Sanya being so excited, Yubayashiki Yoya said helplessly, "Semiya." Then he directly pushed the wooden box containing Nezuko, stepped on it, and began to drip blood from his wrist on it. A *** hole let Nezuko go. Tanjiro shouted and then rushed forward desperately. But this time Shinazugawa directly knocked Tanjiro away and fell to the ground. "Baga, don't mess with my affairs." Shinazugawa cursed angrily, then the blood from his wrist continued to drip on the wooden box. "Hey ghost, it's time to eat, come and eat me." Shinazugawa kicked her hard twice, trying to awaken Nezuko's bloody nature. Tanjiro looked nervously at the wooden box at Shinazugawa-san's feet, fearing that Nezuko would just burst out. Feng Yu squinted his eyes, feeling a little flustered in his heart. He was worried that because of his intrusion into the plot, Nezuko's ability to suppress the desire for human blood would become weaker. After all, Shinazugawa Sanya is of thin blood. As the blood flowed out, a fishy smell filled the air, as expected of thin blood. Feng Yu sighed. In the wooden box, drops of blood fell on Nezuko. Nezuko had bulging veins on her forehead and was sweating profusely. She was biting the bamboo tube hard in her mouth, obviously trying to endure it forcefully. Nezuko's body was trembling continuously, and the wooden box began to move, making a croak, croak, croak sound. Shinazugawa felt the movement of the wooden box under his feet and couldn't help but smile on his face. "You don't have to be patient, just show your true nature here, and I will give you a good blow." "Nezuko," Tanjiro shouted, only to be stopped by Aguro Kobanai. "Shinazugawa, you can't be in the sun, the ghosts won't come out if you don't go to a dark place." Aguro Kobanai said. Shinazugawa nodded and said to Ayashiki Yayaya, "My lord, please forgive me for being rude." It disappeared immediately together with the wooden box and appeared in the dark corridor. Then he threw it out of the wooden box and inserted the knife into it. Nezuko let out a painful groan. "Stop!" Tanjiro yelled when he saw this, but Aguro Kobanai immediately held Tanjiro firmly, unable to move. Tanjiro could only watch helplessly as Nezuko was stabbed into the body with a knife by Shinazugawa. "Every time I pull out the green Nichirin sword, there is scarlet blood. My lord, Shinazugawa is going a little too far." Feng Yu stood up, looked at Shinazugawa, and said with a frown, "Since it's a test, there's no need to use the Nichirin sword to hurt Nezuko. Although Nezuko can heal herself, I don't approve of Shinazugawa's approach." Tomioka on the side also stood up, and then Kachu Shinobu. Kanroji Mitsuri couldn't help but praise, "Feng Yu-kun is so handsome." Yubayashiki Yoya nodded, turned to Shinazugawa and said, "Shia, since we want a test, then it must be fair." Upon hearing this, Shinazugawa angrily pulled out the Nichirin sword that had penetrated the wooden box, and then kicked the wooden box to pieces. Nezuko was kicked out by the powerful force and rolled directly to the side. There was a deep red blood trail left along the way. "Hey, hey, you ugly ghost, now that you have come out, come on, I have your favorite flesh and blood on me." Shinazugawa shouted excitedly, and the bloodshot eyes in his eyes continued to increase. Shinazugawa's blood continued to flow out, and everyone seemed to have stopped breathing, looking at Nezuko. Nezuko was seen lowering her head and trembling. "You, Nezuko, must hold on." Kachu Shinobu said to Tanjiro. "Tick-tock." Kamado Tanjiro, using the breathing method when the lungs are compressed will cause blood vessels to rupture. After making up his mind, Nezuko turned his head away. As soon as Tanjiro broke free from the restraints, he rushed forward and shouted, "Nezuko." Minjiu Zingaming clasped his palms together and shed tears from his white eyes. "Come on, ghost, come and eat me. Don't hold back your desire, you should be very hungry now and want to eat me. Absolutely no harm to humans, absolutely no." Shinazugawa's blood dripped on the ground. At this time, Nezuko's face was covered with veins, her eyes were wide open, and she was still enduring. Yusui Tenjin shouted, "Ah. Humans are your family, you have to protect humans." Bursting blood vessels sounds really gorgeous. Okay, let's let him burst beautifully. Tanjiro was still struggling hard, and Aguro's strength was getting stronger and stronger. Kachu Shinobu on the side saw this and reminded, "Mr. Aguro, you will make him breathless if you exert such force." Aguro Kobanai replied. Tanjiro looked at Nezuko and kept struggling, but it was all in vain. Aguro Kobanai was much stronger than Tanjiro now, and he couldn't resist at all. In addition, Tanjiro was already injured. "That's enough for you." The voice of Nadaki Sakonji rang in his ears. Tanjiro's voice came, and Nezuko instantly fell into memories, recalling the scene when Tanjiro protected her when she turned into a ghost. Ha ha ha, come on, ghost. I saw Nezuko raising her head, her pink eyes constantly staring at Shinazugawa Sanya, and white liquid was dripping from the bamboo tube she was biting. Feng Yu in the audience also breathed a sigh of relief. Shinazugawa's words are like magic sounds, reverberating in Nezuko's ears. It's so pitiful, how could there be such a fragile and sad child, Namo Amitabha? At the same time, I also recalled the memories of living with my family. Snored. Bloodshot eyes suddenly appeared in Tanjiro's eyes, a surge of strength emerged, and he broke free from Aguro's restraints. Feng Yu looked at him coldly, and the powerful aura directly made the dysprosium ball around Ihei Zyabin's neck feel scared, and he couldn't help but retreat. Obviously, Nezuko's bloody nature was seduced, but Nezuko didn't make any move, she just looked at Shinazugawa in pain. Aguro Kobanai was about to grab Tanjiro, but Feng Yu grabbed his wrist. It's because he kept struggling that I worked so hard. Shinazugawa looked at Nezuko and laughed. Shinazugawa raised his wrist, got in front of Nezuko, and continued to instigate. Yehei Abanai could only glare at Feng Yu. After Nezuko turned around to hold back the demon's bloody nature, everyone present was shocked, including Shinazugawa Sanya. Because he clearly knew how tempting his blood was to ghosts, and even the scars on his body came from it. What's wrong? Yubayashiki Yayaya felt that the atmosphere was a little quiet, and couldn't help but ask. The female ghost Nezuko turned her head away and ignored her. Even though she was stabbed several times by Shinazugawa-sama, and even though her arm was bleeding all over the ground before her eyes, Nezuko still resisted biting her. Yubayashiki Hinai said slowly, then this is enough to prove that Nezuko will not attack humans. Yubayashiki Yayaya said calmly. However, Shinazugawa still had an unhappy expression on his face, as if he was angry because Nezuko resisted the temptation. Seeing that Nezuko was holding back, Feng Yu also let go of Aguro Kobanai's wrist and stood quietly watching Nezuko. Tanjiro, even so, there will still be people who are dissatisfied with Nezuko, so you have to prove it. From now on, Tanjiro and Nezuko will fight as members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and they will make contributions. Yubayashiki Yoya said seriously, hear the words. Tanjiro quickly kneeled on the ground respectfully. What does it feel like? My whole body feels relaxed. The voice. Because of this person's voice, does it make my head feel light? Tanjiro felt the sense of relaxation coming from his body and head, and couldn't help but understand. You go and defeat 12 Kazuki, so that you can be recognized by everyone, Tanjiro, and your words will have weight. Yubayashiki Yoya continued. The white clouds in the sky are dotting the blue sky, and they are constantly drifting into the distance with the wind. They are as light as Tanjiro's mood at this moment. I will defeat Kibutsuji with Nezuko, together. Tanjiro stood up, and at this moment he felt an infinite power. That's the approval from Yubayashiki Yazuya. Recognition and expectations from the supreme leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Nezuko and I will definitely be able to cut off the chains of sorrow with our swords. Tanjiro shouted. All the pillars were looking at him, feeling the will coming from Tanjiro Mountain. The current Tanjiro can't do it yet. You should defeat a 12 Kazuki first. A kind smile appeared on Ayashiki Yayaya's face. Tanjiro's face immediately turned red, as if he felt that he was bragging. Yes. Kanroji Mitsuri underneath was also suppressing his blush, suppressing his smile, and his face couldn't help but bulge, round and red. I can't laugh, no. But Kachu Shinobu on the side laughed out loud and gently put his hand against his lips. These pillars in the Demon Slayer Corps, of course, all have outstanding talents. They rely on hard work to improve their strength and go through life and death trials to defeat 12 Kazuki. That's why the pillars are respected and treated with courtesy. Tanjiro, you should also pay attention to the tone of your words. Yubayashiki Yaeya said. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro immediately straightened his sitting posture and nodded in agreement. And Sanya Banai-chan, don't treat the children down there too badly. When they heard Yubayashiki Yaeya's roll call, the two of them immediately lowered their heads respectfully and said, as ordered. That's it for Tanjiro, you can leave. Yubayashiki Yoya signaled that Tanjiro could take Nezuko away, but at this moment, Kachu Shinobu raised his hand and said, then Tanjiro Kamado, let my butterfly house take care of him. Yubayashiki Yaeya nodded, Kachu Shinobu had a smile on his face, then clapped his hands and said, okay, take them two over. Godu and another Yin member ran over and shouted respectfully, I passed you by rudely. Then he picked up Tanjiro and ran out of the courtyard quickly. Although another member of the Oniagakure was afraid that Nezuko was a ghost, she still let Nezuko enter the wooden box, and then followed Godu to pick up the wooden box and ran towards the butterfly house. Then the Zhu meeting begins now, Yubayashiki Yayaya said, but soon Tanjiro ran back and shouted, "Wait a minute, please let me hit my head on that man with scars." Behind Tanjiro, Godu and another female member were constantly stopping him from moving forward. Okay, get out of here quickly. Finally, after a few hours, the Zhu meeting officially came to an end. The stones in Takatoru Muakairo's hand kept throwing upwards. The pillars are like summing up the end of the month or the end of the year one by one and report to Yubuya Shikiyaze. I definitely didn't violate team rules by headbutting him, absolutely not. Feng Yu didn't have anything to report, he just stood aside boredly, waiting for the time to get off work. After Tanjiro's farce ended, the Zhu meeting went on smoothly. But just when Feng Yu was about to leave, he was left alone by Yubayashiki Yayaya. I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. Let me go. When Feng Yu saw this, he couldn't help but feel a dull pain in his head. Along the way, Godu and the two complained bitterly. The pillars are really scary. Feng Yu looked up at the sky and lamented that even in a different world, he could not escape the nightmare of company meetings. Tanjiro struggled to stand up, but what Tanjiro didn't know was, Tanjiro struggled and shouted, "It's all this guy's fault for causing me to be scolded. Under the gentle sunshine, I will never forgive him. Please don't interrupt my lord." Feng Yu's heart was full of mixed emotions, as if he recalled the past life when he was caught fishing by his boss and called to the office for a small meeting. "I'm extremely sorry, my lord Zaiju." Godu and the others answered at the same time, then quickly picked up Tanjiro, who fainted and left the place quickly. Muakairo Takatoru said, "Oh yes, I will definitely pay her back for stabbing Nezuko. I will definitely pay it back." Other side, Takatoru Muakairo quietly picked up a thumb-sized stone and then flicked it, knocking Tanjiro unconscious to the ground. The entire courtyard also returned to calm at this time. Feng Yu stood aside, quietly watching the chat between Yubayashiki Yayaya and the other pillars. It was nothing more than ghosts appearing somewhere, or about the situation in the Demon Slayer core. "Shut up and stop making trouble." Godu and the two kept kowtowing and apologizing. Gatu and another Yin member who were on top of him were still trying to stop him. Just after Yubayashiki Yayaya announced that the Hashira meeting was over, everyone thanked and said goodbye. It's just that Feng Yu was held back by Ayashiki Hina's clothes. Lord Feng Yu, my lord is looking for you. Feng Yu looked at Hinai in confusion. Kachu Shinobu on the side saw this and said, Feng Yu-kun, since the lord is looking for you, I will leave first. Kachu Shinobu quickly left the courtyard with the Yin members, leaving only Feng Yu and Hinji in front of the rising sun. Although he was a little confused, he still followed Hinai into the attic. As soon as he stepped into the door of the attic room, Feng Yu smelled the scent of sandalwood, and he could feel that the sandalwood had a concentration effect. Following Hina's lead, she soon saw Yubayashiki Yayaya sitting in the middle of the room. Sit down, Feng Yu. Yubayashiki Yayaya said calmly. Feng Yu sat in front of Ayashiki Yayaya facing him. Only then did Feng Yu take a closer look at the situation of the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps in front of him. Through the perspective of the world, Feng Yu saw that there seemed to be a strange force in Yubayashiki Yayaya's body that was constantly destroying his body. At this time, he also understood why Ayashiki Yayaya's body had been so weak. My lord, may I ask what's wrong with you? Feng Yu asked. Aligato, Nakagawa Feng Yu, because of your help, the Demon Slayer Corps has sprouted more and more powerful swordsmen and received sufficient security. Yubayashiki Yayaya's face was filled with a smile, and his voice was gentle, like a cool breeze blowing on his face in the hot summer. Whether it's because of the various elixirs or the number of demons killed, I sincerely thank you again for your contribution to the Demon Slayer Corps. The battle between Demon Slayer Corps and ghosts has been going on for hundreds of years, but this is the first time they killed a winding ghost. Ahem. Yubayashiki Yayaya's eyes glowed with silver, and his face turned slightly red. My lord. Feng Yu couldn't help but worry about him. It's okay, I know my physical condition well. Mr. Feng Yu, I see in you the hope of eradicating Wuxian. Yubuya Shiki Hinai on the side quickly supported him, fearing that something might happen to him. Chuya took out a box from her cuff and opened it. What appeared in Feng Yu's eyes was the healing pill. My lord, this. Feng Yu asked, I feel ashamed to say it. Thanks to your elixir, I was able to have a healthy body. Although it was short-lived and prevented me from being tortured by the curse, I am already very satisfied. Thank you, Feng Yu. Yubuya Shiki Yayaya's complexion improved significantly after taking the healing elixir. Feng Yu stared closely at the calm man in front of him and exchanged 50 healing pills, 50 marrow cleansing pills and 50 detoxifying pills from the system space, spending a total of 3 million swings of the knife. Feng Yu did not hesitate. After all, this number of swings was nothing to him now. Lord, I think these can help you. Feng Yu lent the elixir to Chuya beside him. Feeling the heavy weight in her hands, Yubayashiki Hinai couldn't help but look at Feng Yu with a new look, and the admiration in her eyes became even greater. Aligato, Lord Feng Yu, thank you very much for your dedication. I would like to thank you on behalf of my lord. Chui thanked her with tears in her eyes. At this moment, she was like a girl who cared about her father. She was grateful to Feng Yu for giving him this life-saving medicine. It is uncomfortable for anyone to see his father in pain every day, not to mention not only the curse but also blindness. Feng Yu didn't speak, just nodded. Yubayashiki Yayaya, who was blind, didn't know what happened but said slowly. I guess you gave those precious elixirs to Hinai. In fact, instead of wasting these precious elixirs on me, a person who is about to die, why not give them to my swordsman to make them stronger? At this moment, in Feng Yu's eyes, Yubuya Shiki Yayaya's face showed an expression of relief and helplessness, as if life and death had been put aside by him. My lord, the Demon Slayer Corps cannot do without you. You said that our leader is our spiritual support. Don't you want to see Wu Mei be eliminated by us? Feng Yu looked closely at Ayashiki Yayaya and said, Destroy the Wuxian ... destroy the Wuxian. Hearing this, Yubayashiki Yazai's eyes seemed to be ignited with hope. You are right. I want to wait until the day when Wuhan is wiped out by our generation. If we don't fight hard, then our next generation will fight hard. Never allow it. Sudden, Yubayashiki Yayaya was stunned. Tears suddenly flowed from the eyes. Purgatory. Yubayashiki Yayaya uttered 2 words in a low voice, or even without making a sound. But Feng Yu clearly understood the meaning of the 2 words Yubayashiki Yayaya said. My lord, what's wrong with you? Feng Yu said with a frown, I saw some bad scenes. Feng Yu, please help Purgatory and Juro when you can. Otherwise, he will die. Yubayashiki Yazai's face turned pale as if he had experienced something sad. Purgatory and Juro. Could it be? Feng Yu suddenly woke up, and he suddenly remembered that the next plot direction was Muzan Train. That is the plot of the sacrifice of Enjuro in Purgatory. The ability to predict. Feng Yu stared at Ayashiki Yaeya's gray-white pupils and said knowingly, "This is the ability of our Yubashiki family, and it is also the ability brought about by this curse. The reason why our Ayashiki clan has been plagued by diseases for more than 1,000 years, with all male clan members unable to live past the age of 30, is because 1,000 years ago Kibutsuji turned into a ghost and angered the gods. This is God's punishment for punishing our Ayashiki clan." Yubayashiki Yaeya said calmly. But Feng Yu doesn't think so. Instead, he is more willing to believe that the physical burden brought by this prophetic ability may be due to the weak constitution of the Yubayashiki clan and the awakening of special abilities, but the body cannot bear it, so it becomes like this. "Feng Yu, have you met Miss Tamyo?" Yubayashiki Yazai said again. Feng Yu nodded. "How is she doing?" Yubayashiki Yazai asked Feng Yu as if he was asking about a friend. "Everything is fine, and there are already research directions on how to kill Wuhan." Feng Yu replied, "That's it, she is really a brave and great mother." Yubayashiki Yazai sighed. Next, Yubayashiki Yazai said a few words about Tamyo and then asked Feng Yu to go back. On the way back, Feng Yu kept thinking about Ayashiki Yaeya's instructions to him. "Purgatory and Juro will die." "Will you really die?" Feng Yu followed the Yin members out of the courtyard with doubts. Feng Yu believed in Yubuyashiki Yaeya's prophecy, but the only thing he didn't understand was whether Purgatory and Juru really couldn't change the fate of the original work in the end. Since Yubayashiki Yaeya has already stated that there will be dangers in Purgatory, then the plot of Muzan Train may have unexpected events. Feng Yu thought of Yiwo Zuo. The Purgatory in the original book was killed by Yiwo Zuo and escaped before sunrise. Then the death in Purgatory will still be related to Yiwo Zuo. Feng Yu returned to Dai Wu with doubts. "Feng Yujun, you are finally back." Kachu Shinobu saw Feng Yu's arrival with a smile on his face. Feng Yu nodded in agreement with a smile on his face. At this time, "Senior brother Feng Yu." Feng Yu turned around and saw that it was Tanjiro, standing not far away waving to him. At the same time, Zenitsu and Inosuke were standing beside him. Among the three, only Tanjiro was still wearing a white bandage. "Kentaro, is that the very powerful senior brother you said?" Inosuke wore a boar hood and stared at Feng Yu and said, "Yes, Inosuke, brother Feng Yu is the most powerful person I have ever seen." Tanjiro's eyes were full of admiration and gratitude, but when Inosuke heard this, his body began to tremble, and then he flew out with a lunge. "Pigs leap forward." Inosuke shouted. "Inosuke!" Tanjiro didn't expect that Inosuke would attack Feng Yu directly, and he shouted quickly, trying to stop him. But how could Inosuke listen? Feng Yu looked at Inosuke rushing towards him and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Then there was a pig lunge that sidestepped Inosuke. Inosuke reacted quickly. After being dodged by Feng Yu, he immediately jumped over, adjusted his posture, and attacked Feng Yu again. It seems that the child is recovering well and has so much energy. Kachu Shinobu on the side covered his mouth and let out a laugh. "Hahaha, Kentaro's senior brother, you are really strong, I want to challenge you." Inosuke shouted, and then all four limbs fell to the ground, lying on the ground like a beast, and his whole body was terrifyingly low. Inosuke's wild boar hood spurted out a stream of white air, then crawled with its limbs and attacked Feng Yu. But soon he was easily dodged by Feng Yu as if he was playing with a little wild boar, unable to touch the hem of his clothes at all. "Baga, you are a strong man, don't hide all the time, come and fight with me." Inosuke couldn't help but get annoyed as he watched Feng Yu easily dodge his attacks every time. "Inosuke, stop making trouble." Tanjiro shouted because he saw that Feng Yu didn't speak and thought he was going to be angry, so he quickly stopped Inosuke from shouting. "Well, since you want a duel, then I will do as you wish." Feng Yu said calmly, and then his whole body prepared an attack posture. "Hahaha, that's it." Inosuke saw this and laughed, then he started attacking Feng Yu again. "Ba bang bangs." Feng Yu didn't dodge but just kept blocking Inosuke's attacks. While blocking, he said, "The attack power is too small and the speed is not good. Your body's toughness is very strong, but you didn't make good use of it. Baga, we promised not to run away." Inosuke was very angry at the moment because he had no way to deal with Feng Yu. He looked at the other party casually blocking his attack easily and also pointed out his shortcomings. Inosuke. Feng Yu looked on from the side. But the strong sense of pride in his heart made him almost explode. An unwilling shout came from his mouth, and then he fell to the ground and fainted. Why do I feel so weird looking at these three people? But Feng Yu didn't want to continue playing with him. He turned around slightly and then put the knife on Inosuke's neck. However, there are still some people in the Demon Slayer Corps who will not agree with you bringing Nezuko, who is a ghost, with you, so you have to become stronger, so strong that they can't fault you. The air suddenly became quiet. For some reason, a terrible thought came to his mind. Zenitsu shouted from behind. Anyone who is stronger than him can quickly find his shortcomings and give him a fatal blow. I observed that the child's breathing method seems to be somewhat similar to my insect breathing, but insect breathing is more about speed, but this child's breathing method combines speed and power. He is really an excellent child. Feng Yu didn't care that Inasuk didn't listen, but he could see in him the picture of him being raised by a wild boar since he was a child, and then constantly hunting in the forest to survive. It's okay, it didn't affect me. On the contrary, I'm happy for you when I see your friendship is so good. Tanjiro, you did a very good job on this mission. You also protected your sister and fulfilled your original promise. Kachu Shinobu said while looking at Inasuk, who fell to the ground. Your next exercise should be to practice how to use your body's toughness to make regular martial arts attacks. A **** hole, a **** hole, a **** hole. Kachu Shinobu smiled. He also caught up with me. Wait, Tanjiro, Zio said that your injury hasn't healed yet, so you can't run. Brother Feng Yu, I'm very sorry. I didn't take care of Inasuk and let him disturb you. Tanjiro came to Inasuk to care about him, while Zenitsu was concerned about Tanjiro's injury. Tanjiro shouted and then ran over quickly. Feng Yu-jun is really amazing. You pointed out all the shortcomings of that child's body. It seems that Feng Yu-jun's eyes are not simple. Feng Yu nodded in approval. After Tanjiro checked that Inasuk had fainted, he apologized to Feng Yu. The toughness of your body is your advantage, and your attacks are disorganized, like an unorganized beast that only uses brute force and crazy attacks. Inasuk yelled like crazy. Hateful. If Inasuk can get good training, he will reach a very high level. In the end, he created his own breathing method based on the breathing of the wild boar. Although his physical fitness continued to improve under the influence of the breathing method, the rules of combat were not properly trained. Inasuk's body stopped in midair, trembling continuously. It can only be a random attack every time. Tanjiro nodded. In this youth meeting, he understood the reason why Feng Yu said that it made him stronger. From this time, I learned how serious the Demon Slayer Corps members' resentment towards ghosts is. I also feel guilty for not being able to protect Nezuko. Thinking of this, Tanjiro's fighting spirit began to ignite in his heart, and he clenched his fists tightly with both hands. I saw the power you used when you attacked Zixian Gile in Spider Mountain. Make good use of it and try to master that power as soon as possible. Feng Yu said, senior brother Feng Yu. Tanjiro was a little surprised, but then he thought about it. Maybe Feng Yu saw the scene of himself using the breath of the sun when he arrived, and nodded. I will definitely master it as soon as possible. Tanjiro shouted. He clearly knew how powerful the power passed down from his father was. With the breath of the sun, cutting off tired spider silk was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. When Feng Yu told him this, it meant that he should use the next training direction in this direction. Then, Feng Yu and Kachu Shinobu left here first. I just heard Terachi Kiyoshi and others angrily scolding Tanjiro from a distance. Feng Yu and Kachu Shinobu walked very slowly. Under the gentle sunshine, gusts of breeze blew in their faces. The garden was filled with the fragrance of flowers, and Kachu was flying all over the sky in the courtyard. Feng Yu-kun, when can you help me improve my strengths? Kachu Shinobu spoke. It may not be possible during this time, unless you are willing to bend down and go to Samajiri Mountain with me. Feng Yu stopped, looked at her and said. After Kachu Shinobu groaned for a while, he slowly said, wait for me for half a month, then I will go to Sajiri Mountain. Hearing what Kachu Shinobu said, Feng Yu was not surprised. After all, in the Battle of Spider Mountain, the number of wounded members of Demon Slayer Corps increased a lot, and they were all sent to Butterfly House. At this time, she needed to take charge of the overall situation, and at the same time, she needed to take charge of the overall situation. To prevent special accidents from happening, this time is estimated to take half a month. After all, Butterfly House only has so many people, and the wounded are still being transported here. When there are more people, it will become chaotic. Feng Yu nodded, and then told Kachu Shinobu the direction of Sajiri Mountain, and then summoned Zio Hai to leave this place. Kachu Shinobu watched quietly as Feng Yu jumped onto Zio Hai's back and then disappeared above the clouds, with a strange flash in his eyes. Feng Yujin's eagle crow is really convenient. Then she set her sights on her friend Yao Ye on the eaves. Can I also train such a mount? Kachu Shinobu murmured. I must ask Mr. Feng Yu to teach me this training method next time. The crow, who was preening his feathers on the eaves, felt a chill. Quack, why do I have an ominous premonition? The red eyes are constantly turning, vigilantly observing the surrounding environment. It's such a busy life. Feng Yu stood on Xiao Hai's back and murmured to himself. He didn't know how long he had been flying. It was already dark at this time. Under the half-moonlight in the sky, the whole world was in a dark state. Feng Yu opened his eyes and then ordered Xiao Hai to fly lower. Interesting. A smile appeared on Feng Yu's face, in the forest. A ghost with wings on its body is running away, and it seems that something scary is chasing him behind. Damn it, what's going on with that person? He's obviously a human, why can he turn into a ghost? The bird ghost had a frightened expression on his face, and he looked back from time to time. Finally, after flying far away, no one was catching up behind him, and the bird ghost breathed a sigh of relief. Damn ghost hunter. Sudden, did you think you ran away? A man with a dark comb haircut and a scar extending to his nose on his left face held a knife in his right hand and a black double-barreled musket in his left hand, looking at the bird ghost in front of him with eager eyes. How could you? I've obviously gotten rid of you. The bird ghost's face was extremely frightened. He was still very confident in his speed, but at this moment this human being actually caught up with him. Thinking of the weird ability of the human in front of him, the bird ghost had already thought of running away. Damn humans. Ah, Master Shanxian, you are here. Bird ghost suddenly shouted. Shinazugawa looked back instinctively but found that there was nothing behind him. In an instant, his anger rose. Damn ghost, you actually lied to me. Sure enough, by the time Kshu and me reacted, the bird ghost had already run far away. It seems that this ghost knows Torei Tanamari. Feng Yu murmured, recalling the appearance of the field dog next to Tamyo in his mind. A loud beast's cry rang out, immediately attracting Shinazugawa Kshuanmi's attention. Torei Tanamari's. But at this time, Shinazugawa Kshuanya felt that the aura of the Asuka ghost disappeared. Shinazugawa shouted angrily, but the bird ghost in the cave couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. Shinazugawa stood there, frowning, feeling the traces of the Asuka ghost. Shinazugawa Sanya's younger brother, the two have very similar temperaments. Shinazugawa hurriedly ran in the direction of the sound, and saw a huge black bear running out, looking at his cave in horror, as if there was a terrifying creature inside. The method that Guy Torei Tanamori taught me is really useful. Devil Eater. Because of poor physical fitness, I am unable to breathe. However, his powerful bite force and special digestive organs allow him to have a special taste that allows him to eat ghosts and temporarily transform his body into a ghost. The stronger the ghost he eats, the more his regeneration and strength will increase. After Shinazugawa Kshuanya discovered that the Asuka ghost had escaped again, he relied on his own ability to quickly lock the direction of the Asuka ghost, and then quickly chased after him. Why do I have a weird sense of deja vu? There. Damn you, I will cut you into pieces. HMPH, I'm not stupid, you're trying to provoke the general. I won't be eaten up by you until I get out. But I couldn't find it at all. The bird ghost continued to run away, completely unaware of the huge body lurking in the clouds in the sky. But what he didn't know was that a pair of eyes opened in the dark cave. Bird ghost laughed. Ha ha ha, stupid humans, you were fooled by me. Asterisk hole, damn ghost, come out if you can. Shinazugawa Kshuanya's face was filled with anger, and scars were dotted with his anger. Roar! Birds and ghosts know the way. Finally, the frantically fleeing bird ghost hid in a dark cave and completely hid itself. The flying bird ghosts ran away quickly, and Kshuan Mi continued to chase. He was chasing after him, but he couldn't fly without wings. Feng Yu looked at Shinazugawa Kshuanya's figure and murmured, recalling the introduction to this person in his previous life. One was his violent personality and the other was his special ability, in the forest. When Kshuan Mi arrived, the big black bear was still roaring towards the cave. It seems like this ghost is hiding in the cave. Kshuan Mi felt it carefully, and found that the aura of the bird ghost had indeed dissipated here. This ghost is so cunning, he actually used the smell of a black bear to mask his own smell. Kshuan Mi cursed angrily, and then began to prepare to step forward, enter the cave, and kill the flying birds and ghosts. After pushing aside the grass, the black bear on the side noticed him and started roaring at him. But Kshuan Mi ignored the black bear because the black bear was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Just suddenly, he stopped and looked quietly at the cave in front of him. I saw a bloody little black bear slowly crawling out of the dark cave. With just one glance, I knew it was the black bear's child. At this moment, the little black bear was covered in blood. He walked tremblingly to his mother's feet, touched her palm affectionately, and called softly. The female bear also lowered her head and kept licking the little black bear with her tongue. But soon Xuan Mi discovered that the little black bear's aura was getting weaker and weaker, finally fell to the ground. Roar! The big black bear roared and kept gently stroking the little black bear's body with his palms, trying to make it stand up. But its increasingly cold body made it tremble. The animal's instinct to protect its cubs is activated, dispelling the fear in its heart. I saw it rushing into the cave and starting its revenge. Roar. Roaring sounds kept coming from the cave. Xuan Mi didn't care anymore and rushed forward. Although the behavior of the mother bear reminded him of some bad memories, and at the same time he felt a little sad for the death of the little black bear. But if he had been a step later, it is estimated that the mother bear would have fallen into a pool of blood like the little black bear. Middle tap tap tap. Xuan Mi rushed in quickly. In an instant, a strong smell of blood hit my nostrils. Damn it! Xuan Mi cursed secretly, knowing without even thinking that something was wrong with the female bear. Bang! The powerful force hit the cave wall. Xuan Mi took a look and saw that it turned out to be a female bear. At this moment, blood was bleeding everywhere on her body. One eye had been poked out and was still bleeding. At the same time, there was a very deep gash in her belly. From that opening, blood kept gushing out and the female bear's organs could even be seen. The female bear fell to the ground, panting continuously, and the injuries on her body made her weaker and weaker. Roars! Xuan Mi saw that there was a skinny little black bear body lying next to the mother bear. The mother bear looked at the body of the little black bear next to her, endured the severe pain, and used all her strength to gently take the body of the little black bear into her arms. Tears are also rolling in my eyes. Then there was no breath. The mother bear died and she died here together with her cubs. Asterisk hole. Xuan Mi shouted. Damn humans. Bird Ghost's blood-red eyes looked at him warily. Evil ghost, go to hell. I saw Xuan Mi raise his left hand and attack instantly with his double-barreled musket. Bang! The bird ghost had no time to dodge in this small cave, and was hit directly and fell to the ground, blood spurting out. Seeing this, Xuan Mi quickly ran forward, picked up the feathers and blood dropped by the bird ghost and swallowed them in his mouth. Then, Xuan Mi's entire appearance began to change, with blood-red eyes and a ghost-like face. Xuan Mi turned into a ghost. At the same time, a pair of wings grew from his back. Feeling the increased power in his body, Xuan Mi showed a hint of joy on his face. Go to hell, you devil! Holding the Nichirin sword in his hand, he rushed forward quickly to kill the bird ghost. It's just that the bird ghost recovered quickly from his injuries, and then he jumped up and jumped to the other side, avoiding the attack. Damn humans! You forced me to do this. Vampire art shrill. The bird ghost opened its big mouth, and a terrifying and harsh sound wave attacked, causing Xuan Mi to cover his ears in pain. Seeing this, the flying bird ghosts started to spread their wings again. Vampire art blood feather. I saw countless blood-red feathers starting to appear around it, and then they quickly attacked Xuan Mi. Well done. A wild smile appeared on Xuan Mi's face, and then he opened his mouth and swallowed all the feathers shot by the bird ghost into his stomach. Zila Zila. The sound of chewing came from the cave. As the blood feathers were devoured, Xuan Mi's body continued to strengthen, and the originally injured area quickly returned to its original state. Monster, you monster. The bird ghost shouted in fear. The Xuan Mi in front of him was obviously completely transformed into a ghost, and his aura was very similar to his own. It's my turn to attack. Raising his fangs, Xuan Mi raised his left hand and fired a musket directly at the bird ghost. At the same time, the shells fired by the musket emitted a strange red light in the darkness. A big hole was punched out of the bird ghost's chest, and he fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Why can't it be restored? The bird ghost screamed again and again. He felt that his body was getting weaker and weaker, and the big hole in his chest could not be restored at all. Xuan Mi's bullets seemed to have the ability to suppress ghosts and heal. Xuan Mi did not speak, but gently raised the sun blade in his hand and slashed towards the neck of the bird ghost. Whoosh. The blade of the sword passed by, and the bright red blood stained his Nichirin sword and could not dry up for a long time. Lies? Asuka Ghost looked at Shinazugawa in front of him unwillingly. Just wait, you are a weirdo, I will never let you go. The resentful eyes and the evil curse did not waver Xuan Mi's heart. After all, he had seen this kind of scene too many times. As the flying bird ghosts turned into ashes, the ghost transformation on Xuan Mi's body also disappeared and he returned to his human form. He glanced at the black bear lying aside, then silently walked out of the cave, bent down and gently picked up the body of the little black bear, then walked into the cave again and placed the body in the arms of the female bear. one big and two small. After doing all this, Shinazugawa began to prepare to return, but in the sky. A whistling sound sounded. Feng Yu's figure fell in front of him. Who are you? Shinazugawa Xuanya looked at Feng Yu in front of him warily, holding the Nichirin sword in his right hand, and the double-bullet musket in his left hand was loaded. After all, the person in front of me fell from the sky, not walked on the ground. Shinazugawa Xuanya has heard that some powerful ghosts can hide their own aura. What's more, the flying bird ghost's moves just now made him have to be vigilant. Don't worry, I'm not a ghost, Feng Yu said with a smile. But Shinazugawa Xuanya in front of him did not relax his vigilance, he just looked at Feng Yu with a fierce look on his face. Shinazugawa Genya, Sanya's younger brother. I am the 10th pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, Nakagawa Fuyu. I heard your brother mention you have a special ability. You can swallow ghosts, thereby gaining ghost abilities and self-healing power to improve your overall abilities. Feng Yu said slowly. Through the vision that penetrates the world, Feng Yu saw what happened to Shinazugawa Xuanya, his powerful bite force and special digestive organs, as well as the story of the scar on his face. It seems that you are a gentle and hardworking person. You want to work hard to stand by your brother's side, but your talent does not allow it. God closes a door and opens it again a door. Xuanmi, do you want to become stronger and impress your brother? Feng Yu stared at him closely. On the other hand, Xuanmi's face was flushed, and with the hideous scar on his face, he looked extremely vicious. You, shut up, I don't want his approval. Xuanmi tightly held the Nichirin sword in his hand, his body constantly shaking as if his privacy had been exposed. Xuanmi felt like he was naked under Feng Yu's eyes without any secrets. Xuanmi, do you really not want to stand by your brother's side? Feng Yu continued. You shut up. Xuanmi shouted, then rushed forward and attacked Feng Yu. It was just that Xuanmi, who was filled with anger, could be Feng Yu's opponent. No matter how hard he swung the Nichirin sword in his hand at Feng Yu, he was easily dodged. You be ****D, don't make me kill you. Xuanmi raised his left hand and pointed the black double-bullet musket at Feng Yu. It seems that you want to see my strength, right? Feng Yu glanced at him, then shook his head, then pulled out the onakiri and said, Come on. Hole. There was a trace of anxiety on Xuanmi's face. Of course he couldn't shoot, he was just trying to scare Feng Yu. Although he usually has a bad temper and a fierce face, he is still kind at heart. He just feels inferior because he does not have the talent of a swordsman, and feels lonely because he is not qualified to stand by his brother's side. All kinds of emotions made his temper become more and more irritable. Hole. There was a struggling expression on Xuanmi's face, and then his left hand slowly dropped, and then he fired a shot towards the back. Bang! The boulders rolled down, and one can imagine how powerful the musket was. You just said there is a way for me to improve my strength. Xuanmi blushed and stammered, Feng Yu put away the onakiri and nodded. You should have heard that the Demon Slayer Corps new pills can improve the strength of team members. After saying that, a marrow cleansing pill appeared in Feng Yu's hand. This, with just a few pills, you can be reborn. It may be able to help you realize your wishes, so that you can stand by his side openly. Xuanmi stared at the marrow cleansing pill in Feng Yu's hand. Of course he had heard of it, after all basic members of the Demon Slayer Corps could be allocated one. It's just that he tried it, and it didn't have much effect on him. The elixir in my hand is not comparable to what is mass-produced by the Demon Slayer Corps. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Feng Yu threw the marrow cleansing pill in his hand towards Xuanmi. After he took it, he put it to his nose and smelled it. It was indeed different from what he had eaten before, and the color was darker. He put the letter into his mouth doubtfully. Zila. The sound of chewing sounded as he swallowed. Xuanmi's expression began to change. Xuanmi started to get excited. This is power, this elixir can really have an effect on me. Xuanmi felt that his strength was increasing, and at the same time, he felt that the weight of the Nichirin sword in his right hand was constantly decreasing. It's not that the Nichirin sword has become lighter, but that I have become stronger. Xuanmi's face was full of excitement. What do you want me to do? Feng Yu, who was well prepared, took out a mask and put it on his face. Xuanmi tried to chew, feeling the biting force from his teeth, and at the same time his stomach began to churn. His stomach was constantly moving and his digestion ability became stronger. Xuanmi was silent. If Feng Yu said it true, it would definitely be beneficial to him and even take a big advantage. Feng Yu said calmly. At this moment there was no fierce expression on his face. Instead, a longing expression occupied him. Feng Yu looked at him and said, but the bigger surprise was yet to come. Xuanmi's face was red and his teeth began to fall out naturally, and then the top of the newly sprouted teeth. It smells so bad. Don't you want to be by his side? But Xuanmi's face was red, and it was obvious that this desolate scene made him a little shy. No way, I wouldn't do that. Xuanmi made a satisfied sound. Ha ha ha, I don't need you to do anything, I just want to see your brother's surprise and give him a shock. Let him understand that there will be a moment when he sees something wrong. Shinazugawa Xuanya is not stupid. He knows that Feng Yu cannot help him for no reason. It's wonderful, this is what I want. Xuanmi said, looking at Feng Yu, who was wearing a mask. You seem to have misunderstood what I meant. Ta-da. But he really didn't understand why Feng Yu wanted to help him like this. Then he turned around and left. What I mean is, no matter how much you improve your strength, when your strength is enough to qualify you to stand by his side, just tell him that your strength is due to my help. Etc. Grrrrrrrrrs. Xuanmi immediately refused. He was definitely the first to stand up against actions that harmed his brother. Feeling the increasing strength in his body, Xuanmi couldn't help but close his eyes. But soon his face turned into a bitter, gored face. It seems you don't want to improve your strength. Did you do it on purpose? You knew it would become like this. Feng Yu said in a tone that was a bit hateful. How does it feel? Feng Yu said indifferently. Xuanmi's body became sticky at this moment, and a stench came out and filled the air. At the waning moon, Feng Yu stood on Xiao Hai's back with a smile on his face. Shimiya Shinazugawa. One night passed. The night fades. The sun in the east turned fish white, then the whole earth began to embrace the light again. Brother Feng Yu is back. Meixiu on the top of the mountain couldn't help shouting when she saw Xiao Hei on the horizon in the distance. But the people at the foot of the mountain didn't know it, and they were still starting their new day in an orderly manner. Only Xiaobai ran up the mountain quickly, with 3 tails behind him constantly flying in the air. If you observe carefully, you can find that there is another tail growing faintly on Xiaobai's tail, but it is very small, tightly hidden under the cover of 3 tails. Feng Yu also saw Meixiu waving to him in the sky, and the white figure in the forest was moving quickly, chasing after her. Brother Feng Yu, you are finally back. He held a real Nichirin sword in his hand. No see for a few days. Feng Yu seemed to feel that she had grown much taller. The originally fair and rosy skin has also become rough under the baptism of wind and frost. After being baptized by the marrow cleansing pill before, Meixiu looked like an aristocratic girl, but now she looked more like a wild girl. You've grown up. Feng Yu looked at her and sighed. Brother Feng Yu, why have you grown up? Meixiu looked at him doubtfully and said, Ha ha ha, it's nothing, I just said that you Meixiu have become different. Feng Yu said with a smile, then touched her head and went down the mountain. Only Meixiu was left to continue training the breath of light, mid-mountain. Xiaobai had already squatted on the route where Feng Yu came down, waiting quietly. Sudden. Its ears twitched and then the whole figure rushed forward. Sorry, I didn't bring you with me this time. Xiaobai jumped into Feng Yu's arms and enjoyed his touch, but his head was buried in his arms as if he was an angry child. Okay, Xiaobai, don't be angry, I will take you with me next time. Feng Yu comforted. At the same time, I also noticed the changes in Xiaobai. The 4th tail. Feng Yu looked at the unformed 4th tail and murmured. Xiaobai's strength has improved again. Then his eyes fell on Xiao Hai. Hey master, why are you looking at me like this? Xiao Hai didn't know why and asked, tilting his head. Forget it, Xiao Hai is acting like a jerk. A hint of helplessness flashed in Feng Yu's eyes, and then he picked up Xiaobai and observed him carefully. Master, what do you want to do? Xiaobai's tone was a little timid, and he didn't understand why Feng Yu was staring at him like this. It's okay, Xiaobai, do you feel the changes in your body? A change? Xiaobai recalled that he was sleeping a day ago, but he could feel a warm current coming from his body, and then disappeared. That must be the change that the master mentioned. So Xiaobai told the truth truthfully, and at this time Xiao Hai finally realized why Feng Yu looked at him strangely. Gaga, master, I also want to become stronger. I also want to become as powerful as boss Xiaobai. Xiao Hai flapped his wings and shouted, Okay, I can't give you Xiaobai's opportunities and talents. After all, you all have the same resources. Feng Yu glanced at Xiao Hai and stopped caring about his fuss. He picked up Xiaobai and went down the mountain. The 2 wooden houses are connected side by side, quiet, but you can feel the smoke of fireworks coming from them. Lin Tekizao felt Feng Yu's arrival for the last time and nodded, and then the 2 of them sat next to the fire. I already know what happened this time. Both you and Jiwoo did a good job. I have some opinions regarding Tanjiro's contract. I'm very sorry. Ningtaki-sa recently apologized to Feng Yu. It's okay, I don't blame you. On the contrary, this is also the feeling of our water-breathing family. Feng Yu said, family's failings. For the first time, Lintaki-saken carefully tasted what Feng Yu said. That's right, our soggy mountains are becoming more and more like a home. Rintagaki-sakonji sighed. The burning fire was reflected in his eyes, like a flame turning into a fire. The originally lonely Sajiri mountain has become what it is now. Several people live together, which also adds a bit of warmth to Lintaki-sa's recent ghost-killing life. In a world where the space is infinitely upside down, several people are located in different places, looking around blankly with no words engraved in their eyes. Then, the pillars that have killed the Demon Slayer Corps in the past 100 years have all been wound up. What did you do with the winding downs? Cold sweat broke out on Kaminu's forehead, and he didn't dare to speak, let alone raise his head. But the Zixian ghosts below felt a terrible pressure, driving them to kneel on the ground. A beautiful figure appeared on the high platform and looked at them indifferently. Who is this woman? Kaminu, who was wearing a yellow and white Heyori coat, and had black hair with red highlights similar to Nezuko, looked around blankly. The newcomer Zia Xianliu understood this in his heart. The pressure in Infinite City has also become stronger. His eyes were engraved with Zixian Wu, his body was covered with clothes woven from cyan scales, his lips were purple, and he also had vertical pupils like poisonous snakes as he spoke in fear. Kaminu looked at Wu Han with understanding. How could such a thing be possible? Wu Qioi said indifferently, other side. Infinite City. Kintaki Sakonji said calmly. When? It's Lord Wu Mei, I didn't even recognize it. The appearance and breath are completely different from before. It's really an extremely exquisite mimicry. Before anyone could react, the sound of Pipa sounded again. Wu Mei's tone became more and more serious. Lower your head, kneel on the ground, and worship me. I'm very sorry, sir. Because you changed your appearance and we didn't recognize you. The space has moved again. This is the vampire magic. Everyone was terrified. A Pipa sound resounded throughout the Infinite City, and then the entire space began to reverse, and everyone was teleported to a plane. All the 12 Kazuki have gathered here. This is the first time we have encountered this situation. Now Tanjiro has been recognized by the Lord, but some other pillars still have grudges. This requires his own efforts to resolve, so that everyone will look at the two of them with admiration. Wu said calmly. With those scarlet eyes and the peach blossom-patterned kimono draped around him, it was obvious that he was Kibitsuji. Oh, what can't be done? Yeah, next I started to teach Nanako the full concentration of breathing and Changchu. I hope that she can participate in the final selection after she has great strength like Tanjiro did. Come back unscathed. Do I allow you to speak? Just answer my question based on your meaningless thoughts. Lei was killed, Lingyuzi and Bingai were also killed. There is only one thing I want to ask. Why did Zixiangui being so weak, even as 12 Kazuki, means the end, and it is only the beginning from now on? Eat more people and become stronger, which is the beginning of serving me. Wu Mei's face became very ugly, with veins popping up on his face, and his blood-red eyes looked coldly at the Zixian people below. The veteran Zia Xian was lying on the ground, almost pressing his body to the ground. Cold sweat broke out on every Zixian's forehead, and the fear in his heart continued to amplify. No matter how much we say, there is nothing we can do. The newcomer Zia Xian understood in his heart. No matter how much we say, there's nothing we can do about it, right? What's nothing we can do about it? Tell me. Wu Mei's eyes were fixed on the newly arrived demon. Oops, he can actually read my thoughts. At this moment, the fear in Zia Xiangui's heart was infinitely magnified. He did not expect Wu Mei to be able to hear his inner thoughts. Say it. Wu Kai shouted angrily. The new demon's face was horrified, and he saw that one of Wu Mei's hands turned into a tentacle of flesh and blood, and the yellow eyes that were opened showed infinite terror. The new Zixiangui was immediately arrested. No, Master Wu Han, please forgive me. The lying Zixian people did not dare to raise their heads, and the fear in everyone's heart continued to amplify with the screams of the new Zixian ghost. Please let me go, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. The sounds of begging for mercy kept coming, and Wu Han's face was indifferent, as if he were looking at an insignificant piece of garbage, looking at the Zixiangui who was constantly begging for mercy and struggling on his tentacles. The blood poured down, accompanied by a scream, and the begging for mercy suddenly stopped. Blood dripped on the remaining lower string head, the smell of blood, blood red fear. Magnify infinitely. They didn't expect that 12 Kazuki could be killed so easily, and because he contradicted Wu Mei. The aura of the new ghost has completely disappeared. He is dead. Belch. Muzan's tentacle let out a burp, and the poor new string just climbed up to 12 Kazuki's position. But he never thought that he would end up being treated as a snack by Muzan right here. Why is this happening? We are obviously 12 Kazuki. Why? The fear in the hearts of all the Zixian ghosts occupied their entire bodies, and they stared blankly at the pool of blood in front of them. Except for Nightmare, who had a calm face, it seemed like everything was none of his business. Are we going to be killed? We obviously turned into 12 Kazuki with great difficulty. Am I scarier than a ghost hunter? Wu Mei felt the fear in their hearts and said coldly, if you're so scared, don't stay here. Another new girl was swallowed up by Wu Mei's tentacles, leaving only a pool of blood. If this continues, you will die, you will definitely die. Kaminu yelled in his heart. Then the body leaned back slightly. I will die, I will die, I will run away, I will run away. No matter what you say or do, you will be eaten. I want to escape. After making up his mind, Kaminu jumped back and quickly escaped from the place. Wuxian ignored it and just looked at it coldly, without any change in expression on his face. When the pipa sounds, the space changed again, and the escaped Kaminu was teleported back again. How could it be? Kaminu was shocked, and the fear of death continued to sweep through his body. Are you trying to escape? Wu Kai said coldly, bangs. The terrifying tentacles directly swallowed his entire body, watching the mass of flesh and blood being digested by the tentacles. Belch. The tentacle burped again. Blood red all over the ground. This is a slaughterhouse, and it is also a place of slaughter. The air was filled with the extremely pungent smell of blood, and there were only 2 people left in Zixian. What else do you want to say finally? Lashi wanted to continue explaining but was interrupted by Wuxian. So, do you have anything else to say at the end? Then the pipa played. Wu Qiuai looked at Nightmare coldly, seeming to be shocked by him. Nightmare didn't have time to react and froze completely, seemingly suffering endless pain. Infinite City changes again. You are right, I feel like I have had a sweet dream. I can be given death by your own hand. I am very happy to hear the wailing of other ghosts before they die. I am so happy. Wu Mei's face was gloomy, and he was obviously irritated by Lashi's request. Nightmare's face was calm, and he didn't know what he was thinking, but Leiju's face was full of fear. Wu Qi in his eyes was extremely great at this time, and he was willing to dedicate everything he had, even his life. He didn't take action but was thinking, that's enough, I can't make mistakes. All the decision-making power lies with me. What I say is absolute, you have no right to refuse. If I say it is correct, it is correct. If you give me an order, of course you deserve to die. Wu Kai looked at the 2 of them coldly and said, Wuhan's expression remained the same, looking condescendingly at the windlass kneeling on the ground. Lashi assured, I appreciate it very much, so I will give you a large amount of my blood. However, you cannot bear a large amount of blood and may die from it. However, if you can bear it, you will gain great strength and then work for me. Kill the Demon Slayer core pillar. And if you can kill the ghost hunter wearing the flower card earring, I will give you more blood. I can still serve you. If you are willing to give me some more time, I will definitely come in handy. Screams resounded in Infinite City again, and the blood on the platform gathered into a river and flowed down along the ground. With the injection of blood, Nightmare finally fell to the ground, his body constantly shaking, his limbs twisting and terrible changes taking place on his body. Why do I have to listen to you and give you my blood? You are so shameless, who do you think you are? Wu Kai said as he looked at Nightmare, who was staring blankly at him. Ah. A huge tentacle fell from the sky, formed a tail thorn, and plunged directly into Nightmare's neck. Because I like to see other people's misfortunes and pain the most, as if I were having a sweet dream. Thank you for leaving me until the end. Nightmare kept rolling on the ground in pain, while Wuxian smiled. Nightmare looked intoxicated with a blush on her face, and her hands spread out as if she was enjoying all this. Specifically, how much time do you need, how will you use it, and what can you do for me with your ability now? Lashi said quickly, Blood, if I can receive your gift of blood, I will definitely adapt to your blood and become a more powerful ghost to fight for you. The first one is the lower string, and the second one is the windlass, and the second one is the lower string 1 and the Nightmare. Sudden, Muzan transmitted Tanjiro's appearance to Nightmare. No. It's not like that. After the sound of the pipa sounded, countless doors closed automatically, and Nightmare, who was lying on the ground struggling in pain, was also teleported to an unknown cabin. I seem to have seen something ... It was transmitted to me along with Lord Wuhan's blood. Nightmare opened his mouth wide, and the blood in his body was still causing him painful torture, but he was enjoying it very much. He gently stroked his blood-stained cheek with his hand and slowly showed a crazy smile. Haha, if I kill Zhu and this kid, I can get more blood. It's like I'm dreaming. At this time, Nightmare's body was not only filled with innocent blood, but was also accompanied by a thick black mist. No one noticed that there was a ghost lying in this small corner, a ghost. This side of Butterfly House, with Feng Yu livings, Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu all stayed in Butterfly Dance. Under the effect of the healing pill, Tanjiro and the others finally recovered from their injuries and became lively again. But Kachu Shinobu also arranged special training. It's just that Tanjiro has already mastered the full concentrated breathing and Sunajang, so he can only practice the breath of the sun that Feng Yu asked him to practice on the side. Kachu Shinobu also discovered Tanjiro's condition, and was deeply impressed by Feng Yu's ability to train a fledgling Tanjiro into full concentration breathing. She learned from Tanjiro that he would not need her for the next training, so she had to focus on Inosuke and Zenitsu. You two follow me. Kachu Shinobu motioned to Inosuke and Zenitsu to follow him. Why doesn't Kantaro use it? Yeah, why doesn't Tanjiro use it? Inosuke and Zenitsu were confused. I took you to train, Tanjiro doesn't need it, he's already done it, you two are the only one holding him back. Kachu Shinobu's face was filled with a smile. How could this happen? Kentaro cannot be stronger than me, I am the strongest. Inosuke was the first to refuse. Zenitsu on the other side stared at Tanjiro and nodded repeatedly. So that's it. No wonder Tanjiro is so powerful. Everyone, I'm waiting for you. Tanjiro was forcibly pulled by Terachi Kiyoshi and ran in the other direction, waving to Inosuke and Zenitsu constantly. I don't accept it. Why is Kentaro stronger than me? I don't accept it. Inosuke spit out 2 jets of hot white air from the nostrils of the boar hood and cursed angrily. Full concentrated breathing is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the ordinary form, which is performed only during combat. That is at your current stage. Kachu Shinobu was not angry, he just said calmly. The second stage is to breathe with total concentration, and always, that is, to continue to breathe with concentration all day long. This is the breathing method stage that all pillars of our Demon Slayer core have mastered. Although concentrated breathing can greatly improve physical fitness, due to the accelerated blood flow and rapid heartbeat during use, it is very difficult to maintain for a long time. However, only by ensuring full concentration of breathing for a long time can one's own strength change qualitatively. And this advanced state of maintaining full concentration of breathing for a long time is constant. This is also the direction of your training next. Then I saw Kachu Shinobu raising his hands. Pop! Applause rang out. Soon Nakahara Cheng and Takada Naho each brought over a gourd. Inosuke and Zenitsu didn't know what this was for, but they just had a vague premonition in their hearts. What is this for? Zenitsu couldn't help but said, Hee next, your task is to blow the gourd, then that's it. Nakahara Cheng and Takada Naho said at the same time. Are you kidding? How could such a big gourd break? Zenitsu said quietly. Inosuke, on the other hand, stared at the gourd tightly, lost in thought. Kachu Shinobu didn't explain much, he just took the gourd and put it to his mouth. After taking a deep breath, after a while, bang, the gourd bursts. The sound shocked Inosuke and Zenitsu, so awesome. Inosuke stared at Kachu Shinobu closely. Can that guy Kentaro be able to do this? Inosuke said. Kachu Shinobu nodded. At this time Inosuke fell silent and then shouted. I also want to train, I want to become stronger than Kentaro. Inosuke clenched his fist tightly and shouted. Then Kachu Shinobu set his sights on Zenitsu. I don't need to. Zenitsu took a few steps back, then ran back quickly. Terribly sorry. Kachu Shinobu did not stop him, but quietly watched him run away. Then Inosuke followed Nakahara Cheng and others to the martial arts gym. Kanzaki Ai said. Zenitsu opened his eyes firm as if he had made up his mind. But let's work hard. The old man will be very pleased to see me make this decision. Nakahara Cheng couldn't help but speak, that. But soon he saw Inosuke's appearance and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Gerbil. I'm most afraid of working hard. Taking 1 step at a time is too tiring. And the other side. In this way Zenitsu returned to the martial arts hall. At this time, Inosuke was already lying on the ground tired. After thinking for a while with my eyes closed. Gerbil. Screams were heard from the martial arts hall in Butterfly House. Are you going to add more oil? Oh, there's really nothing you can do. Gyutaro on his shoulder also screamed happily. Fine. Gyutaro's voice sounded. Zenitsu looked at Gyutaro and said helplessly, how wonderful it would be if I could live a carefree life. Then he turned his attention to the sky outside. Is he the only one? Then, a tweed, gerbil. Zenitsu ran back to the bed where he was resting and lay down, staring at the beam in a daze. Zenitsu stood at the door and shouted cautiously, did you just say something like this? Even so, it's too much. At least you have to say that you work hard, that's it. Zenitsu clenched his fists and stepped into the door of the martial arts gym. Is it because I feel anxious because I am lagging behind Tanjiro? Even if he taught me carefully, I still can't remember it well. I feel that we really failed. Then walked towards the door. Nakahara Cheng nodded and led Inosuke into the house and into the martial arts gym. Zenitsu's Jutaro landed in front of him. Zenitsu sat up and looked at Tanjiro and Inosuke's beds. One day later, Tanjiro got up early and went to train alone. Inosuke and Zenitsu collapsed on the bed, motionless, their eyes blank as if they had lost their minds. Why? Why is it so painful? Zenitsu murmured while looking at the beam. The same goes for Inosuke wearing a boar hood. Good morning, it's time to get up and train. The door was opened, and the little Ching-san in the temple rushed in immediately, came to the bedside of the two of them and shouted. But Zenitsu was hiding under the covers and shaking as if the three of them were demons. I don't want. Zenitsu clutched the quilt tightly and shook his head wildly in refusal. Although his injuries were much better at the moment, when he recalled yesterday's inappropriate training methods, his heart trembled and a sense of fear swept through his body. Inosuke sat on the bed blankly, looking at Tanjiro's bed from time to time. What's going on? Teruchi Kiyoshi looked at Nakahara Cheng and Takada Naho and said. But both of them shook their heads, and after looking at each other, Takada Naho ran out. Teruchi Kiyoshi and Nakahara Cheng were still calling Zenitsu and Inosuke to train. It's just that it's of no use. Zenitsu clutched the quilt tightly, while Inosuke sat on the bed in a daze, wondering what he was thinking. At this time, Naho Takada, who ran out, also came back, with a purple figure following behind her. None other than Kachu Shinobu. At this time, Kachu Shinobu's face was filled with a smile, and he came step by step between the beds of Inosuke and Zenitsu. What Tanjiro plans to learn is a new powerful breathing method. He has already learned the technique of full concentration breathing and constant breathing, and you are going to train this technique. By using concentrated breathing throughout the day, your basic physical strength will increase dramatically. If you don't train, Tanjiro will be overtaken to a very long distance. So let's try and catch up with Tanjiro. Kachu Shinobu said with a smile. However, Zenitsu still clutched the quilt tightly, while Inosuke slowly stood up, turned his head to Tanjiro's bed and stared at it. No. It's really not possible. People will die. Zenitsu shouted. At this time, Tanjiro also came back after hearing the sound. He also learned about the two people's situation from other people's mouths and couldn't help but worry about them. Zenitsu, Inosuke, you two are okay. Tanjiro said. Tanjiro, I don't want to train anymore, I really can't do it. When Zenitsu heard Tanjiro's voice, he quickly pulled away the quilt, hugged him, and cried loudly. It's okay, Zenitsu, you have to be strong, you can do this. Tanjiro comforted. Inosuke looked at Tanjiro quietly, wondering what he was thinking. Actually, I have thought about giving up the training of concentrated breathing before, and there is no way to maintain the state of concentrated breathing all the time, but I believe Zenitsu and Inosuke will be fine. When the lungs open like this, the bones and blood will make a sound. At this time, you need to maintain the sound of pumping. Tanjiro danced around and demonstrated to the two people the state of concentrated breathing and constant maintenance all day long. Inosuke and Zenitsu looked at Tanjiro speechlessly. Then it's time to work out like crazy. Tanjiro smiled. Inosuke and Zenitsu shook their heads when they heard the word exercise. Tanjiro looked at the two of them with confusion in his eyes. At this time, Kachu Shinobu put his hand on Tanjiro's shoulder and said with a smile, Oh, this can be said to be a basic skill. It is a very preliminary technique. Although it is natural to learn it, it takes considerable effort to learn it. Then Kachu Shinobu slowly walked up to Inosuke, looked him face to face, then placed a heavy hand on Inosuke's shoulder and said with a smile, Anyway, learning is a matter of course. I thought Inosuke could learn it easily, but I didn't expect it. You still can't learn it. It's natural to learn it. If you still can't learn it, there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. Then Kachu Shinobu patted Inosuke's shoulder hard twice. When Inasuk heard this, he was wearing a boar hood and his face was already full of anger. White air spurted from the nose of the hood. What? I can learn it. Since I can learn it, don't look down on me anymore. Be careful if I pick off your breasts. Inasuk shouted angrily. When Kachu Shinobu saw this, he immediately turned around, held Zenitsu's hand with both hands and said to him like a little girl, "Please do your best, Zenitsu. I cheer for you more than anyone else." A clear voice sounded. Temple Ching Sangseo just watched from the side, cheering the two of them crazily. Then threw it into the air. Bite. Zenitsu's whole figure seems to have come to life, full of energy. Come on, come on. Inasuk stopped training and then quickly ran out with Tanjiro excitedly. Really? That's great. Kanao turned around and nodded in response. Kanao is also a member of the team at the same time. How about training together? Yeah, that's great. Kachu Shinobu's lovely face was close at hand. Zenitsu looked at her. His face kept getting hot and red. Kanzaki Ai and Kanao also stood aside and looked at them, and they couldn't help but express slight surprise. A few days later, Tanjiro's crow flew from a distance and landed in front of his window. Oh yes. After a while, then without waiting for Kachu Shinobu and Tanjiro to get up, Inasuk and Zenitsu rushed out, came to the martial arts gym and started crazy training. The front side of the coin fell on the back of his hand, and then he stood straight and motionless as if he was lost in memories. Tanjiro's voice brought her back to her senses. Kachu Shinobu came to Kanao's side and said, "Good, that's it, come on Inasuk, Zenitsu." Later, he also joined as a member of the training team. Tanjiro on the side looked at the two people in confusion. Inasuk, please have the rebuilt Nichirin sword delivered soon. Yeah, I just heard what the crow said and it smells like a steel tomb. Looking at Inasuk and Zenitsu Kanao not far away, he took out a coin from his arms. It's just that this time, the two of them didn't feel tired. They went through all kinds of training at their fingertips and didn't utter a single scream. They were completely different from the dead pigs they looked like yesterday. Kanao just looked at him, looking at the optimism and smile on Tanjiro. Jumping all the way, Inasuk said. Tanjiro shouted excitedly, pointing outside. Tanjiro's nose moved slightly and he smelled a familiar smell. Tanjiro and Inasuk ran out of the yard excitedly and looked at the steel tomb in the distance, slowly holding the scepter. Mr. Iron Tomb. Tanjiro shouted and kept saying hello. The sound of ding bells sounded as the steel tomb moved. Tanjiro didn't notice at all that Steel Tomb's expression at this time was covered by the fireman mask on his face, but he still exuded a murderous aura. Long time no see, Mr. Iron Tomb. Tanjiro was still saying hello, but Iron Tomb snatched the knife from his companion's arms, and then ran towards Tanjiro quickly. How are you doing? Tanjiro's face was filled with a smile, but he soon realized something was wrong. He stopped smiling and looked at the steel tomb that kept running towards him in horror. F***KU. Iron Tomb shouted, stabbing Tanjiro directly with the knife he held in both hands. Tanjiro just turned sideways and hid, then couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at the Iron Tomb with a very guilty expression. Steel, Mr. Steel Tomb. Tanjiro said guiltily, how dare you break my knife? Iron Tomb's body was filled with murderous aura, and he said in a gloomy voice, You are so brave, go to hell. Then he raised the knife with both hands and slashed at Tanjiro. I'm sorry, but at that time, I really almost died. I didn't want that either. What? Tanjiro kept dodging the Iron Tomb's attacks. It's all your fault, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. It's because you were too weak that you broke the knife. Just give me your life. Iron Tomb didn't listen to Tanjiro's explanation at all. He was so angry that he just wanted to cut Tanjiro into pieces. Inasuk and Tetsuya Morigang hid aside and watched the two chasing each other speechlessly. Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is this a new training? Probably not. Kanzaki Ai said with cold sweat on his forehead. The Iron Tomb finally stopped chasing Tanjiro with his knife, but his face was still filled with murderous intent. His eyes stayed on Tanjiro as if he was his father-killing enemy. Mr. Steel Tomb is such a fiery person. He cherishes knives more than anyone else. It's hard to find someone like him in the knife-forging village. Tai Zusen said, I think so. Tanjiro looked pale and glanced at the Iron Tomb lying on his side, looking at him fiercely and said, I forgot to introduce you. My name is Tetsuya Morikoze, and this time I will be in charge of forging Lord Inasuk's Nichirin sword. It is also an honor for us to play our part in the fight. But Inasuk held the new Nichirin sword in both hands and raised it in the air, looking at it carefully. At this time, the Nichirin blade also changed, and the original silver-white color turned into a mist-like blue-gray. It's such a beautiful color. It suits these two hands very well. Taizu-sen sighed. Indeed, now that Inosuke has a new sword, he will become even more powerful. Tanjiro on the side also agreed, but then they were shocked. How does the sword feel in your hand? This is my first time making a sword for a dual sword swordsman. Tai Ziansen asked curiously. But Inosuke ignored him at all and just silently came to the small pond outside the yard, placed the Nichirin sword on the stone and then slowly pick up a stone next to it, Inosuke-sama. Tetsuya had a vague premonition in his heart, and Tanjiro didn't understand what Inosuke was trying to do. Ding, ding, ding. Inosuke kept hitting the new Nichirin sword with the stone in his hand. Seeing this scene, Tanjiro and others were all shocked. Very good. Inosuke looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. But little did he know that Taizu-sen behind him had become as murderous as the previous Iron Tomb. Baga Yalu, you be ****D, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Tetsuya cursed angrily, and Tanjiro kept hugging his body to prevent him from rushing forward. Inosuke ignored him and continued to raise his hand and smashed another Nichirin sword. The sound of ding 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 sounded again, and soon two toothed knives were forged by Inosuke. ****. I will never let you live, I will kill you. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Tanjiro kept apologizing, blocking Taijinsen. At this moment, the butterfly house is really constantly hearing sounds of fighting, yelling, and apologizing. Under dusk, Steel Tomb and Tetsuya Mori cursed and left the butterfly house, while Tanjiro continued to apologize to them both on behalf of Inosuke. The new Nichirin sword was delivered, and the three little Tanjiro officially returned to the right path. Inosuke and Zenitsu practice full concentration breathing and constant breathing, while Tanjiro practices sun breathing. Everything is being trained in an orderly manner. Day after day, the strength of several people is constantly increasing. Especially under the influence of the Demon Slayer core marrow cleansing pills, Inosuke and Zenitsu's progress is even faster. This side of MT. Soggy. Just like the situation in Butterfly House, they are conducting their own training in an orderly manner. Mixu and Nanako are also constantly getting better at their respective breathing methods. Especially Nanako, her strength has improved rapidly under Feng Yu's personal guidance in the past few days. Whether it is the first 10 moves of water breathing or the last 2 moves, I have a deeper understanding. At the same time, Feng Yu also knew that it was time for Nanako to proceed to the next stage of training. In other words, just like Inosuke Zenitsu, all the breathing is concentrated. At this time, Nanako stood in front of Feng Yu holding a Nichirin knife, looking at him solemnly. Master Feng Yu, I'll come on then. Nanako shouted and then attacked Feng Yu. Holding a wooden sword in his hand and wearing a gray kimono, he looked at Nanako who rushed up calmly. An hour later. Nanako fell to the ground with scratches on her palms and insteps. Well, it's pretty good. My understanding of water breathing has reached a very deep level. It's just that I have too little sparring experience and I didn't respond to various moves in time. It's a bit slow, but overall it's still very good. Yes, with your current strength, you are more than ready to pass the final selection. Feng Yu looked at Nanako with satisfaction and said. Nanako was lying on the ground, panting heavily with no strength in his body. Master Feng Yu is still so powerful. Even though I have tried so hard, I still haven't touched the hem of his clothes. When will I be able to have such strength as him, mother? Nanako's alarm clock recalled the scene when her mother was killed by an evil spirit. The anger in his heart became even stronger, and his green pupils exuded a murderous aura, but when he thought of the strength gap between himself and Feng Yu, his eyes dimmed again. What are you thinking about? Your little head has learned to be sentimental. You are still young, and you are already much better than Tanjiro with this strength. Tanjiro, when you were this age, you were still chopping firewood in the mountains. Now he has very, very strong power. If you work hard, I believe you will reach the same height as him. Feng Yu flicked Nanako's forehead to bring him back to his senses. His tilde. Master, you bullied me again. Nanako said angrily with a puffed face. Okay, get up quickly, that's it for today, we will make changes in the next training. Feng Yu said as he looked at Nanako's current state and strength. Nanako nodded, then stood up slowly. Tilde. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Nanako wiped the dust on her body and held the knife tightly in her hand. This side of Butterfly House. Inosuke and Tanjiro, who regained the new Nichirin swords, have new fighting spirit in their eyes. Inosuke and Zenitsu's full concentration and constant breathing are also practiced in an orderly manner and gradually mastered it. You can often see the two of them training hard from inside the Butterfly House, as well as the two of them wailing in pain. Tanjiro, on the other hand, recalled the ritual dance of Kagura, the god of fire, passed down from his father. With constant practice, Tanjiro also discovered that the god of fire, Kagura, contains a breathing method that, although powerful, is incomplete. It can even be said that there is no breathing technique in it at all. Tanjiro danced the sacrificial dance of the god of fire, Kagura, over and over again, feeling the changes in breathing frequency and constantly recalling what his father Tanjiro once said to him. Why does my family inherit such a strange dance? The more Tanjiro thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, because he knew that his own father was just an ordinary person, and he was also a short-lived person who was in poor health all year round. No, there are also earrings. Tanjiro suddenly woke up, reached out and took off the flower earrings from his ears, put them in the palm of his hand and looked carefully. Father said at the time that these earrings matched the god of fire, Kagura. Except for my father's generation, the god of fire Kagura can only be traced back to an older era, and this earring may be the key to finding the source. I don't know if there is one in the Demon Slayer core, records about earrings. Tanjiro dances her body. Sudden, a sharp pain came over. Oops. Today has reached the limit again. Tanjiro stopped twisting his body and began to sit on the ground to rest. It's too taxing on the body. Tanjiro wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Senior brother Feng Yu asked me to master this power. Does he know something? Tanjiro thought about it carefully. When he was fighting Lei in Spider Mountain, he also smelled Feng Yu's scent, but he didn't come to help. It was more like watching the show from the other side. The more Tanjiro thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was right. Although Spider Mountain was filled with a strong smell of ghosts at that time, it was probably because Feng Yu was standing upwind that his smell was not covered by the smell of ghosts. What's more, Tanjiro could feel that Feng Yu's position had not changed at all at that time. Otherwise, senior brother Feng Yu wouldn't have saved me in such a timely manner. With the answer in his mind, Tanjiro decided to ask him clearly the next time he saw him. But after his body recovered, he continued to devote himself to Kagura, the god of fire. Feng Yu from Sajiri Mountain is also formulating a training plan for Nanako that focuses on breathing and constant concentration. Little did he know that Tanjiro had noticed him while watching the show. Concentrate on breathing. Tanjiro's original training method was somewhat unsuitable for Nanako. How about sending her to Butterfly House? Feng Yu remembered that Inosuke and Zenitsu were probably also training on concentrated breathing at this moment, and the training methods he had developed for Tanjiro were somewhat unsuitable for training girls like Nanako. The more I think about it, the more I think it is possible. Butterfly House has been inherited for many years. There is also a complete set of methods for swordsman's concentrated breathing training, and different training methods can be developed for each person. Just when Feng Yu decided to send Nanako to Butterfly House for training, Kachu Shinobu's letter was delivered to Feng Yu. Mr. Feng Yu, things here at Butterfly House have stabilized. Everyone is working in an orderly manner. I will be coming to Samajiri Mountain in 2 days. Please let me know. Looking at the letter in his hand, Feng Yu smiled helplessly. I just wanted to send Nanako to your place, but you came here unexpectedly. It doesn't matter, I will just go to Butterfly House, and you don't have to rush here. After putting away the letter, Feng Yu summoned Zio Hai back, who was making out with his beauty. Quackmaster, where are you going this time? Zio Hai's tone was a bit displeased. Just now, he was reaching the last step with the beautiful female crow in the tribe, but he never expected to hear Feng Yu's call. With a shudder, the good thing was gone. Do you have any objections? Feng Yu looked at it and said, no, Zio Hai is the most loyal to Master Feng Yu, how could he have any objection? Zio Hai said with a smile. Looking at Zio Hai's appearance, he knew that this guy must be spending time in Wenru village and the market every day. Talking is really one thing. Shaking his head, he came to Nanako's side and told him that the next training would be done elsewhere. When Nanako heard this, her heart tightened. After all, except for the place where she once lived, she had always stayed here in Sajiri Mountain. I feel a little reluctant to leave here now. What are you thinking about? It's not like I won't come back. As long as I complete the next training, I can come back if I want. Feng Yu said. Okay, let's pack the clothes we need, and then we're leaving here. Nanako nodded, then quickly went into the house to pack a package and carry it on her back. Master Feng Yu, do you want to tell Sister Meixiu? Nanako asked. After all, she and Meixiu slept in a wooden house every day. The relationship between the two was already like sisters. This sudden departure might make Meixiu a little worried. Feng Yu touched his chin and thought that it was indeed true. Then he asked Nanako to jump on Zio Hai's back and came to the place where Meixiu practiced. After the two said goodbye, Nanako and Feng Yu set off. Nowadays, Nanako's strength no longer requires Zio Hai to slow down his flight, so he quickly arrived at the butterfly house this time. As soon as Nanako arrived at Butterfly House, she was shocked by the decoration inside. It was her first time to step into such a courtyard-like residence. As long as she could remember, she had lived in that dilapidated wooden house, wandering and living with her mother. Later, because of Feng Yu, she came to Sawu Mountain, put on clean clothes, ate clean food and was still alive, had a clean bed to sleep on. It's Master Feng Yu is here. The staff of Butterfly House saw Feng Yu and shouted excitedly. They knew about Feng Yu. He had become the 10th pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps at a young age. He also had a close relationship with the owner of the Butterfly House, Kachu Shinobu, through the marrow cleansing pill and the healing pill. They often discuss Feng Yu and Kachu Shinobu privately. Seeing the staff inside the Butterfly House, each one carrying out their own work in an orderly manner, Nanako felt a little nervous. His hands tightly grasped the hem of his clothes. Don't be afraid. Each of them is very easy to get along with. I believe you will become good friends with them during your time here. Feng Yu touched Nanako and said with a smile. Feeling the warmth from Feng Yu's palm, Nanako felt comforted in her heart. No, I can't embarrass Master Feng Yu. I am Master Feng Yu's eldest disciple and Mei Ziu's senior sister. Nanako cheered herself up in her heart. Feng Yu-kun. Kachu Shinobu's voice came from behind, looking at the two of them in confusion. Ha, Miss Nin, you came here so rashly, I'm sorry to bother you. Feng Yu said. Then he introduced Nanako to Kachu Shinobu and the purpose of coming here this time. So that's it. Kachu Shinobu looked at Nanako closely, with appreciation in his eyes. You are such a young child and you have already reached this level. Mr. Feng Yu, you are really amazing. The color of his pupils is different from ordinary people. Feng Yu-kun, this child can't be one of those people with special abilities like Melee. Kachu Shinobu looked into Nanako's eyes and said, Feng Yu nodded. It's really amazing. Hello, I'm talking about Kachu Shinobu, your master's friend. After saying that, Kachu Shinobu stretched out his hand and held Nanako's hand. Hello. Nanako did not expect that Kachu Shinobu would suddenly hold her hand. Come with me. Kachu Shinobu led Nanako to the front of Teruchi Kiyoshi and others, and then after arranging the resting place, they walked towards the direction of the martial arts hall. Nanako, hello, I said Teruchi Kiyoshi, this is Nakahara Cheng. Teruchi Kiyoshi introduced his companions to Nanako enthusiastically. Hello, I'm Nanako. Nanako plucked up the courage and said, Wow Nanako, your eyes are really beautiful. Ching Praise in the temple said. Next to them, Cheng Nakahara and Naho Takada also nodded. Nanako's pupils shrank, not expecting that they would say her eyes were beautiful. His eyes couldn't help but become moist. She recalled that it was because the color of her eyes was different from that of normal people that she was treated as an alien, a child of ghosts and gods. Everyone hates her and drives her away. At this moment, I was deeply moved when I heard the praise from the temple. Hey, Sister Nanako, why are you crying? Kiyoshi Teruchi saw a tear flowing from the corner of Nanako's eyes and immediately panicked, thinking that he had said something he shouldn't have said. No, I just got sand in my eyes, thank you. Nanako wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and said with a smile. Soon, Nanako came to the martial arts hall under the leadership of Tuchai Ching and others. I am the strongest, I can do it. I will never let down Miss Shinobu's expectations. Inasuke and Zenitsu are training hard. Is that a wild boar? Nanako looked at Inasuke and asked confused. Haha, no, that's Inasuke-sama. Temple Ching smiled. Why is he wearing a boar's hood? What a strange man. Nanako knew it in her heart at this time. Zenitsu and Inasuke also noticed Nanako and couldn't help but stop training and looked at her. Cute little sister. It's the same as the breath on Kantaro's body. The two quickly approached Nanako. Zenitsu took her hand while Inasuke stared at her. That. Nanako took away Zenitsu's hand and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Zenitsu-sama, Inasuke-sama, you two, please stop scaring Nanako-san. Teruchi Kiyoshi shouted. On the side, Cheng Nakahara and Naho Takada also stood in front of Nanako. She is Lord Feng Yu's apprentice. Teruchi Kiyoshi continued, that guy's apprentice. Zenitsu couldn't help but shiver when he remembered Feng Yu, and then stared at Nanako closely. Inasuke returned to training after a stream of heat erupted from the nostrils of the boar hood. Feng Yu followed Kachu Shinobu to the hut where medicine was researched. A breath of modernity hits your nostrils. In the previous life, the chemistry laboratory was generally filled with various glassware and specimens. Various medical instruments are neatly placed. The floor was also swept very clean without a trace of dust. What a beautiful place. Feng Yu sighed, this is all my sister's hard work. Kachu Shinobu's eyes were slightly red, as if he was remembering the time when he and Kanny lived together. Kanny is doing research on drugs, while Kachu Shinobu is acting like a little girl playing with her sister without having to hide her personality and mood. Kachu Shinobu looked at Feng Yu, his eyes full of sadness. Any mention of her sister would always be like a thorn in her heart, torturing her. Fleeting. Another day has passed. At this time, Nanako had fallen to the ground exhausted from the day's training. Looking at Zenitsu and Inosuke training crazily as if they had inexhaustible power, her heart couldn't help but ignite her fighting spirit. He secretly vowed to train with all his strength like the two of them. Tanjiro came back from training in the evening and discovered that Nanako had also come to Butterfly House. I couldn't help but start to ask questions. Until early the next morning. Kachu Shinobu rides on Zio Hai's back with Feng Yu and heads to Samajiri Mountain. Standing in the sky, every time you look at the sunrise, you will always feel a sense of shock. In the gray sky, the east appeared fish-belly white, and then it continued to expand and the light shone on the whole world. Her eyes fell on Kachu Shinobu's face and she was stunned for a moment. It's really so beautiful. What was reflected in his pupils was the dazzling color on the horizon. Feeling the impact of the airflow in his body, Kachu Shinobu saw the morning light of this world in the sky for the first time. It turns out, this world is so beautiful. Kachu Shinobu's eyes dimmed. Sister ... It would be nice if you were still here. Feng Yu was not that surprised by this, but he felt that today's sunrise was particularly stunning. Seeing the expression on Kachu Shinobu's face, you can tell that she was a little shocked by watching the sunrise like this. The little black one below said nothing. If it had been anyone else, it would have started to taunt him, but now he didn't dare. After all, the people on his back were big guys he couldn't afford to offend. Master, would you like to fly slower? I think Mr. Kachu Shinobu seems to be a little fascinated by this scenery. You might as well enjoy it for a while. Zio Hai said. Feng Yu didn't say anything, just focused on Kachu Shinobu. No need, Mr. Feng Yu, let's go back to Mount Samajiri as soon as possible, and this isn't that beautiful either. Kachu Shinobu said with a smile. What? I obviously like it very much. Why do you say it's not beautiful? Zio Hai below heard Kachu Shinobu say this and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Then he flapped his wings, speeding up a notch again and flew towards Samajiri Mountain. Soon, the scenery of Mt. Sajiri comes into view. But along the way, Feng Yu discovered that Kachu Shinobu's eyes had been on Zio Hai. Feng Yujun, how did you raise your eagle crow and that little white fox? Kachu Shinobu said with burning eyes and a slightly red face, as if he was a little embarrassed to ask Feng Yu's secret. The marrow cleansing pill I gave you is the key, and Zio Hai and Zio Bai also mastered the special breathing method to become like this. Feng Yu truthfully told what happened to Zio Hai and Zio Bai. Kachu Shinobu looked at Feng Yu thoughtfully. Diamo, I also gave it to my eagle crow, but the effect was not that good. I think it must be because of the special breathing method you mentioned. Mr. Feng Yu, can I ask you to master Zio Hai and Zio Bai? Can you teach me the breathing method? Kachu Shinobu said. Although this is unfair to you, although each of the swordsmen of our Demon Slayer Corps is assigned an exclusive raven, the dangers of the mission are always present. If the raven can have a certain combat effectiveness, maybe it can to provide a guarantee for the safety of our swordsmen. Kachu Shinobu recalled the scene of Zio Hai and Zio by fighting evil spirits alone, which made her a little excited. After all, if the crows in the Demon Slayer Corps have the same fighting power as Zio Hai, then the overall strength of the Demon Slayer Corps can be improved. A big chunk. I don't know the principles of their breathing method very well. I can only rely on Ziobai and Ziohei to teach them. Is it really not possible? Kachu Shinobu saw Ninataki Sakin smiling and said, Beautiful sister, long time no see. Monster breathing technique. Kachu Shinobu came here for a reason. Kachu Shinobu smiled. Rintaki Sakanji said, and then looked at Feng Yu with a strange look. Feng Yu couldn't stand the way Rintaki Sakanji looked at his son, so he quickly explained. Kachu Shinobu felt the fluctuation of Xiaobai's aura, which was much stronger than the last time we met. Gaga, of course, I Ziohai am the most popular among us Ziobai. But you can ask boss Ziobai, he is stronger than me, and his understanding of the breathing method of monster beasts is even deeper. I taught it to several of my wives before, but they couldn't understand it. Feng Yu. Ziohai, you are so charming. It's really amazing. Ziobai seems to be stronger than the last time we met. Gaga master actually, the breathing techniques that boss Ziobai and I can't teach to other companions. Ziobai greeted Kachu Shinobu affectionately. Well, long time no see Kachu Shinobu. But I didn't expect Feng Yujin's crow to be so elegant. Kintaki Sakonji looked at Kachu Shinobu and Fuha thoughtfully. It can only be said that it's Zaya Hai and Zaya Bai. Then, please ask Mr. Feng Yu to teach me the next training, I'm begging you. Kachu Shinobu looked at Zaya Bai with a hint of disappointment in his eyes, but he quickly waved it away and a smile filled his face again. Feng Yu said, after all, the monster breathing method was mastered by directly acting on Zaya Hai and Zaya Bai, and Feng Yu didn't know what the situation was. Feng Yu nodded when he heard this, but Kachu Shinobu remained silent. Kachu Shinobu did not continue to ask. After all, in her opinion, the monster breathing method is probably Feng Yu's secret, and it is limited. What's more, even if the Demon Crows in the Demon Slayer Corps mastered the breathing method, they would not be able to kill 12 Kazuki. Need to dig deeper. The only bad thing is that I can't have a transportation mount like Zaya Ohai. So that's it. Yes, Zaya Ohai and I have natural breathing techniques. I also thought about teaching this breathing technique to my friends in the mountains, but it was of no use. Zyaobai shook his head and said that other beasts could not master the monster breathing method. Kachu Shinobu jumped down together with Feng Yu. With his light body and the feather fabric fluttering in the wind, he looked like a Kachu flying in the air. Zyaobai also ran out of the wooden house at this time and jumped onto Zhang Feng Yu's shoulders. Zyaohai said, Mr. Lintaki, long time no see, how are you lately? Kachu Shinobu bowed deeply towards Feng Yu. Her eyes revealed a desire, which was an urgent desire to gain power. Even though Kachu Shinobu is a few years older than Fuha, he still shows great respect. Feng Yu nodded, and Zyaobai jumped to the side and looked at the two of them quietly. There are two realms that I can teach you. One is the world of transparency, and the other is stripes. I have read an ancient book, which records that in the transparent world, all those who reach the top will reach the same endpoint. Even if times change and everyone's experiences are different, they will eventually reach the same endpoint. Transparency to the world is a state that elevates the body's perception and control capabilities to the limit. Then Feng Yu directly opened the transparent world. For a moment, Feng Yu's entire figure seemed to have disappeared from this world, but it was again in Kachu Shinobu's eyes. This is. Kachu Shinobu's eyes were filled with surprise. Everyone has a different way of reaching this state, but I automatically realized this state when my mental power and ability to control my body reached the limit. Feng Yu closed the transparent world, and then a huge spiritual power pressed towards Kachu Shinobu. Under the pressure of mental power, Kachu Shinobu's face turned pale. She could feel that Feng Yu was like a demon at this time, and her figure became extremely huge. In front of him, she was as weak as an ant. Let him butcher it. So awesome. Kachu Shinobu's back was covered in cold sweat and his body was trembling. Upon seeing this, Feng Yu put away his mental power, and Kachu Shinobu suddenly felt relaxed. He couldn't help but sit on the ground, panting constantly, as if he had just consumed a huge amount of energy. Feng Yu looked at her closely. Although he knew that Kachu Shinobu would definitely answer yes, without hesitation, he still wanted to ask her. Congenital markings are extremely powerful. Apart from that one, there is no other person in this world who is born with markings. Sure enough, Kachu Shinobu was ready for a resolute answer. With the appearance of the markings, Feng Yu's aura suddenly changed, like a docile little lamb that suddenly turned into a ferocious tiger. When I was cultivating my mental power, my perception was constantly getting stronger, and my control over my body was also constantly improving. I finally broke through the limit and reached this state. That's Dapple. The transparent world is like this, but what I want to talk about is another realm. From being weak to the point where he now looks up to him, he is a miracle in himself. Even the young boy Kasumido Muakairo, who has grown up the fastest, can't compare to Feng Yu at this moment. Feng Yu looked at Kachu Shinobu and sighed in his heart. Feng Yu just watched quietly as Kachu Shinobu clenched his hand, bit his lip and stood up with difficulty, looking directly at him. The breath was constantly raging, unfolding with Feng Yu as the center, and powerful air currents rolled up the dust on the ground. The paleness on Kachu Shinobu's face has not faded yet. At this moment, in Feng Yu's eyes, she is a weak girl who is holding on to her body. If both realms are opened at the same time, the consumption will be faster. So Miss Kachu Shinobu, have you really thought about it? However, there is one drawback to these two realms. That is that opening both realms requires a large amount of vitality, mental power and control over one's body. The wind blew gently, and the feather fabric on Kachu Shinobu was fluttering. Sister, you also support me, right? I will avenge you very soon. I think the two realms complement each other. The transparent world gives the limit its own reaction and control capabilities. while the stripes give it more powerful strength and body recovery ability. In this state, I can see what happens to you, and the world will tell me what actions you will take next. And it's best to remind me what to do next. Kachu Shinobu looked at Feng Yu with wide eyes. These two realms were beyond her reach, but hope was ignited in her heart. Now that you have decided, let's start our special training. Then, Feng Yujun, I believe that you have more or less understood what happened to me, so no matter what, this is the only hope that can make me stronger and allow me to kill that ghost, even if it means death. I will also be willing to do so. The realm of stripes requires external stimulation and your own understanding. External stimulation is a breakthrough point, such as huge anger, combined with breathing methods so that your own blood flows more quickly. When the stripes are turned on, the body's body temperature also increases. It will rise very quickly and reach a high temperature state. At that time, you will feel as if your whole body is burning and your heartbeat and pulse will accelerate. Kachu Shinobu carefully understood what Feng Yu said. Please, Feng Yu-kun. She originally thought that becoming a pillar had reached the peak of her strength, but she never thought that the man in front of her, who was several years younger than herself, would surprise her again and again. At the same time, markings are also divided into congenital markings and acquired markings. Congenital markings are present when a person is born, while the other is achieved through acquired efforts to open the conditions. However, acquired markings are divided into two realms. One is not stable markings, one is as free to control as I am. Xiao Bai was used to being on the sidelines. He looked at Feng Yu with admiration and kept thinking in his heart that he was awesome. Kachu Shinobu suppressed a smile on his face, and there were sparkling tears in the corners of his eyes. Kachu Shinobu felt the breeze blowing, giving her a gentle touch on her face just like the sister she once loved most. Just by turning on the stripes, I can feel that my vitality is constantly passing away. At this rate of consumption, I can only live to the age of 25. One yellow and one blue streak appeared on Feng Yu's face, extending to the center of his forehead, intertwined with each other. Feng Yu looked at Kachu Shinobu and said slowly. Kachu Shinobu exhaled a breath of turbid air, holding his Nichirin sword in his hand, looking at Feng Yu with murderous intent. The training is very simple. That is, through constant fighting and oppression of your body, you can achieve a breakthrough in the boundary between life and death. Feng Yu saw that Kachu Shinobu was ready, and also put on the White Fox evil-proof mask, but this time he did not hide it, and the White Fox mask also returned to the death mask. Feng Yujun, you really have too many secrets. Kachu Shinobu stared at the death mask on Feng Yu's face and said. Then Feng Yu took out the Onakiri again. At the same time, the blade instantly turned red, and streams of blood-red mist emerged, finally forming a ferocious-looking demon shadow behind Feng Yu. With Feng Yu's every move, the demon phantom also followed his movements. A blood-red giant sword that looked like a ghostly sword also appeared in his hand. Stripes, transparent world. At this moment, Feng Yu's firepower is fully activated. In Kachu Shinobu's eyes, Feng Yu's breath disappeared from this world, but he could still feel the threat of death. Kachu Shinobu's heart beat faster and faster, the fear in his heart continued to grow, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. I can't back down here, sister. I will definitely avenge you. Kachu Shinobu gritted her teeth and stared at Feng Yu. She knew that Feng Yu had used a mental attack, all of a sudden. In the eyes of Kachu Shinobu, the whole world has changed. The originally blue sky has been shrouded in blood, the surrounding scenes have slowly become blurred, and Feng Yu's figure has long since disappeared. Kachu Shinobu looked around warily. Intuition told her that none of this was simple. Kachu Shinobu held the Nichirin sword tightly in his hand and walked forward step by step. There was no sound around, it was a deathly silent environment, and there was no other color, only blood red. I don't know how long I've been gone. She saw a beam of light and started running towards it. As the light got closer and closer, the dazzling light made her close her eyes. As the light fades, Kachu Shinobu heard a faint sound in his ears, as if he was in a busy city. Zio Ren, what are you doing standing here? A familiar voice came to her ears. She opened her eyes. She was stunned. Tears kept flowing. Elder sister. In reality, Feng Yu gently picked up the sleeping Kachu Shinobu, his face showing exhaustion. I didn't expect that death's current move with Onakiri would consume so much. Looking at the new skills in the column introduced by Death Mask, Feng Yu sighed. Skill Reincarnation Nightmare. Activating this skill requires a large amount of mental energy. After a hit, the person whose mental strength is weaker than yours can lose their memory and completely fall into a weaving nightmare, constantly reincarnating. Note. This skill can kill enemies or assist. I hope you can make it through. Feng Yu looked at Kachu Shinobu with a comfortable smile on his face. and tears in his eyes were constantly flowing down. What Feng Yu didn't notice was that just when he activated his skill, a ray of blood merged into Xiao Bai's body. Xiao Bai looked at everything that happened in front of him in confusion and did not notice the blood entering his body. He only felt that he could not clearly see Feng Yu's movements just now. He only saw Feng Yu passing by Kachu Shinobu, then he fell to the ground. Xiao Bai ran over, his tail waving behind him. Sudden, the originally almost invisible fourth tail slowly grew out, emitting a soft yellow light. At the same time, Xiao Bai's eyes began to glow the same light yellow as the fourth tail. Master, I saw this woman hugging someone who looked very much like her. Xiao Bai said. Hearing this, Feng Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Bai, only to find that Xiao Bai's fourth tail had actually grown out. And the properties panel about it has also changed. Names Xiao Bai. Race White Fox. Divinity value 0.2. Owner Feng Yu. Kung Fu monster breathing technique Dasheng. Awakening, telepathy, charm, body control, inviting gods, false eyes. Introduction. This was originally just an ordinary little white fox. After transformation, it has become qualified to become a god. Eye of Illusion has the ability to see through illusions and enter dreams. Seeing through illusions and entering dreams. Feng Yu didn't know what Xiao Bai did when he entered the illusion of Kachu Shinobu, so he had to take it back to the wooden house together, and quietly waited for one person and one fox to wake up. Xiao Bai said excitedly. After saying that, Xiao Bai jumped on Feng Yu's shoulder and fell asleep. I don't want it. Kachu Shinobu cried and pleaded. Canny was silent, just looking at Kachu Shinobu tenderly, as if she wanted to imprint her in her memory. Then he fell asleep. After a while, Xiao Bai opened his eyes again, but he was much less energetic. The expression on Kachu Shinobu's face, which was originally comfortable, suddenly changed. Kachu Shinobu shouted, rushed over, and helped Canny up. Elder sister. Really? Canny felt her body's weakness becoming more and more obvious. She knew she was going to die and would never see Kachu Shinobu's smile again. Feng Yu looked at Xiao Bai and murmured, I will never leave, I will definitely avenge my sister. Canny looked at Kachu Shinobu's appearance, feeling unbearable in her heart, and finally told her the truth. Master, I just entered her dream, I'm so tired now. In fantasy. Leave the Demon Slayer Corps for a while. I hope you can be as happy as an ordinary girl and grow old together. That's enough. Xiao Bai, you can see the situation of Kachu Shinobu at this time. Then it is the ability to see through illusions, but what about entering dreams? Kachu Shinobu finally arrived at the scene, but the person she loved fell into a pool of blood. I'm sorry, Xiao Ren. Tell me what kind of ghost it is and who did it. Sister, tell me quickly, tell me who did it. It stands to reason. Kachu Shinobu should be experiencing the scene of her sister being killed at this moment. However, after waiting for a long time, Xiao Bai woke up, while Kachu Shinobu was still in a comatose state. Kachu Shinobu held Canny's hand tightly and shouted. The tears in his eyes had already stained Canny's clothes. Master, I can feel that I can enter her world at this time. It's a ghost with blood splashed on his head. He's smiling all over his face. He began to become angry, the veins on his face bulged, and cold sweat continued to break out on his forehead, and his hands tightly grasped the corners of the quilt covering his body. Tears flowed from Canny's eyes and she finally closed her eyes with reluctance. Feng Yu looked at Kachu Shinobu and murmured. Canny gently raised her hand and stroked Kachu Shinobu's cheek and said, but her slender fingers were stained with red blood, leaving traces on Kachu Shinobu's face. Xiao Bai entered Kachu Shinobu's dream. Canny completely fell into the arms of Kachu Shinobu, and the world changed, turning back to a bloody world. The memories in the real world also returned. Tears were still flowing in Kachu Shinobu's eyes. She lowered her head and there was no expression on her face. It's like losing his soul. I will definitely avenge you, sister. Then the bloody world changed and reincarnation reappeared. In real world. Kachu Shinobu suddenly shouted, sister, and then fell silent again. The veins on his face slowly dissipated and the tear stains at the corners of his eyes were still clearly visible. The smile came back to her face. His breath also became calmer. It stands to reason that this skill should have ended long ago. Why hasn't she woke up yet? Does it mean she doesn't want to wake up? Feng Yu looked at Kachu Shinobu and murmured. Master, she started the previous scene again, exactly the same. At this time, Xiao Bai on the side said. Feng Yu nodded, thinking whether he should let Xiao Bai wake up Kachu Shinobu. Just thinking that Kachu Shinobu might be the reason why he didn't want to wake up, Feng Yu couldn't make up his mind. He had no choice but to tell Zayabai that after this illusion, if Kachu Shinobu hadn't woken up yet, he would enter her dream and wake her up. Feng Yu got up and came outside the wooden house. Take a deep breath. He vaguely guessed the reason why Kachu Shinobu didn't want to wake up. Perhaps Kachu Shinobu also died on the day Kani died. A gust of wind blew by, and the trees in Sajiri Mountain made a sasha sound, as if responding to Feng Yu. The gentle sunshine shone on his face, and the scenes of meeting and getting along with Kachu Shinobu also appeared in his mind. Her gentle and considerate true face was hidden underneath. The Kachu Shinobu who dared to love, hate, and show his emotions on his face has disappeared. She lived like her sister, but she never thought that she had already died with the death of Kani. Are you confused about Kachu Shinobu? At this time, the voice of Nadaki Sakanji came from behind. Feng Yu turned around and nodded. That child is also a pitiful child. I once met her sister, who is also a gifted girl and also a very good girl. Unfortunately, during a mission, killed by a ghost. When Kachu Shinobu arrived, her sister had already fallen into a pool of blood and was dying. Since then, her personality has changed drastically. She no longer looks like herself, but like her sister, gentle and kind. That child worked very hard, but due to lack of wrist strength, she couldn't cut off the ghost's head, so she found another way and used her own advantages to develop a toxin that could kill ghosts. And her body was actually filled with wisteria flowers. Poison ... in order to one day die together with that ghost. Rintaki Sakanji's voice was trembling, and at the same time it was filled with regret and heartache. I can't see through your current strength, I hope you can help her more. Then the two fell into silence, this side of Butterfly House. Since Nanako joined the training, the atmosphere has become more lively. Although Nanako's training intensity is no worse than that of Zenitsu and Inasuke, regardless of her age or height, her speed can also vaguely catch up with them. What kind of monster is this? Why are Tanjiro's friends so powerful? Zenitsu shouted while looking at Nanako, who was training. He was so tired now that he collapsed on the ground and kept panting, but he rejoined the training after a while. Inasuke, on the other hand, felt a crisis. Nanako, who had just arrived for the first day, was almost catching up with them. This made the proud man unconvinced and tried his best to accept the training. Come on, Nanako. Come on, Nanako. On the side, Kiyoshi Terauchi and others kept cheering for Nanako. Tanjiro couldn't help clenching his fists while watching the training of the three of them and seemed to be infected by their training. How I want to continue to stay with my sister. Feng Yu looked at her silently from behind, while Zio Bai looked at Kachu Shinobu with a strange look. You are such a gentle person, Mr. Feng Yu. Kachu Shinobu looked at Feng Yu and smiled. On the ground beside them were 3 books with the words Breath of Fire printed in large letters on their covers. At the same time, tears flowed from my eyes. Bangs! Thank you very much, Mr. Feng Yu, for letting me see my sister again. Feng Yu could feel changes taking place in her body. It seemed that her mental power had been strengthened, and her aura had also become much stronger. Give me wine, bring me wine. A bunch of losers will die outside sooner or later. Then he slowly stood up. He raised his hand and let the sun shine on his palm. When he woke up, Kachu Shinobu looked at the beams on the roof with dull eyes, tears falling continuously in his eyes. The sun is still so warm, just like the temperature on my sister's body. Purgatory Senjuro shouted in surprise. Masakajiro's curses rang out in the room, bringing Senjuro back to reality. The blade of the blade began to be wrapped in flames in response to the boy's breathing and sword skills. At the same time, he took one step forward and quickly swung the blade towards the wooden man in front of him. It doesn't understand that Kachu Shinobu's face is smiling, but under its eyes, she can see the sadness in her heart. Why do you look so happy even though you feel so uncomfortable? Why don't you cry? Human beings are really complicated. Only this time his eyes were shining with light, no longer gloomy and sad. Full concentration breath of fire 1 type Shiranui. I finally have the hope of becoming a swordsman. I can finally help my brother. In the Purgatory family courtyards, Feng Yu gently helped her up, then poured a bowl of warm water for her to drink. The boy with yellow hair was clenching the knife in his hand and waving it around. Kachu Shinobu still didn't wake up after experiencing the second reincarnation nightmare, so Feng Yu asked Zio Bai to directly bring her back to reality. The blade fell on the wooden man, passed by, and the wooden man's head fell to the ground. Kachu Shinobu walks out of the wooden house. This side of MT is soggy. Kachu Shinobu had a smile on his face, but the sadness in his heart was even more uncomfortable. As for the training, let's slow down for a while and wait until you adjust your condition before proceeding. Feng Yu looked at her and sighed. knowing in his heart that this was the reason why Kachu Shinobu didn't want to wake up. I succeeded. After cleaning up the scene, he went to get wine for his father. After 3 days of emotional adjustment, Kachu Shinobu also asked Feng Yu again to continue to cast the nightmare of reincarnation on her and experience the reincarnation of death again and again. Feng Yu looked at Kachu Shinobu standing in front of him and wondered whether he should add something exciting to her. In addition to Kanny's death, he would also weave other nightmares to let her experience the feeling of death. But Feng Yu is worried that Kachu Shinobu will have mental problems. After all, death over and over again can cause mental breakdown. But this is also the fastest way to make Kachu Shinobu improve, but it is also the worst way. I have never seen Dalma's appearance in this world, and I can't weave his figure into the nightmare of reincarnation. However, you can fantasize about the appearance of other ghosts, such as Ling Yuzi and Bing Yi. It is an illusion anyway, and the strength can be woven to become more powerful. The more Feng Yu thinks about it, the more he thinks it is possible. The more powerful the ghosts he weaves are, the more despair he will make Kachu Shinobu feel. When everyone is killed, the mental blow will undoubtedly be huge. Kachu Shinobu, do you want to experience a more painful dream? Feng Yu looked at her and said, It doesn't matter, Mr. Feng Yu, as long as it can improve my strength, I am willing to do anything. Kachu Shinobu said with a smile that after experiencing the nightmare of reincarnation in the first 3 days, her strength has improved a lot, and her ability to control the body and mental strength have improved a lot. This made her feel a sense of pleasure. Although the experience in the reincarnation nightmare made her collapse when she thought of the hope of killing the ghost, she no longer felt a trace of fear in her heart. Feng Yu-kun, let's get started. Kachu Shinobu looked ready, waiting for Feng Yu to activate his skills. When Feng Yu saw this, he didn't say anything more, and then activated the skill of Reincarnation Nightmare. After a while, Kachu Shinobu fell to the ground, and Feng Yu was half kneeling, looking pale and panting. Obviously this time the consumption was more than the last time. Feng Yu quickly took out a healing pill and put it in his mouth, and then slowly began to relax. This skill really consumes too much. It just hollowed out my body. Feng Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and then with Xiao Bai's help he sat aside and closed his eyes to rest. Only this time, Kachu Shinobu's expression showed pain from the beginning. Hope you can make it through. Feng Yu looked at her and murmured. Then he closed his eyes and replenished his mental strength. That woman is actually experiencing such a terrible dream. Xiao Bai looked at the sleeping Kachu Shinobu and couldn't help being surprised, because he saw Kachu Shinobu fighting desperately. In the nightmare of reincarnation, Kachu Shinobu was currently being protected by his sister Kanny, looking desperately at the countless ghosts in front of him. The originally peaceful butterfly house has been destroyed and the ground is in a mess, with blood, fighting, chaos, death. Everyone in Butterfly House had been brutally killed and devoured by the ghosts, leaving only her and Kanny struggling bitterly. Xiao Ren, don't be afraid, I'm here. Kanny gently touched Kachu Shinobu's forehead and said, It's just that at this time, Kachu Shinobu was already shocked by everything he had experienced so far. One by one, his former partners fell in front of him, one after another. Kachu Shinobu's head was filled with screams of death. Xiao Ren, if you find a chance later, you must run away quickly. Tears flowed from Kanny's eyes. She held the Nichirin sword tightly in her hand, and her face was ready for sacrifice. She knew that they probably wouldn't be able to wait for the Demon Slayer Corps rescue, and she also knew that she and Kachu Shinobu couldn't escape this Shura field-like scene. Xiao Ren. Promise my sister, if I tell you to run later, you will run as fast as you can and don't look back. No matter what you hear, don't look back. Kachu Shinobu looked at Kanny and cried and said, I don't want. Sister, let's go together. As long as the rescue from the Demon Slayer Corps arrives, we will be safe. I don't want to leave, I want to stay with you. Even if it means death, I am willing to. Kachu Shinobu shouted. But Kanny shook her head. It's better to die alone than two people. I hope you live well, if you really survive. I hope you can quit the Demon Slayer Corps and be an ordinary girl living happily until Whitehead. I don't. Kachu Shinobu shouted. Jai Jai Jai, what a touching scene. The demonized sick leaf looked at the two of them and couldn't help laughing. Since we love each other so much, why don't you two eat them together and make the dough round in my belly? Jai Jai Jai. Bayanai's eyes were full of greedy desire, and he also wanted to tease Kachu Shinobu and the others. Kanny ignored Kachu Shinobu's joking words, but the smile disappeared from her face. She stroked Kachu Shinobu's face and said, Xiao Shinobu is the best. You must run hard and run desperately. Then he stood up and faced the laughing sick leaves. Sudden, Canny took out a bag of purple powder from her arms and sprinkled it in the air. Complete collection breath of flowers shape of woo fruitless peony. Countless petals began to fly, and the powder spread in all directions. Zio Ren, run quickly. Canny yelled. The ghosts who wanted to attack were all resisted by petals and powder. Kachu Shinobu looked at his sister's figure, tears in his eyes could not stop flowing. He clenched the Nichirin sword in his hand, bit his lip and shouted, I don't want it, I want to stay with my sister. Kachu Shinobu rushed forward and helped Canny kill the oncoming ghosts together. It's like there's no end to the ghosts to kill, and as soon as one is killed, another one will take over. The demonized sick leaf stood on the eaves, squinting his eyes with a wild smile on his face. Interesting, interesting. You actually thought of using wisteria flower pollen to ward us off. Jai Jai Jai, it's a pity that no matter how many tricks you try, you can't escape from my grasp. Zio Ren, why are you disobedient? Canny slashed an evil ghost, sighed and looked at Kachu Shinobu and said, Sister, we must die together, I will never abandon you. Kachu Shinobu shouted. Canny had no choice but to launch more violent attacks to help Kachu Shinobu reduce the pressure. It's just that he can't finish killing all the demons, but his physical strength is constantly being consumed. In addition, Kachu Shinobu is not strong enough at this time, and it is really difficult to fight against so many ghosts. Gradually, injuries began to appear on Kachu Shinobu's body, and the two of them also consumed a lot of physical strength, resisting the attacking evil spirits back to back. The two of them kept panting, and the movements in their hands gradually slowed down. But at the moment when Canny was distracted, a sharp claw penetrated Canny's chest directly. Plop, a sound. Then bright red blood fell on Kachu Shinobu's face. No. Kachu Shinobu shouted, and the Nichirin sword swung towards the ghost claw but was easily dodged. The moment the ghost claw was pulled out, it was still holding the beating heart. The sick leaf jumped into the distance, looked at Kachu Shinobu and laughed. Ah, what a sweet blood, what a delicious heart, I can't wait to eat it. Then he threw it into his mouth in one bite, and licked his lips after eating, with a look of unfinished expression on his face. It's wonderful, it's really wonderful. Bingyi opened his arms and laughed wildly. Kachu Shinobu hugged Canny, who fell to the ground, and watched with his own eyes as the sick leaf ate his sister's heart into his stomach. She was stunned. Anger, endless anger. Zio Ren, I'm sorry, my sister may be dead, you hurry up. That guy, it's not something you can handle. Canny vomited blood, and the blood hole in her chest was still bleeding. If she hadn't used all her concentrated breathing to stop the injuries in time, she might have completely lost her breath the moment her heart left her body. But now it can't hold on for long. Zio Ren. Let's go. Canny's hand fell down weakly and her gentle eyes slowly closed. She died in Kachu Shinobu's arms. No, sister, wake up quickly. Kachu Shinobu burst into tears and kept shaking Canny's body, but it had no effect at all. On the contrary, Canny's body temperature was gradually fading away, replaced by coldness. Kachu Shinobu cried on Canny's face, knowing that her sister was dead, really dead. Everyone in Butterfly House died and she was the only one left. Everyone is dead. Kachu Shinobu's body began to tremble, and his face gradually became crazy. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Kachu Shinobu's eyes shed tears of blood, and she gently put down Canny's body. His face was already numb with laughter, and his eyes were only dull except for blood and tears. Hehe, my gentle sister is dead. Can't you help but go down and accompany her? Don't be anxious. I will let you live and let you watch your favorite sister bit by bit with your own eyes. Eaten by maze. A sickly smile appeared on the face of the demon's sick leaf, and he kept licking the finger stained with Canny's blood with his tongue. Kachu Shinobu didn't speak. He just raised the Nichirin sword and attacked the diseased leaves. If you're so naughty, I'll make you unable to move first. Then the ghost claws grew longer and rushed towards Kachu Shinobu. Putch. Ah, I didn't expect you to be as delicious as your sister, ha ha ha. The sick leaf took the severed hand and then devoured it. On the other hand, Kachu Shinobu fell in a pool of blood, her body trembling, and the pain of her broken arm made her bite her lip. What a strong child he is. He can endure the pain of a broken arm without making a sound. Bayan Yi smiled. Then he jumped up in front of Kachu Shinobu, squatted down and looked at Kachu Shinobu jokingly. Kachu Shinobu raised his head and stared at him. The remaining hand held the Nichirin sword tightly and wanted to stab the sick leaf, but he was easily dodged. Anyway, if you're so naughty, I'll eat all your body. Budge. Kachu Shinobu's other arm and 2 legs were removed directly. Ah. She suddenly lost her limbs and the severe pain made her cry out. What a beautiful cry. This is a good and obedient child. You have to cry out when it hurts. Don't hold it in. Bayanai laughed wildly and then ate Kachu Shinobu's arms and legs bit by bit. How does it feel to watch your arms and legs being eaten, hehehe? Bayanai said with a smile, then squatted down and gently picked up Kachu Shinobu's body. All limbs were eaten, and Kachu Shinobu was left at his mercy. Please you don't eat my sister. Kachu Shinobu's face was pale and the pain in her body made her speechless. There was despair in her eyes and she kept praying to the sick leaves. It's really pitiful. It's a pity that I can't agree to it. Bayan smiled. Then he put Kachu Shinobu in a position where he could see the next movement of the diseased leaf. Then, please enjoy the scene of enjoying delicious food. Woo-woos don't. Kachu Shinobu's body was shaking, but he could do nothing. The chewing sound in my ears is getting louder and louder. The diseased leaves are devouring Kanny's body. Kachu Shinobu's body was struggling continuously, and the bleeding from the broken limbs that he lost had stopped, but because of the struggle, his breathing was messed up and the bleeding started again. Kachu Shinobu looked at the sky in despair. His tears had long dried up, leaving a deep trace. Sister, everyone. The soil beneath him had turned blood red, the chewing sound stopped, and only the torn clothes were left on the body of Kanny, who had been lying there. There were pieces of meat and scraps of clothes all over the floor. Hey, let me tell you what's going on with you. You're so bad you've made yourself dirty. Bingyi saw Kachu Shinobu lying on the ground, covered in mud and blood, and said dissatisfied. As expected, the texture of the meat changes after death, so you still have to eat it while it's alive. The sick leaf came to Kachu Shinobu's body and looked down at him. I'm sorry, little sister, your sister has already been eaten by me. Bingyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then rubbed his stomach and joked. Since you love each other so much, then I will satisfy you and let you reunite together. At this time, Kachu Shinobu's eyes were dim, and he did not make any movements, just staring blankly at the sky. Don't show such an expression. Be happy and think that you will be reunited with your sister soon. This should be a happy thing. Bayan smiled, then opened his mouth, exposed his fangs, and bit Kachu Shinobu, eating it one bite at a time. Kachu Shinobu felt the pain coming from her body, but she didn't cry out. Her body had no strength and she couldn't even speak. She wanted to die, she didn't want to be tortured like this, but she couldn't die. Watching your body being eaten is a kind of torture, mental torture. Finally, the body was completely eaten, leaving only a head, but Kachu Shinobu was still alive. Looking at the blood plate swallowing her cheek, her eyes were full of despair. Goodbye, everyone's. World broken. The nightmare of reincarnation ends. In the familiar blood-red world, Kachu Shinobu lay on the ground, opened his eyes, and the sealed memories began to return. The scenes of the reincarnation nightmare reappeared one after another. Even the pain felt the same. Kachu Shinobu trembled, recalling the feeling when her body was eaten by ghosts. A crazy smile appeared on her face. So this is what death feels like. In real world. Seeing the end of Kachu Shinobu's illusion, Zayabai couldn't help but remind him. Master, this person's illusion is over, but she seems to have become a little different. Zayabai couldn't help but shudder when he looked at Kachu Shinobu in the bloody world. It can feel that Kachu Shinobu in the bloody world is in a very wrong state at this time, full of despair, killing, and madness. Just like the endless murmuring aura of despair that came to its ears when it first accepted the power of the idol. Feng Yu opened his eyes. He couldn't see the world in Zayabai's eyes. He could only open the transparent world to check the situation on Kachu Shinobu. Sure enough, the situation is not right. The worst result has occurred. Feng Yu thought for a while, took out a blue pill and stuffed it into Kachu Shinobu's mouth. After taking the elixir into his mouth, Kachu Shinobu, who still had a painful expression on his face, suddenly felt relieved. Then he slowly opened his eyes and stared blankly at Feng Yu. After a while, Kachu Shinobu's expression began to move slightly, and then he said with a smile, Feng Yu-kun, if you look at me like this, I will be shy. Hearing this, Feng Yu didn't want to see it again and just said lightly, It'll be fine when you wake up. Are you still feeling uncomfortable anywhere in your body? Kachu Shinobu shook his head. I need to adjust. This illusion needs to be digested. By the way, Mr. Feng Yu, I can feel that there seems to be a sweet and cool energy at the end that pulls me back to reality. Is that also your masterpiece? Kachu Shinobu asked. Well, this is a new pill, the Ningxin pill. Its function is to replenish the consumption of mental power. Feng Yu took out the azure blue Ningxin pill and put it in Kachu Shinobu's hand and continued. Keep this pill as a spare. I can feel that something is wrong with your state this time. Kachu Shinobu did not shirk and accepted the Ningxin pill. Afterwards, Feng Yu did not continue to disturb her, but went straight to the wooden house where Ning Taki Sakonji was staying and closed his eyes to rest. But after Feng Yu left, the same smile as in the bloody world appeared on Kachu Shinobu's face, this side of Butterfly House. Zenitsu, Inasuke, and Nanako had successfully matured, and they all lay on the floor tiredly. Damn it, how could I fall? I am the strongest. Kano asked. You are ready, don't worry about me, and I can already feel that maybe after experiencing this illusion, I may be able to break through. Kano, why are you here? Kachu Shinobu finally approached Feng Yu again this time, and asked him to enter the world of reincarnation nightmare again. Tanjiro stayed with Kano. Ha, this is our family's sacrificial dance. Senior brother Feng Yu asked me to practice it. He was a little worried. It's okay, Feng Yu-kun. Let me see you. What were you doing just now? Feng Yu's face turned pale. He took out the Ning Shen pill, placed it next to Kachu Shinobu and gave instructions. It's just that my attention is not so focused. Kano didn't speak, just looked at him quietly and then sat aside. And the other side. Then he closed his eyes and rested his mind. I must work harder to live up to Master Feng Yu's expectations. Feng Yu looked at her and recalled that Kachu Shinobu seemed to have changed after the last reincarnation nightmare. His personality seemed a little different, but he couldn't see any difference. Bai, please watch her carefully. If anything happens, you must tell me as soon as possible. If necessary, feed this elixir to her. After seeing that she really didn't speak and just sat quietly aside, Tanjiro could only walk aside in confusion and continue to dance the ritual dance. Kachu Shinobu seemed to have noticed Feng Yu's worries and smiled. Tanjiro looked at Kano a little confused. Another half-month has passed. Feng Yu stared at Kachu Shinobu and said. Kano nodded and then fell silent. Why didn't she speak? Did I say something wrong? In the end, Kachu Shinobu's request was not ignored and he cast the reincarnation nightmare again. Then he took out a coin and threw it into the air, and a big head appeared. Are you really ready? I really want to rest. The three of them lay on the ground together, panting to regain their strength. Kachu Shinobu said with a smile. I don't know if it was out of curiosity or something, but Kano came to the place where Tanjiro was training and watched him dance the fire god Kagura with a trace of doubt on his face. Tanjiro said. Tanjiro couldn't help shouting when he saw that the person coming was Kano. Feng Yu didn't know what to say, but he had a vague premonition in his heart. Before dawn, a dark shadow flashed over Butterfly House and landed on the window where Tanjiro and others were sleeping. It's morning, get up quickly. The crow shouted. Tanjiro opened his eyes and sat on the bed, looking at the bird in confusion. It's so noisy. Inasuke said groggily. Zenitsu sat on the bed without even opening his eyes and said in a daze, Is something wrong? Seeing that the three of them had gotten up, Yanya said seriously. The casualties of the Infinite Train have expanded, and there are more than 40 people whose whereabouts are unknown. Go to the scene of the incident to meet with Infernal and Juro and head to the west immediately. When the three of them heard this, their expressions began to turn solemn, and their original tiredness disappeared. Infinity Train. Tanjiro looked at the crow and murmured, Then it's time to quickly get up and pack your things. The sun rises this side of MT Sagi. Hai's figure came to Feng Yu like a ray of yellow lightning. Master, the Muzan train mission you asked me to pay attention to is about to begin. Today Tanjiro will meet up with Infernal and Juro. Hai shouted. Feng Yu opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Is it coming so soon? It's just that Kachu Shinobu hasn't woken up yet. It's a bit inseparable. Feng Yu looked at Kachu Shinobu with a face full of pain and couldn't help but worry. Yesterday I saw something was wrong with Kachu Shinobu and planned to wait for her to wake up, but now the plot of Muzan train has begun. According to Yubayashiki Yazai's prophecy, an accident will probably happen to Purgatory and Juro. Damn it, I chose this time. At this time, Xiaobai on the side saw Feng Yu's embarrassment and said, Master, you can go with peace of mind. It will be fine if Grandpa Lintaki and I are here to watch her. Xiaobai rubbed his body against Feng Yu lovingly, then jumped to sit next to Kachu Shinobu. Master, if you are worried, you can leave some of the previous pills for me. If she is not in the right condition, I will feed them to her. Xiaobai's four tails were swaying in the air, looking like he could just leave it to me. Squeak. The door was opened and Ningtaki-sakan came over after hearing the sound. What happened? Kintaki-sakanji asked doubtfully. Feng Yu glanced at Kachu Shinobu and then truthfully told Muzan Train's mission and said that there might be many changes in this mission. He wanted to accompany Tanjiro and others, but Kachu Shinobu hadn't woken up yet. Caught in a dilemma. Ningtaki-sakanji didn't know that Feng Yu noticed something was wrong with Kachu Shinobu's state. Although he was a little confused about why Feng Yu was worried about Kachu Shinobu, seeing his expression like this, He also had a vague feeling that it might be true that the matter was serious. Just go ahead, I will watch over Kachu Shinobu, said Kentaki Sakonji, and me Grandpa Lintaki and me. Zyabai jumped on Nadaki Sakonji's shoulder and rubbed his cheek with his head. For the first time, Nintaki Sato scratched Zayabai's chin like he was teasing a kitten and then held him in his arms. Well, and you? Seeing that Lintaki Sakonji also said the same, Feng Yu did not delay. So he took out the Ningxin pill from his arms and handed it into the hands of Lintaki Sakonji. This is a tranquilizing pill. Whenever something goes wrong with Kachu Shinobu while she is sleeping or she wakes up in a sluggish state, feed it to her. Feng Yu said seriously, I see, said Kentaki Sakonji. Afterwards, Feng Yu came outside the house and jumped on Zaya Ohai's back, flying in the direction of the infinite train. Here at Butterfly House, after Tanjiro and others packed their luggage, they began to say goodbye to everyone one by one. The first thing Tanjiro found was Kanzaki Ai. At this time, she was still drying the sheets and quilts she had changed. Miss Kanzaki Ai, I have to go out to complete the task. Thank you very much for your care during this time. Tanjiro smiled. Well, you're leaving. Although we haven't been together for long, I'm glad to meet you. Please work hard and be careful along the way. Kanzaki Ai said, You are so busy and still take care of us. Thank you very much for allowing us to improve our strength and fight better. Tanjiro looked at her and smiled. No need to thank me. I was just a coward who was lucky enough to survive the selection and couldn't fight because he was too timid. Kanzaki Ai looked gloomy, lowered his head and said gloomily, There is no such thing. Miss Zaiokui who helped us is already very powerful. I will use Miss Zaiokuy's will to protect more people and kill more ghosts. Tanjiro said softly, then he left quickly. Then I'm leaving. If I get injured in the future, I'll ask you to take care of me. A gust of wind blew by, as if Tanjiro's gentle words comforted Kanzaki Ai's heart. Kanzaki Ai looked at Tanjiro's leaving figure and whispered something. Thank you, Tanjiro. Tanjiro trotted along but did not see Kano. Finally, I thought about it and came to the usual training venue. Looking from a distance, sure enough, that quiet figure was sitting in a familiar position. Finally found you, Kano. Tanjiro waved and shouted as he ran. Kano looked at him quietly with a peaceful smile on his face. We are about to leave, thank you very much for this time. Tanjiro smiled, but the atmosphere suddenly seemed a little awkward because Kano didn't speak at all, just looked at her quietly. Then he took out a coin from his arms and threw it into the air. Hey, what's wrong? Tanjiro looked at her with confusion. Seeing the reverse side of the coin, Kano said, I just followed the master's instructions and have no position to accept your thanks. Goodbye. She talked to me. Tanjiro exclaimed, What did you throw away just now? Was it money? Tanjiro asked in surprise. Goodbye. Kano still said the same thing but then added, It also says front and back, why would you throw it away, and it can also flip in the air. I will throw this to make a decision without receiving instructions. I was deciding whether to talk to you just now. I didn't tell you heads but I said tails, because I threw tails I talked to you. Goodbye. Why don't you make your own decision? What does Kano me want to do? Tanjiro asked, sitting next to her. Because everything is fine no matter what, I can't make a decision on my own. Kano said with a smile, I think nothing in this world should be good. It must be because the voice in your heart is too quiet, but it is also important to follow instructions. Tanjiro pondered for a while and then asked, By the way, can you lend me yours? Kano looked at him, nodded, and put the coin into Tanjiro's hand. Thanks. Tanjiro took the coin, then stood up and walked to the distance, looked at Kano head-on and said, Okay, I will use this to make my decision this time. Decide what? Kano was puzzled. I have decided to listen carefully to my inner voice from now on. Bite. The coin was thrown into the air by Tanjiro. No, I threw it too high. Head, it must be head. Head, Kano must obey his heart from today on. Looking at Tanjiro's appearance, Kano's heart seemed to be touched. Come on, is it the one? Tanjiro watched the coin fall and then continued to do so. Got it. Then he ran towards Kano excitedly. Look, Kano. Tanjiro's hand slowly moved away. Kano suddenly became nervous. Which side is it? It was blocked by his hand from the moment it fell. It's the front. After moving his hand away, the front side of the coin was also revealed. Tanjiro shouted, then held Kano's hands tightly and said, The heart is the driving force of human beings and it will become stronger and stronger. Kano looked at him in shock. But Tanjiro then said, Then it's time for me to leave, see you later. In the end, only Kano, who was still surprised, was left standing there. Why would you throw out the front? Kano shouted. I watched him throw the coin and he didn't do anything. When Tanjiro heard Kano's voice, he stopped, turned around and said with a smile. It was accidental, and even if I throw tails, I will keep throwing it until heads. Listening to Tanjiro's words, Kano's heart was completely shaken. Tanjiro at this moment left a deep mark on her heart. Then you should take care of yourself. Tanjiro smiled and ran away. Kano looked at the coin in his hand and fell into thought. At last, Tanjiro found Zenitsu and Inosuke who were taking on the final gourd-blowing challenge. I saw the two of them holding up a gourd as big as a human and blowing fiercely, and then the sound of explosions spread. Congratulations. Teruchi Kiyoshi and the others said, then took out a box of bento and handed it to them. Please defeat many ghosts. Wells we will. Tanjiro said. Nanako stood aside and watched them quietly, clenching her fists tightly. Nanako, you should take care of yourself and wait until we come back. Tanjiro looked at Nanako and shouted. Nanako also stood beside Kiyoshi and the others and said goodbye to them. You will definitely be sad if I leave. Zenitsu said with a grimace. I won't be sad at all. Mr. Zenitsu must pay attention to your words and deeds when talking to girls. Don't be so frivolous. Temple Kiyoshi and 3 others said in unison. How could this happen, woohoo? Zenitsu cried. Nanako took a step forward, held Inosuke's hand and said, Mr. Inosuke must come back safely. I will. Nanako's face turned red and then she said quickly, if I don't come back soon, I will be stronger than Mr. Inosuke. Inosuke blew out a stream of white air and shouted, hole, how could I lose to a little kid like you? Well, everyone take care, we're off. Tanjiro smiled. Then the 3 of them embarked on their journey. On the other side, Purgatory and Jiro had arrived at the train station early and was eating noodles in a small noodle shop. 5 ants. Purgatory and Jiro couldn't help but exclaimed how delicious the noodles were. After eating every drop of the soup and water, the team members who went on the mission with Purgatory and Jiro also came here to gather. Well, come here and sit down. Purgatory and Jiro shouted enthusiastically. Boss, give this young man a bowl of the same noodles. The boss looked at the 2 of them, nodded, and then started making noodles. Is it really possible? Master Yanju. The team members couldn't believe that Yanju would invite him to eat noodles together. Well, it doesn't matter, I want another bowl too. Soon the noodles were brought to the table by the boss. Seeing the empty bowl, the boss couldn't help but said, You look so bold when eating, please wait a moment, the noodles will be made soon. The boss cleared away the dishes and then went to make noodles. Lord Yanju, it was all thanks to you last night. The team members said gratefully. No, I arrived after the ghost escaped, but the injured woman, is she okay? Anjuro asked. The doctor said there won't be any scars. Oh, really? Fortunately, it was handled early. After the fragrant noodles were made, the boss slowly delivered them to Xingshu Lang's table. This is. Anjuro asked suspiciously when he saw the dish presented by the boss. This is for you. The boss said nonchalantly, Aligato, I'm going to start. The 2 of them started to swipe together, making sizzling sounds. It's so delicious, boss. This noodles is so delicious that I can open a restaurant in Yuno without any problem. The team member said, You are nosy. The boss picked up the newspaper on the side and read it with interest. Boss, how is business? What did you say? The boss replied in a helpless tone. There are killer monsters along this railway line, so there are very few people going out. The criminals may have used the train to move, and in the end they had to fire the employees. I heard that the nearest train conductor was also killed. Besides, the unlimited train should have stopped running. I heard that the train seemed to have encountered a god. All 40 people in the car disappeared. Seeing that the newspapers were full of recent deaths, the boss said slowly, Well, it's really scary. Anjuro responded, Lord Yanju, let's get back to the subject. We have found the location of the Infinity train. According to intelligence, it was secretly transported to a certain garage. The team member said solemnly, I see. Anjuro picked up the fried dough given by the boss and took a bite. 5 ants. Soon the sky darkened, and the 2 of them said goodbye to the noodle shop owner and walked into the station. Lord Yanju, are you going to find Muzan train? The team member asked. Well, let's go inside the station and observe the situation. There's nothing unusual. After the team members and Anjuro's Chinese letter crow checked the station and found nothing unusual, they came back to gather. I've looked everywhere and found nothing out of the ordinary. I've already said that there are no ghosts in this world, and you start telling stories about ghosts again. You can't do this. I have to work hard to sell bento boxes. My mother is pregnant now, and the restaurant my father runs is not doing well. The little girl's voice came from inside the station, attracting Anjuro's attention. Listening to the quarrel coming from inside, Xingjulang walked in. What caught his eye was a girl sitting on the ground holding a box of bento in her arms, and behind her on the platform was a kind-faced old woman looking helplessly at the girl on the ground. Grandmothers. At this time, Xiaofu spotted Xingjulang and couldn't help but look at him. Good night, it's such a cool moonlit night, I'm looking for ghosts, have you ever seen ghosts? Anjuro yelled at Kafuku, hey. So sudden. The team members behind him were shocked when they saw Anjuro asking such a sudden question. Lord Yanju, your question is too direct. The crows on the team members' shoulders couldn't help shouting. When the girl's grandmother saw Purgatory Anjuro, she looked at him on behalf of him. Madam, do you know something? Anjuro asked, but Xiaofu stood up immediately and opened his arms to block her grandmother's face. Ghost. Wait, what do you want to do? Don't come near us. Xiaofu said nervously, fearing that Xingjiro in front of him was the murderous demon who had been causing a lot of trouble recently. The bread in his hand couldn't help but tremble. Be careful, if you tremble like this, you will drop the precious red bean bread. Anjuro said hurriedly, but Xiaofu shouted. Don't come over. The bread in his hand also hit Xingjulang's face. Everyone present was shocked. But Xingjulang took the bread off his face and took a bite. 5 ants. I don't know how ghosts like that can exist. Xiaofu said. Xiaofu stopped talking, this person is not a bad person. Xiaofu's grandmother gently put her hand on her shoulder and comforted her. Then, with the comfort of her grandmother, Xiaofu also solemnly apologized to Anjuro. I'm very sorry, it's all because of the recent murderous demon that made me nervous. From the conversation I just received, I learned that you started preparing before dawn so that we can sell lunches when we come. Thank you very much. It is because of people like you that we can fill up our strength and cut all the let us solve the problem of humans and demons. After saying that, he turned around and left, but Xiaofu stopped him. The team members were loaded with lunch boxes and bread. After Xingjulang left, Xiaofu's grandmother began to urge Xiaofu to leave this place quickly, and at the same time she had an ominous premonition in her heart. The train rumbled and started, and Anjuro walked up without anyone noticing. When the train inspector checked the condition of the carriage, he saw Anjuro through the glass on the door. Who the hell are you? The inspector shouted nervously. Pulling off the purple cloth wrapping the bento, Anjuro said, Obviously, I am a bento seller, do you want to buy one? The inspector explained, No, this train is bound for the garage. Well, I understand, but I heard that the Infinity train is also there, and I have something to look for it. Anjuro said, The Infinity train, but it's no longer in the garage. It was driven to the repair shop for refurbishment this morning, that's where. The inspector pointed towards a brightly lit place. The train moves slowly. Legato, then I'll get off here. Anjuro came to the back of the car, and the strong airflow made the yellow feather fabric on his body sway constantly. Q bean sack. Get off here. By the time the inspector came to his senses, Anjuro had already jumped up with the lunch box in both hands and jumped steadily onto another track. Step by step, we walked into the maintenance shop and finally saw the Infinity train parked here. Infinity train, it turns out that, although it is very thin, the ghost's aura still remains. Anjuro said as he looked at the train with the word infinite written in big letters. Wait a minute, that person over there is not allowed to enter here. The maintenance director came to Xingjulang and said, Hello, I was entrusted by the railway administration to deliver lunch boxes to people here. Anjuro said with a righteous expression. Hey, the lunch box delivery guy is here. The factory director shouted, and soon the staff began to gather with smiles on their faces. Take a copy and give it to that boy Aiken who is resting in the computer room. The factory director picked up a lunch box and handed it to the employees on the side. Yes, master. The employee took the lunch and left. Why was the Infinity train moved here? Anjuro asked. The factory manager smiled. There is no problem with the car body, but the world says it is a train that can eat people. We are not reconciled to this, so now that it is determined that it will start running again, we want to do our best to repair it and get it back on the road. On the road? Anjuro asked. Yes, the train will leave tomorrow night, that's why everyone is like this. Before the factory director could finish speaking, a horrified shout interrupted everyone. Anjuro also felt the ghost's aura, and his demeanor changed instantly. He held the Nichirin sword at his waist and ran quickly in the direction of the cry. There is a ghost, there is a ghost. Yanya reminded, and Jiro soon arrived at the scene of the incident. The employee who had previously delivered the lunch slumped on the ground and kept retreating, looking at the terrifying figure in front of him in horror. The evil ghost slowly turned around, still holding a person hostage in his hand. "Put down your hands." And Jiro said, a small section of the Nichirin sword on his waist had been drawn out and ready for use. "Oh, he's a ghost hunter, he's so arrogant." The evil spirit looked at Anjuru and laughed, but was soon stimulated by the smell of the bento on the ground. "What does this smell like?" Then he stepped on the bento with his foot in disgust. "After I became a ghost, I felt very disgusted with human food." The evil spirit said, "That was done with care by someone I know, I can't forgive your behavior." Anjuro said, "When I say it tastes bad, it tastes bad. Your blood smells bad too, kid." The evil ghost said in the ear of the boy in his hand. At the same time, his fingers continued to exert force and the boy's body began to bleed. "If you are a delicious human being, I will eat it. If you are an unpalatable human being, I will torture them all night long." The manslayer said with a smile, "Unpleasant guy." Anjuro's fingers were stuck on the handle of the knife. "If you are not willing to give in, then try to chop me." The tattoo on the body of the slasher demon began to glow with blue light, and then like a ray of light, it kept passing by Anjuro as if provoking. The employees who came were all frightened by the murderer and ran outside one after another, but Anjuro stood there quietly. After the slasher demon stopped, the Nichirin sword was unsheathed and slashed towards the demon. But it was easily dodged. When the manslayer demon saw this, he also said jokingly, "I'm sorry I'm holding this kid, it must be difficult for you to cut him, or you should kill him first." The manslayer's hand began to exert force, and the blood on the boy's body continued to flow out and drip on the ground. Save me." The boy said painfully, "Don't worry, I will definitely rescue you." Anjuro said, "You can't do it, yesterday was the same." The man-killing demon smiled proudly. "I just tore another woman apart and felt so good." Looking at the words of the manslayer, Xingjulang replied, I know how fast you are, but don't be too confident. I thought you ran away last night after noticing us coming, but it seems that you didn't even sense us. You can't do this kind of thing. As far as the speed of escaping is concerned, you are indeed very fast. We have quickly sought medical treatment for the victim last night, and I believe he will recover soon. Tusk, so what if she is rescued? She will probably live in the shadows for most of her life." The manslayer smiled. "I won't let this happen. Even if it is a psychological trauma that is difficult to heal, we will spend more time healing it." Anjuro said, but the killer still looked arrogant. "Let your hypocritical face see how powerful I am. I will kill that woman again. You can't do this kind of thing, she has been hidden by us." At this time, the manslayer demon looked at the bento on the ground and said, "You just said your friend did it, then I will kill her. Seeing you unhappy makes me happy. Ha ha ha, if you want to save them, get to the station faster than me. And before that, I will kill this guy first." The manslayer demon shouted, and the claws in his hands began to use force. Boom! The fire appeared and the manslayer's hands were cut into two pieces. Snort. The slasher quickly turned into a blue light and escaped from the station, then moved quickly along the railway track. After bandaging the boy's injuries, members of the Demon Slayer Corps also rushed over. Then Anjuro also started running towards the track quickly. Concentrate on breathing. Anjuro's speed became faster and faster, and flames began to ignite around his body, and then it was as if he had broken through the sound barrier. The man-killing devil arrived at the station first, and happened to meet Zyaofu, who came to help his grandmother decorate the shop. "Mr. Train Conductor." Hearing the approaching footsteps, Zyaofu couldn't help but ask, but there was a sound in the darkness that frightened her. "There's a smell, I smell it, it's you. Your body is full of the unpleasant smell of bento. You and I are not at fault, it's all the ghost hunter's fault." The devil who slashed people was pressing forward step by step. But at this moment, a lunch fell on the devil who slashed people, and the unpleasant smell immediately made him extremely uncomfortable. "Zyaofu, leave quickly." Zyaofu's grandmother shouted, "Damn old woman, what are you doing?" The man-killing demon stared at her fiercely while suppressing the feeling of nausea. At this time, Zyaofu also took this opportunity to quickly escape from here and came to the station track. But the blue light suddenly appeared, and the murderous devil suddenly appeared in front of her, grabbed her neck and pinned her down on the railway track. A strong feeling of suffocation came over, which made Zyaofu feel that death was coming. The slasher devil smiled evilly and raised one hand to grab Zyaofu. But the flames soaring into the sky struck instantly, cutting off the hamstrings of the slasher devil and sending him flying to the side, while also saving Zyaofu. "Who are you?" Zairofu looked in disbelief, but she soon realized that her grandmother was still inside and she immediately shouted, "Grandma, she is still inside. Go and save Grandma." At this time, the slashing devil limped in front of Grandma Zairofu, and Jiro also followed closely behind. The slasher devil recovered from his injuries, but looked at Exing Jiro with a wary expression. "How on earth did you catch up? I told you not to be too confident." And Jiro said, "Then let's see if I cut the old woman's throat first or you take off my head first." The slasher devil said, "There is no need to compare, you are really too slow." When the flames hit, the knife in Xingjulang's hand was like cutting tofu, and he cut off the neck of the murderous demon in an instant. Breath of Fire 1 type Shiranui. The flames slowly extinguished in the air, but Zairofu's grandmother saw a familiar figure on his body. Familiar look, familiar Hayori. Even the action of sheathing the knife is the same. Zairofu's grandmother couldn't help but shed tears. It turns out ... it turns out you were the one who saved us then, this time too. Zairofu came to Grandma's side. "I will never forget that face and you, Zai. Zairofu's mother and I were also saved by you 20 years ago." Grandma looked at Zairofu and said gratefully, "Grandma, what are you talking about?" Zairofu is puzzled. Hearing this, Xingjulang also turned around. "It should be my father who saves you. I learned from my father and specialize in hunting ghosts. It is my honor to be able to protect you like my father." At this time, Zairofu also knelt down. "I still can't believe it. I'm sorry, Grandma, I actually said there are no ghosts." "Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter, just live like this and live happily." And Jiro laughed. Then members of the Demon Slayer Corps rushed over. "Lord Yanju, are you okay?" "It's okay, I just finished the work." And Jiro said, "What about the Muzan train thing?" The team member asked. "Well, the renovation will be completed tonight and the train will starting tomorrow. But it's obviously impossible to achieve that ghost just now by causing 40 people to lose track of it. So the chopping devil is just trying to confuse people." The team member said, "Maybe you are right. Anyway, there is someone else on Muzan train and there is a more powerful ghost who can't figure out the details." And Jiro said, "What about tomorrow's Muzan train?" "I'll take care of it. But it's already a matter of today." At this time, dawn finally appeared and the world became bright again. Residents have also been talking about the redeparture of unlimited trains. "Have you heard that the Infinity train has restarted? I hope nothing weird happens again." The news about the relaunch of Infinite Train is printed in large black and white newspapers. The golden sun sets in the west, passing through the clouds, emitting a flame-like scenery. The three of Tanjiro finally arrived at the train station before dark the next day. "What kind of creature is this?" Inasuke's face was shocked and his heart was shaking at the same time. "This guy is the one, the owner of this land." Then he kept shouting around the train, "This length and this sense of pressure. It's absolutely unmistakable. It looks like he's asleep now, but don't be careless." But Zenitsu on the side looked at Inasuke speechlessly and said with disgust, "No, this is a train, haven't you seen it before?" "SHH, calm down. I'll attack first." Inasuke blocked Zenitsu's face with one hand to prevent him from continuing, and then made a motion to draw a sword with both hands. "Akizu-sak, Inasuke. You also said that it is the guardian of this land, so it would not be good to attack it suddenly." Tanjiro called to Inasuke with a straight face. But Zenitsu couldn't stand listening and quickly said to Tanjiro, "No, they say this is a train, you know, a means of transport used to carry people, you country bumpkin." "Nani? Train?" Tanjiro was shocked when he went there. Zenitsu explained helplessly to the two of them, "Ah, the pig is advancing suddenly." Zenitsu looked at Inasuke with a dark look on his face. "Because our Demon Slayer Corps is not a government-recognized organization. In fact, we cannot walk openly with a knife. Even if you explain that it is because of ghosts or something, people will not believe you." But Inasuke slowly walked to the front. Zenitsu and Tanjiro looked at him in confusion. "Is this what the crow is talking about?" Inasuke sat on the ground and said confused. Then he dragged Inasuke and Tanjiro, who were still in a state of confusion, and quickly escaped from the platform. "It's all Inasuke's fault we're in such bad luck, apologize. There's nothing you can do about it, just hide the knife behind your back. They still have knives, call the police." "Call the police." Other side. The guards saw Tanjiro and the others carrying knives and shouted frantically into the intercom. Their mission train finally arrived at the station, and at this time, they successfully met up with Purgatory and Jiro and got on the Infinite train together. Tanjiro asked confused, "Rumble?" Zenitsu said with a sigh, Nanny, why should we run when the police are here? Zenitsu shouted, it's not good, run away. Zenitsu shouted towards Inosuke. Inosuke stood up and showed off his back to Tanjiro and the others. You can see it clearly, put your clothes on quickly, you idiot. Two guards ran directly towards them. Hell no. Inosuke suddenly spurted out a stream of white heat from his nostrils, and then hit the train. Fengyu also rushed over at full speed under the leadership of Zio Hai. Bang. We obviously worked so hard to kill ghosts. Inosuke's head came into close contact with the train, and Zenitsu on the side quickly cursed. Don't do this, it's so embarrassing. Beep beep. Tanjiro said with a confused look on his face. The whistle sounded from a distance and the train guard shouted at them, Hey, what are you doing? Under dusk, the train with the sign Big Infinity slowly entered the station, and the people who had been waiting on the platform immediately embarked on the journey with joy. Zayafu, who was wearing an orange beret and red clothes, was holding various lunch boxes and drinks in his arms, and selling them one by one along the entire train. Hello, the premium bento is 36 yuan, would you like to buy a can of tea or wine? At the same time, what happened to Tanjiro and the other two people on the platform was also seen by Zayafu. Although he was confused, he continued to sell bento boxes. Boom. After everyone got on, the train began to slowly start. Through the window, the surrounding scenery and figures began to retreat, and finally disappeared on the distant track under the watch of relatives on the platform. The sky also gradually darkened as the train started. Down, thick smoke billowed and the train's carriages glowed with bright lights moving through the darkness. Oh haha, so fast. So fast. As soon as he got in the car, Inosuke couldn't hold back his excitement. He lay on the window and looked outside in shock. I told you not to do this, it's too embarrassing. Zenitsu reluctantly grabbed Inosuke's belt and pulled him forward. I said Tanjiro that Mr. Purgatory is Hashira, do you know what he looks like? Zenitsu said, dragging Inosuke. He is a person with a special hair color and exaggerated hairstyle, and he has a special smell. As long as he is nearby, I can recognize him. Tanjiro said. When Tanjiro opened the door of the next carriage, a loud voice shocked the three of them. Tasty. The three of them opened the door carefully, and then another loud voice of yummy came out. Tanjiro slowly walked forward and looked in shock at Purgatory Anjiro, who was eating a delicate bento, and kept making sounds of yummy and yummy. Everyone in the carriage looked at Purgatory Anjiro with surprised eyes. Is that person Yanju? Zenitsu said quietly. Tanjiro nodded. Are you sure you're not an ordinary glutton? Zenitsu was still skeptical. Sorry to bother you. Tanjiro and Zenitsu cautiously came to Anjiro's side and said. But Anjiro ignored them and kept eating the bento in his hand, shouting delicious. Purgatory, Mr. Purgatory. Tasty. Purgatory Anjiro shouted at Tanjiro. I already understand this very well. Tanjiro said helplessly. After everyone took their seats, the attendants on the train also began to pack away the mountain-high pile of lunch boxes. Bright lights shine on everyone's faces. You were the one who was at my lord's place at that time. Purgatory Anjiro said. Yes, I am Kamado Tanjiro, they are my partners, they are all members of the Demon Slayer Corps. This is Agatsuma Zenitsu, and he is Hashibira Inosuke. Tanjiro introduced Anjiro one by one. Suga, let's put it this way, what's in that box is? Anjiro turned his attention to the wooden box on Tanjiro's back. Yes, it's my sister Nezuko. Tanjiro smiled. Well, that was the ghost at that time. Since it is something approved by the Lord, I will not ask any more questions. Come and sit here. Anjiro invited Tanjiro to sit next to him. Bang bang bang. Hahaha, it's so powerful. In the belly of the train owner, it's so powerful and so fast. Inosuke was lying next to the window, B*******, G his head against the window. Behind him was Zenitsu, who kept blocking his actions. Idiot, I told you not to be like this. The glass will be broken by you, please calm down please. Zenitsu shouted, pulling Inosuke's hood. Why are you on this train on a mission? Anjiro said, looking at Tanjiro sitting opposite. We received the mission assigned by Daya. We heard that the casualties on the infinite train continued to increase. We were ordered to meet you, Mr. Purgatory, at the scene of the incident. Tanjiro explained. Well, it turns out that's the case, then I know. Anjiro said, yes, but I have one thing. I want to personally teach Mr. Purgatory. Tanjiro asked, well, what is it? It's about my father. What happened to your father? Anjiro asked. He has always been weak and sickly, but even so, he can dance the Kagura dance all night long in the snow that is enough to freeze his lungs. Tanjiro said slowly. He originally planned to ask Feng Yu, but at this moment he thought that Purgatory Anjuro had been in the Demon Slayer Corps for a longer time, so he might also know. But Anjuro replied, "What a blessing." So, the god of fire Kagura dance, in the crisis of life and death, I remembered the Kagura dance I watched when I was a child. If Mr. Purgatory knows something, I hope you can tell me. Tanjiro said, "Well, but I don't know." Anjuro shouted, "This is the first time I have even heard of fire god Kagura. Your father's Kagura dance can be used in battle. It is really commendable." It seems that this topic ends here. Sorry, could you please say more? Tanjiro asked again and again. As long as you become my stepson, I will take good care of you. Anjuro was like a flame in Tanjiro's eyes, burning brightly. Tanjiro, degrees why your gaze never changes and your eyes never blink. Zenitsu on the side looked at Purgatory Anjuro and murmured, "What a strange person." The breath of fire has a long history. Swordsmen who use fire and water, no matter in that era, will definitely become pillars. Fire, water, wind, rock, and thunder are the basic breathing methods, and other breathing methods are derived from it. For example, Kasumi is derived from the wind. "Boy, what color is your Nichirin sword?" Anjuro said, "Hey, sorry, my name is Kamado and the color of the knife is black." Tanjiro said, "Black knife, something bad is going to happen now." Anjuro smiled. "Something bad happened." Tanjiro is confused. "I have never seen a black sword become a pillar, which means no one knows what kind of systematic training you should specialize in, so I will let you train with me. You can rest assured in the future." Anjuro shouted, "Wait, why don't you blink once?" Tanjiro shouted, then there was a slightly disappointed expression on his face. "Then I can only ask senior brother Feng Yu." Tanjiro sighed and closed his eyes as he looked at Du Xingjiru and understood in his heart. Although he is very strange, he is a very caring person. You can tell from the smell that he has a strong sense of justice. The train is still moving forward and everything is so peaceful. Other side. Feng Yu, led by Zai Ohai, finally arrived at the train station. "It's Master Guangzhu." Feng Yu jumped down. Other side. Feng Yu, led by Zai Ohai, finally arrived at the train station. "It's Master Guangzhu." The members of the Demon Slayer Corps saw Feng Yu falling from the sky and shouted, "Where is Flame Pillar Purgatory Xingjulang?" Feng Yu asked. "Lord Light Pillar, Lord Flame Pillar have already set off with the Infinity Train." Demon Slayer Corps member said, "How long has it been since we set off?" "Which track did we set off from?" Feng Yu asked with a frown. "It's been almost an hour since we set off along the track in this direction." The Demon Slayer Corps member pointed in the direction and said, "Well, thank you for your hard work, Zai Ohai. Set off along the track and catch up as fast as possible." Feng Yu shouted sharply, jumped up and jumped onto Zai Ohai's back, and then turned into a golden lightning and flew towards the track of the infinite train. "Master Guangzhu is so powerful. I heard that it was his raven. I didn't expect it could be used as a mount. I really want it too." The Demon Slayer Corps members on the ground looked at Zai Ohai, who had disappeared into the sky, and said with envy, "Other side. The infinite train is still racing through the night. Is there really a ghost on this train?" Zenitsu asked Anjuro, looking to the side. "Some." Anjuro shouted, "It really does. No. It's not that you take the train to a place with ghosts, but that there are ghosts on the train. It's so scary, I want to get off the train." Zenitsu shouted in disbelief. In a short period of time, more than 40 people were missing on this train. Although several swordsmen were dispatched to get on the train, there was no news from everyone. "As a pillar, I will personally take action." Anjuro said, "So that's it, I want to get off, let me get off." The more Zenitsu listened, the more frightened he became. He couldn't help but slump down on the ground, holding his head in his hands and doubting life. Just then, their carriage was pulled apart. A man wearing a conductor uniform walked towards them step by step with a pale face and lowered head. "Please show your tickets." The conductor said. "What is he going to do?" Tanjiro asked, looking at the conductor. "It's okay, we just need to check our tickets and punch a hole to mark them." Anjuro explained. Several people took out their tickets and handed them to the conductor. The stapler-like machine kept making click-click sounds in the conductor's hand. At the same time, the lights in the carriage began to flicker. "Thank you, I've confirmed," the conductor said in a low voice. Then all the lights went out and then came back on. At this time, Tanjiro and Anjuro also felt something strange. "What's going on? There's a disgusting smell." Tanjiro looked around warily at this time. Anjuro stood up directly. He flicked the Hayori on his body, revealing the Nichirin sword on his waist. "Mr. Commander, it's very dangerous here. Please stay back because the situation is extremely urgent. I hope you won't ask why I have the knife on me. Xingjulang stood in front and said. Subsequently, in the eyes of everyone, the lights started flashing again. A moment, a tall evil ghost appeared in front. I saw that the evil ghost had one head with two faces, a long tongue exposed, golden sharp horns on both sides of its shoulders and forehead, and orange pupils looking at everyone greedily. The passengers in the carriage were immediately frightened when they saw the evil ghost suddenly appearing. You must have used vampire magic to hide this huge body. No wonder it's hard to detect you. But if you want to kill innocent people, the red flame knife in my hands will definitely burn you to the bone. Xingjiro pulled out his Nichirin sword, his aura began to rise, and the flames began to burn bit by bit. Roar! The two-faced ghost opened his mouth wide and roared at everyone. Finally rushed over. Anjiro held the sword with both hands, and the feathers on his body continued to fly under the strong momentum. Full concentration breath of fire 1 type Shiranui. Bang! Anjiro's body flew out instantly, and the flames on the Nichirin sword began to spread, lighting up the entire carriage. Bang! The flames passed by and the two-faced ghost's neck was cut off instantly. At the same time, the evil ghost's body was quickly swallowed by the flames and finally turned into ashes. It's so powerful. I actually cut off the ghost's head with one knife. Tanjiro and the others watched in shock as Anjiro killed the evil spirit with one blow, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. The powerful impact also caused Xingjiro to break the door of the carriage and enter another carriage. There's another ghost, follow me. Xingjulang looked at the car in front and said, then he quickly ran forward. Tanjiro and Inasuk heard this and quickly followed. Don't leave me. Zenitsu shouted while sitting on the ground, then quickly got up and followed everyone. But just after Tanjiro and the others left, the passengers in the carriage disappeared as the lights flickered, along with the conductor. When everyone arrived at the carriage with the ghost, passengers ran behind in fear. I saw a long-armed ghost opening its mouth wide, showing its fangs and attacking a young guy with a mouthful of saliva. I don't allow you to take action against that person of yours. Anjiro shouted, which also successfully attracted the evil spirit's attention. At this time, Tanjiro and Inasuk stood in front of Anjiro with swords in both hands. I mean, your opponent is here. Anjiro said, what's going on with that guy? His hands are so long, really long. Zenitsu hid behind the chair and said in horror, look at me, strike first. Inasuk shouted, then jumped out and attacked the evil spirit. Inasuk, don't be so reckless, there are still people who haven't been rescued. Tanjiro shouted, just knock down the ghost. Inasuk shouted at this time. A golden figure roared in the sky outside, too strong, big brother. What a superb swordsmanship, please accept me as big brother's disciple. Bang! Brother purgatory. Full concentration breath of water 3 types flow dance. Holding the Nichirin sword in both hands. Anjiro smiled. Brother. Anjiro shouted, the car behind you is safe, get out of here quickly. A figure broke through the window and entered the carriage of Tanjiro and others. Seeing that his prey was rescued, the long-armed ghost kept roaring at Tanjiro and others. Xingjulang also rushed out. Okay, I'll take care of you 3 together. But the long-armed ghost in front of him instantly sprouted 2 arms from his waist and attacked Inasuk. Well, you did a good job, Kamado boy. There will be no problem after this, let's fight quickly. Breath of Fire type Roman 2 Rising Flame. At this time, Inasuk wanted to jump away to avoid the attack, but the space in the carriage was too small, so he had no choice but to sit on his seat and avoid the attack. Anjiro said the 3 Tanjiro little ones kept shouting around Anjiro. Tanjiro said, brother. I want it too. Then he rushed over quickly. Zenitsu and Inasuk were also impressed by Anjiro and expressed their desire to become their disciples. Tanjiro admires him immensely. The blade gathered flames, like a brilliant arc of fire, drawing a line of flames in the air and cutting off the head of the long-armed ghost. I want it too. Tanjiro behind him looked at Anjiro's figure in front of him with bright eyes. Blue ripples appeared with Tanjiro's breathing, and in an instant, he picked up the young man from before and came behind Anjiro. Of course, no problem, I will train you into a powerful swordsman. The smoke disperses. Feng Yu patted the dust on his body. Long time no see, Tanjiro. Feng Yu smiled. But, Quackmaster, catch me quickly. Bang! Like golden lightning, his whole body was thrust straight into the seat in the car.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account.
If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.